Rada Safi na Bigi. Rada Safi na Bigi is all about good vibes, powered by SportPesa.
Rada Safi na Bigi.
Ini Rada Safi na Bigi. Kata simu, tupo site. County 001, tuko in the house, tuko in the area na mazejo. Na tumekama hapa hivi kujua, ukishika over 420 million Kenya shillings ya mega jackpot ya SportPesa, utafanya nini nayo kaka?
Naweza jenga nayo nyumba, nifungue biashara kama ya manguo hivi, ya nguo za watoto.
Okay, mimi nikishinda mimi bro, mimi nitanunua ploti, nijengea wazazi wangu. Alafu pia ile ambayo itakayobaki napiga sherehe bro.
Inabaki hapo ni kama 410 million. Unapiga yote sherehe?
Bro mzee, unajua tuishi once bro. Hata mwili lazima upige pole kidogo na mabesi ya nini.
Shikilia. Haya, ukashinda hii pesa 420 million Kenya shillings. Utafanyia nini?
Nitanunua my island.
Wapi?
Wasini.
Najenga nyumba kubwa na nanunua gari, alafu mambo mengine nafanya miradi yangu, yani mimi kutoka kwa ajiriwa mimi. Spendi tu hata kama kwenda Amerika naenda huko nikaenjoy maisha yangu vizuri. Sijawahi kupanda ndege, nitapanda nayo hiyo niende Amerika huko na nini. Kula bata vizuri.
Mimi ni fan of SportPesa. Nachezanga sana mega jackpot. Hapo msee ni kupumua kwanza. Nitulie hivi kwanza, akili irudi vizuri. Ndo sasa nipangie mikakati vizuri sasa.
With 420 million, I'm going to buy a plot somewhere, start constructing immediately. I think I'm tired of paying rent.
Nitajua jinsi ya kuboresha maisha yangu ili nisiwahi sota. Nione kama naweza fungua biashara hivi.
Wadau, this could be you bana. As we said, Rada Safi na Bigi is all about good vibes, and it is happening now.
All eyes on us.
Good vibes are inshallah. Hey, inaweza mbaya. SportPesa is doing the best actually.
I'm here for the vibes, and the vibes should be here for me.
Vibe iko top notch. I'll see your vibe iko top notch mazee.
Driftwood 7 leo imebamba bana, imeweza kinoma.
Tunahitajia support kwa players especially na pia ku bring up the game, to up the game. So the more the merrier.
Asanteni sana for sponsoring, and I like to see what you have in store for us.
Prinsloo na Nakuru, so tukama kesho tumalizie Shukenax.
Straight from Mombasa County, this is Rada Safi na Bigi, Rada Safi na SportPesa. We out. Rada Safi
na Bigi,
Rada Safi
na SportPesa.
welcome to the new edition of Rada Safi Nigi. Rada Safi Nigi is all about good vibes powered by SportPesa.
Rada Safi Nigi.
Ini Rada Safi Nigi. Kata simu, tupo site. County 001 tuko in the house, tuko in the area na mazejo, na tumekama hapa hivi kujua ukishika over 420 million Kenya shillings ya mega jackpot ya SportPesa utafanya nini nayo kaka?
Naweza jenga nayo nyumba, nifungue biashara kama ya manguo hivi, yaongoza watoto.
Okay, mimi nikishinda bro, mimi nitanunua ploti, nijengea wazazi wangu. Alafu pia ile ambayo itakayobaki napiga sherehe bro.
Inabaki hapo ni kama 410 million. Unapiga yote sherehe?
Bro mzee, unajua tuishi once bro. Hata mwili lazima upige pole kidogo na mabesi nini.
Shikilia. Haya, ukashinda hii pesa 420 million Kenya shillings. Utafanyia nini?
Nitanunua my island.
Wapi?
Wasini.
Najenga nyumba kubwa na nanunua gari, alafu mambo mengine nafanya miradi yangu, mimi kutoka kwa ajiriwa mimi. Spendi tu hata kama kwenda Amerika naenda huko nikaenjoy maisha yangu vizuri. Sijawahi kupanda ndege, nitapanda nayo hiyo niende Amerika huko na kula bata vizuri.
Mimi ni fan wa SportPesa. Nachezanga sana mega jackpot. Hapo msee ni kupumua kwanza. Nitulie hivi kwanza, akili irudi vizuri. Ndo sasa nipangie mikakati vizuri sasa.
With 420 million, I'm going to buy a plot somewhere, start constructing immediately. I think I'm tired of paying rent.
Nitajua jinsi ya kuboresha maisha yangu ili nisiwahi sota. Nione kama naweza fungua biashara hivi.
Wadau, this could be you bana. As we said, Rada Safi Nigi is all about good vibes, and it is happening now.
All eyes on us.
Good vibes are inshallah. Inaweza mbaya. SportPesa is doing the best actually.
I'm here for the vibes, and the vibes should be here for me.
Vibe iko top notch. I'll see your vibe iko top notch mazee.
Driftwood 7 leo imebamba bana, imeweza kinoma.
Tunahitaji support kwa players especially na pia ku bring up the game, to up the game. So the more the merrier.
Asanteni sana for sponsoring, and I like to see what you have in store for us.
Prinsloo na Nakuru, so tukama kesho tumalizie Shukenax.
Prinsloo 7 we are there. Nakuru Sport Athletics Club,
Yes.
We will be there. Nakuru, we are coming. Tumezabua.
Straight from Mombasa County, this is Rada Safi Nigi, Rada Safi na SportPesa. We out.
Rada Safi
Nigi,
Rada Safi
na SportPesa.
The game. So that's just a brief history of why this famous tournament in Nakuru is called the Prinsloo 7th. So when we're in Nakuru, you know all the action goes down, and apart from the rugby action on the field, this is where all the fun takes place also outside the field. Coming into this tournament, the second outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit, KCB put in a statement in Mombasa where they won the first leg of the 6 outings that are scheduled. And in this tournament, Strathmore Leos will be looking to defend their tournament they won last season. Remember, Kenya Harlequins are the overall champions, and right about now, it's just in the second half where they are playing against Mombasa. They are trying to make a statement after not being able to defend their tournament in Driftwood last weekend. So who will it be this weekend? We already have the Nakuru Athletic Club for the second outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Right about now, I'm just gonna take you into the game, which is at halftime, and I'm gonna hand you over to Walter Orangi, who will be doing all the commentary in this game for the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Over to you, Walter.
You got it right. Thank you so much. That has been Steve on the pitch side. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. Welcome to match day 2, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Second weekend running. We are in Nakuru, the newest city in the country. Now, we are coming to you. It is the business, that is rugby, that is happening on pitch as we speak. We have Kenya Harlequins at halftime taking on Mombasa Sports Club, and halftime score, Kenya Harlequins 17, Mombasa Sports Club 0. I will not be alone taking you through the next 2 days, and I'll be inviting my co-commentator to introduce himself and, of course, get to familiarize himself.
Yes, Walter, a very chilly morning. You joined also with me, Elijah Toili. We're trying to take you through day 1 of this second leg of the Kenya National 7th Circuit. First leg, of course, was down in Mombasa Driftwood. The second leg is also an enticing one because it sets the pace for the remaining 4 legs of the National 7th Circuit. Of course, Harlequins starting strongly here. They were early pace setters last year, caught out this year, not yet in the semis, not yet in the main points. As you look at where they're standing, coming from Driftwood. Currently just having 12 points on board after they finished 6th there. They will look to rectify matters there. Mombasa, on the other hand, finished in the 15th position, earning just 1 point. Even as we go into the second half, kicking us off deep into Queen's territory. Lucky, of course, strong pair of hands, but that rack coming under pressure, and now just being penalized for hands in the rack as they tried to regather that ball. Walter, looks like it's gonna be one of those days where, you know, the players have to also take care of themselves, warm up quite well, being a chilly day. And we know we've missed a couple of players coming from the Driftwood tournament, so I think that is also something that the coach and the technical benches are looking at.
Well, Toili, now that you brought it up, I don't know if these are the best conditions to play in as a rugby player, because it's chilly, you haven't maybe warmed up your muscles well. However, the heat not being there is a very good thing, so your metabolism probably is functioning quite well this morning. You're breathing in you're taking in the big ones quite well. So, I mean, the conditions are good. It's wet weather. I mean, the overnight weather conditions in Nakuru drastically changed. We had a bit of rain, so that means that the pitch is a bit slippery, but nonetheless soft enough for a few tackles in there.
Yeah, really true. And even as Harlequins ring the changes out, we see Paul Mutsami going and being replaced there by Franklin. And just early days here for both teams, as we see Herman electing to go for the grabber kick, weapon that they really used a lot last year. They were the team that kicked the most in terms of attacking kicks, and they reaped quite a big reward. I know quite a number of tries being made through the grabber kick. They are very adept at looking at spaces behind the lines, the defense lines, and utilizing them. They have perfected the art of grabber kicks, and it has done them well.
Most definitely, it has done them well. Kenya Harlequins, I mean, had quite a good run last year in last year's sevens. Look at the personnel that took them through last year, and there's quite a couple of changes, not really a couple, but quite a big change in terms of coaching unit. you also have several players who either transitioned or not yet back. The likes of Leon Young, who was quite a, I mean, he was an outlet. You know, when you have the likes of Leon Young in your team, you have a strike rate that is quite high. So maybe Kenya Harlequins, it's early days, but could be reeling from that lack of out-and-out pacement in the likes of Leon.
Very true. However, here in this match day one, their first game, leading 17-0 with a few minutes remaining of the second half. They look to attack to the right there, really up on the paces, out outside the wing, just trying to reset there and then spreading the ball out using the full width of the pitch, trying to spread out the Mombasa defense. They step back in, very good step there from Albert Alela. Just 5 meters short, Amon with a loop pass out to the wide spaces, and it should be a try, another try for Kenya Harlequins. Really worked that well, and down to Dot for the extra 5 points. Kenya Harlequins stretching their lead to 22-0. A very nice face of play, took it right to the right side of the pitch, then brought them back, spreading them quite well and scoring their 4th try of the game. Kenya Harlequins, of course, going really well, closing this game strongly, utilizing the bench to good effect. Of course, the team that scores gets to restart. Patrick Wainaina just puts up the ball, and they elect to go deep so that they can apply defensive pressure on Mombasa, and it pays off as they turn over that ball. They retain possession from the kickoff, trying to go, steps in, goes for a switch back in. Amon Wamalo just isolated a bit there, that might be turned over. Succeed, first man came in and supported him enough, and they retain that ball. Really in prime territory here, if they are able just to work their way out and utilize the full pitch. Coming under pressure on that rack, just trying to chip over, running out of options. Kenya Harlequins in that attack phase. Mombasa recover and a strong run, busting through, going right, covering 20 meters. He's able to carry his own weight there and just identifies his support to the left, out there. Cuts back in, a good show from Mombasa Sports Club as they look to get onto the scoreboard. 3 breakdowns and they're already in Harlequins 22. Playing advantage there. Referee playing advantage.
Mombasa giving a very good account of themselves, keeping the ball alive and asking Kenya Harlequins to make those big defensive tackles in their 22. Well, this is an opportunity, an offside there, referee playing an advantage. Mombasa with the advantage. Free play here. Looking to just barge over the whitewash. 5 meters out. Referee blows for a penalty. Well, it could be something for Mombasa if they did get a try here. Not sure it will change the results. Try time, Mombasa Sports Club.
Yes, Bilal Mulako going the route one, strong enough to go over. Strong enough to go over the 5 meter line and scoring the first try of the tournament. Mombasa Sports Club making good of the territory there, punishing Harlequins for a slow reorganization of the defense. An attempted conversion, sailing wide, scores remaining, with Mombasa just getting onto the scoreboard at 5-0. A good show from them. They were cracking under pressure in their 22. And there was a strong carry from Sean Bulumba, who brought them all the way, getting them good territory from which they have been able to give a good account of themselves. Kicking us off for the last phase, even as the time runs out. That will be taken back to the mark. Referee penalizing for contact in the air from that kickoff. Mombasa Sports Club choosing to go for the scrum down. Of course, something that works well for the teams nowadays, an option to go for the scrum down, the set piece, just to give them enough time to be able to manipulate the defense, work on their set pieces. And these looks like they will just try and swing it to one side. Referee again penalizing them for the early shove. A quick tap and go from Mombasa Sports Club. Strong carry there, going all the way. Newton Malenya being able to recycle and identifying and going the same route. Sean Bulumba. Bob pops out, just short of the try line, and Mombasa go through for their second try late in the game. Injury time score, putting some decency on the scoreboard. Another 5 points, and the high fives go there for Mombasa Sports Club. A good showing from them, finishing strongly in this second half, and that is something that they can build on for the other two matches in their pool. Remember, in their pool, they are also sitting together with Nakuru RFC, the home team, and Stallions Rugby. Final whistle, game is over. Kenya Harlequins emerging victorious in that one. Moving on to the next one. Mombasa with a good show. Games coming in thick and fast. Second game involving the home tournament. The hosts of the home tournament, Nakuru RFC, also locally known as Nondescripts.
Looking good in
taking up on Stallions Rugby. Now the story from Mombasa. Nakuru made it all the way to the semi-finals. Nakuru made it all the way to the semi-finals. They earned themselves 15 points from that tournament. Stallions Rugby, on the other hand, finished the 10th position. So it's gonna be one to watch. Nakuru, of course, playing at home, enjoying the home support. We'll be looking to put this one in the bag for crucial points that will help them in the close of the day in the positioning of the pool. Nakuru RFC, of course, in them having some very strong players to watch. Felix Okoth, Javan Otieno, some of the strong ball carries from Cristiano Ojuang. So they have got quite a bit to work with. They have got quite an arsenal that they can work with here. That ball kickoff going short and they are being penalized. A free kick awarded at the center pitch. Stallion take it to their right. Options not there really, electing to go to the left of your screens there, and they take it to the 15-meter channel, looking to build up from there. Losing territory, but that is nothing really to worry about in the game of sevens as you try and manipulate defenses, and they do that, cracking through the Nakuru defense with a support play. Pass wasn't good, but it was well kicked into the Nakuru half. Game is still live. A lot of loose play there, but Nakuru survived that one and immediately go on the attack. This could be a good strike rate if he goes all the way, trusting his pace, and he's taking them all the way. Just falling short, running out of legs there. Cyprian Ombaso just going down. Referee quick to the spot to penalize Stallions. It could be a card here for infringement within the 10 meters of the tap penalty.
Yeah, that is David Obiero sent to the bin, adding his 2 minutes in the Naughty Boys chair. Now that is that opportunity being offered to Nakuru early doors, attacking deep. That's what sevens rugby is about. The flick of a switch between defense and attack. Nakuru were deep in defense, and then after a few minutes or a few seconds later, they're now on the attack. So, and then they're attacking now 6v7. So it's an important sort of opportunity, and they do take the scrum. So that means it's 6v7, one-man advantage. They don't have a scrum half, so that goes to the midfield. Chris Ojuang looks out wide, shakes the first man, second man, and on the outside, that is none other than number 21, Cyprian Ombaso diving over. That is try time. Nakuru.
Good face of play there from Nakuru RFC, having the attacking scrum just 5 meters, 10 meters short of the try line. And then Chris Ojuang keeping his defender honest, just stepping into the shorter angle. When the defender was hesitating, he took it out wide to find his colleague Cyprian Ombaso, who was able to go down for the 5 points. Wanyore, Nakuru RFC hitting the frontier 5-pointer. Transition is really very important. I mean, if you do not take care of the ball, then you must be quick to transit in defense, because that is what has led to this particular try.
That is what happens if you do not transition well. Now, I mean, the last attack, Stallions had made forays into Nakuru's half. They just lost the ball there. Last pass, not hitting the mark. It had to be then hit on the boot. Stallions are a decent side. They can be able to attack from here. That is Zulik Buyuni making a break. And that should be Nakuru's defensive line being asked questions about how best they can defend. Tackle there and tackled into touch. That's a good defensive tackle there by Nakuru RFC. Number 22, that's Javan Otieno. Just getting that man into touch, defending with the touch line and successfully thwarting that attack.
Yeah, I mean, worrying times there for winger on winger. That is normally what really brings trouble for teams. If you do have fast wing, then you will be exposed. A quick tap and go there from Stallions, just stopped short, meter short from the try line. The referee calls them back and penalizes Stallion for holding on in that tackle. He pretty much isolated himself in that quick tap and go, and turns over possession to Nakuru RFC. Another opportunity goes begging for Stallions Rugby while they're in a very good territory, just 5 meters short. There are some of the things that are painful for a coach.
Yeah, they had an opportunity there to attack and score the opening try for the Stallions. However, not getting that right. Nakuru now offered an opportunity to clear the lines. They kick it down pitch. Another successful touch finder, because that's also another question whenever you try looking for touch. Now, the other opportunity is how do you execute? They do execute the line out right. Felix Okoth towering above everyone else, getting that line out successful. Stallions steal the ball. Referee says there was an offside from the line out. That means another 10 meters ahead. Stallions concede more yardage, and that is an opportunity for Nakuru. Nakuru will be looking to attack this Stallion side, and they'll be asking for a scrum down. And this scrum is yet another opportunity, just like the last one. Now, the last one had a 6v7 fashion, just simply because Stallions were one man down. Now, this one is a 7v7. Now, this is an opportunity to see what Wanyore are all about. This is a training set. Just try to see what they can do. Javan now goes to the line, which is probably the open side, runs through Zulik Buyuni, signs and goes over for that try.
Good attacking play there from Nakuru, utilizing that scrum down quite well. Going on a dummy run to the left was Joel Boyer, and then the scrum have took it to the right, unleashing Javan Otieno, who went round before the defense could catch up with them. Stallion opened up there, and Nakuru get to extend their lead by another 5 points. Really nice attacking manipulation of defense there. Nakuru RFC just going for the conversions there, but just missing it. Cyprian Ombaso coming short with that conversion. Game is still tight though. Stallion within reach. 10 points is something that in a game of sevens can be, countered within 2 minutes or so, and therefore Stallions just need to ensure that they take advantage of the possession that they have and the opportunities that present themselves. Cutting and slicing through Nakuru's defense and kick and chase past the sweeper. Still game, the ball is all over and kicked into touch by Stallions. The referee brings them back for a 22 dropout. Worrying times there for Nakuru. They were easily sliced through as they tried to reorganize their defense after the kickoff. That's just normally one of the weaker areas immediately after kickoff.
Yes, immediately after you score, you're always vulnerable, and that is the most important time for you to either get possession and attack. I mean, Stallions have given a glimpse of what they are. They just have that one lacking piece, which is the finishing aspect of the game. You know, it builds a bit of confidence when you're able to break the line like they do, because they do break the line. Just looking for that finishing aspect to their game, and Nakuru opts to kick the ball into touch, the halftime score being Nakuru RFC 12, Stallions 0.
Yeah, good going there from Nakuru RFC, being able to finish the half without conceding any points. Stallion just guilty of not finishing. Of course, credit to Nakuru RFC for being able to scramble their defenses quite well, even after several line breaks from Stallion Rugby. And that's one of the areas that they'll continue using as their strength. Stallion, of course, have to work on their finishing once they have gotten through the line break.
Most definitely the halftime score there being Nakuru RFC 12, Stallions 0.
Collins. Yes.
Going into the second half, Stallions about to kick us off here, trailing 12-0 to the home team, Nakuru RFC. This is the second match of the Prinsloo Sevens, the second leg of the 7th circuit this year. Stallions putting it high up, good for contest, and they do contest, though with a knock-on. Nakuru recover, and they're off to the races here. Quick dart on the right side. Need to secure that. The ball is loose from that rack. They are punished from it. Turned over possession to Stallion. Stallion just cutting through, stepping through the Nakuru defense. Nakuru called here to realign quite quickly after losing the ball. Tucking to the left, and a good move there. Dummy switch called, and Nakuru was slow to read that move. Stallions get themselves onto the scoreboard there. Good dummy move there by Cedric Abiniza. Stallion should get 7 points out of this. Immediately after kickoff, second half just beginning, Nakuru guilty of losing concentration there. Punished, and now the game is tighter.
Takarias, go out.
Successful.
No, go out. SNC, go out.
Scores.
No, Takarias.
12-7. Nakuru now have more to do in the next 5 minutes to retain this lead as Stallion look to apply more pressure. Another good kickoff. Ball raised high, contested as well. Advantage there as Nakuru knock on the ball. Stallions very adept, very good kickoffs, putting pressure on the Nakuru defense. And this is one weapon that really Stallions have been able to show they have in their arsenal. The retention of ball on kickoffs.
Yes, the retention of the ball. Now, 7th is very, very funny. A few seconds ago, minutes ago, Nakuru were comfortable with a 12-0 lead. Now, Stallions have scored once and converted. All of a sudden, if they score again, Nakuru are in trouble.
Yeah, and you can see even from the confidence, you know, shot of confidence that Stallions have with that try coming through. They've realized this is a game that they can actually win and upset the form here coming into this match. And using the ball well, they've had all the possession in the second half, retaining their racks, retaining possession, just losing a bit of territory, but One line break is all that is required as a wild pass thrown. Put Stallions on the back foot here.
Hitting him without the ball. Here.
Tackling without the ball is the call from the referee there. Quick tap. They make all but 10 meters from that tap and go. That rack is being pushed. That rack is being contested very aggressively by Nakuru, and the knock-on arises from that pressure.
Really, that was not a knock.
Yeah, you know, when you put yourself in a position that 50-50 calls made, they'll always go against.
I mean, there was a counter rack, but the guy on his feet was actually trying to pull the ball, and he pulled it back.
Clutch!
Anyway.
Yeah, the referee calls it to advantage.
Wait, guys, wait!
Will definitely be offering us.
Yes. But still proving to be a very narrow lead. An isolated opportunity for the Stallions to go. That's a free ball, but the player was offside. He didn't retreat. If he'd actually made it back and come back for the ball, he would have had that easy opportunity for the Jackal. Now, Nakuru ask for a scrum down. Changes for the Stallions. Out goes
White sub.
Shamala. In goes Kenfry Munai. Out goes Shamala.
Clutch!
Now center pitch. Scrum down for Nakuru RFC. Javan scans, goes down the open side. Has Cyprian Mombasa on the outside. Cyprian scanning, looks around. Javan collecting the open ball, but that is an obstruction, and the referee will quickly award that an intentional obstruction. That is a scrum down to the Stallions. Now, Stallions have an opportunity here. I believe this is the dying embers of the second half. This is an opportunity for Stallions to either strike or let this game go.
Yeah, Nakuru, you know, really showing the labors in their attack. They have really labored in their attack here, and Stallions with their tails up could easily have a strike moment from this opportunity in the scrum. Let's see what they do about it. Going on a move and a good dummy there, but apprehended quickly by the Nakuru defense. They go to the left where they have numbers, but the offload doesn't come in as it should be, and another knock-on in the tackle from Nakuru. Again, Stallions still have possession, which is good for them, but they have to make good of it, albeit in their 22.
Yeah, they are a very dangerous customer to Hilly.
Yes, they are. They have shown it. They have a couple of line breaks. They just need to be able to convert those ones.
Yes, the conversion rate is what is being asked of the Stallions. Buyuni to Kenfry Munai. Kenfry will step and will be apprehended, tackled. Lau goes down the blind side, acting out well. Zulik Buyuni goes round Chris and company. Zulik kicks round. Now foot race between Zulik Buyuni and Nakuru RFC's defense, and they kick the ball out. Not sure it's time out, and the referee blows that, saving Nakuru RFC's blushes. Full-time scores: Nakuru RFC 12, Stallions 7.
What a match, what a good match. Nakuru just surviving this one. Stallions coming back strongly in the second half, but time running out for them. They finished 12 to the good for Nakuru and 7 to Stallions. And we move to the next match, even as the games come in, the third match of the day. Zetech taking on Oilers, Menengai Oilers. Of course, Menengai Oilers picking the 5th place in Driftwood a week ago. Zetech were the winners of the Division 2 and got promoted to Division 1, so making their first appearance in Division 1. won in the Division 2 last week, earning them an opportunity to play in the Division 1 with the big boys. Oilers, of course, smarting from not a very good outing in Mombasa, in Driftwood. Would have, most people had them to be in the semis, but they came against ferocious KCB, leaking so many points in that match. But they look to make amends, a good start, a fresh start for them in Prinsloo Sevens.
There is a strong tackle there by the Menengai Oilers. Zetech attacking Brian Ondego with a long pass out wide, looking for his winger. Ball goes backwards to Brian Ondego. Ondego knocks the ball on. Referee was playing an advantage. Lucky there. But Zetech had numbers on the outside there. However, there was a touchline issue, so much as they had numbers, they had numbers on the blind side. So it's early days here, but good intentions there from the Zetech.
Yeah, Zetech, of course, looking to finish in better numbers, so in better position, so that they can retain their invitation and their stay to the next leg of their circuit. So they have all to play for, and the first game is what they need to identify for a win to put them in good stead as the pool pans out. Oilers, of course, will want to hear nothing of that. They will want to finish top, get proper seeding, better seeding for the quarterfinals, but they have to contend with Zetech here.
Not straight.
Well, that ball wasn't straight. A bit frustrating there because Oilers didn't send lifters. I mean, with the changes of the World Rugby laws, I mean, the other team has to contest. Then you will be able to know if the ball is straight or not. But if they don't contest, if it's crooked as they come, you're allowed to play on. That's in an effort to actually speed up the game.
Yeah, and there are always grey areas around what a contest means in a line-out. So at times you see them awarded, at times not. Even as Oilers look to punish the Ox defense. That was a subtle knock-on, the slightest of knock-ons. Walter, he lost the ball as he tried to place it on the ground.
Yeah, that
just
is Alvin.
Rolled forward a bit.
Alvin Cavoli. Sabu Maura having a conversation with the referee, and the referee hawk-eyed there to see that knock-on by the Menengai Oilers side. Now the Menengai Oilers side haven't settled. They've had little or no possession whatsoever. We know they're a team that thrives from having the ball at hand. Maybe putting in a few faces. They could be sometimes fitter from how their coach takes them through their training most of the time. So that is Johnson Wafula apprehended. So, and he's actually lost that ball. So he took it in, and that was a ball. So Oilers have to get the ball for them to at least do something.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, early on here, they have an opportunity in Zetech Ox 22. They've got Oilers have got a very lethal back line. And right here on the right, you have Alvin Cavoli just waiting. He's a strong ball carrier. He's very good with his feet. Can step both off the left and off the right. As we see them darting to the left there, quick dart to the left there by Glaciers Owino, and releases Daniel Kipchirchir to go down for Oilers' first try. We'll say it was a bit coming. It was coming, and Zetech Ox not being able to handle that pressure. Daniel Kipchirchir, of course, we remember him from his exploits with the cheap side down in Zimbabwe early this year. Very good runner with the ball in hand, and a very good prospect for Oilers to have in their ranks.
Stay back, number 2.
Success, the conversion wasn't successful. Scores deep into Zetech's 22. Receives the ball, but the underfoot has been a bit wet this morning, even as the sun comes out wide. That slip causes a turnover in possession. Chirchir with quick hands, Owino just going out and attempting to give it back on a switch. but it was the ball was tapped in defense, and the ball carrier stepped out.
Option blue.
Actually, we are live across the globe, and this is all courtesy of SportPesa. If you want to be part and parcel of the biggest gaming platform on
Crouch.
line, you can go to 790.79. You can actually dial that on your phone, or you can visit the sportpesa.co.ke website. Now, most importantly, remember,
Number 21, offside.
gamble responsibly. Thank you so much to SportPesa for supporting this year's national Zetech. Look for the boot downfield to take pressure away from their own 22. Penalty awarded to Oilers. No clear release, and that means Oilers will be making a decision. Probably looks. Yeah, Toeli, we're being watched live across the globe.
This is your mark?
This is courtesy of SportPesa. This is live eye. I mean, the production has been fantastic. We had the first one last weekend in Mombasa, and it's important because this live stream, then with the quality that it has, offers a nice tool for the selectors to look at the players from all angles available.
Indeed, as you speak of selectors, Daniel Kipchirchir there going onto the radars of the selectors. Ball was given to him, positioned himself in the center, and then showed and go, stepped back in, split the Zetech Hawks defense open, and did all of the 70 meters to score Oilers' second try right under the posts with a successful conversion. And we find now the gaps beginning to grow here as we look at the depth of the first half. Oilers just opening good distance between themselves and Zetech Hawks. And again, yes, indeed, good production here, quality production, something that even teams benefit from while they try to do analysis of their matches, preparing for the next tournament. They have, quality productions to watch, to watch and make those decisions. And also, when you see the coming back of prize money for the 7th circuit, for the 7th circuit winners, for the leg winners, it's all a testament of the interest that the corporates have had in the local 7th tournaments. Zetech Hawk just kicking through the ball to the backyard of Oilers, and it goes into touch to bring us to halftime. Zetech Hawks.
Thank you for that, Nini.
Second half about to kick off here. Zetech Hawks taking on Oilers, trailing at halftime. 12 points down. They have barely made a dent on the Oilers' defense. Oilers have been really strong on defense, and literally mistake here from Zetech Hawks, which has been the story of this game, really gifting unnecessary possession to Oilers. And Oilers have all the ball, using it quite well. Quick tap and go there from Waura, and trying to manipulate defense open, just juggling the ball. There was Chirchir, and another strong carry there at the wing by Havoli. goes all the way quickly after kickoff. They touch down for their third try of this game, and there's so much for Zetech Oaks to do here. I mean, showing the gulf of class between Oilers and the Division 2 winners from Prinsloo a week ago, Zetech Oaks, and getting a rough introduction, a bruised introduction to the Division 1 rugby here. The conversion not successful.
Step back.
Of course, now Oilers with a restart here, and they look to apply pressure on Zetech Oaks. Good ball raised high enough, contestant Abukuse with a good hand in the air, tapping it back, but now just applying pressure because the retention of that ball has cost them a bit of 15 meters or so. And that track is contested, no numbers from Oilers in that track, and it's turned over. They are being penalized for hands in the rack.
It's the mark. You can take ahead of the mark.
Just eager to restart and put some points on the board. Takes that ball in front of the mark, which is not allowed. Brought back, and the Zetech Oaks have to restart from here.
Yeah, the Zetech Oaks looking to score their opening try of the game. Passing it out wide. Taking in the defense. Zetech, Fuller. Mondego floating beautifully done there, and that is Mark Demba.
Good play there by Zetech Oaks, really making use of the possession this time round. Mark Demba, the beneficiary at the end of that move. As you see the replay there, just stood his man and supporting on the inside line, going all the way to score, getting themselves onto the scoreboard. Unsuccessful conversion. Zetech Oaks with 5, Nakuru RFC with 19. Story of the day early here in this tournament. The teams that lead at halftime really struggling in the second half. Just a pattern that Mwaura just dancing through defense there, as we see Oilers getting out of their 22 quite slow in their racks, which now gives problems for the team. Samuel Mvuamu coming in.
Roll away.
Sorry, just stepping back right through. That was Antonio Wino. And they go all the way with
from Nakuru RFC, now applying it straight for Menengai Oilers. You can see there Samuel Mwaura floating it to Philip Okeo, no stranger to the try line. The young Okoth. He's the younger brother to John Okoth. And remember, they also have another brother playing for Nakuru currently in this tournament. So it's a family blessed. And that conversion does not hit the mark. Nakuru's Menengai Oilers side moves into the 20s. That is 24. Zetech Oaks 5.
Yeah, Oilers coming back strong. Coming back strong after conceding a try from Zetech Oaks, trying to maintain the gap between them. The ability to just close out and see out games is something that, if you're supposed to be a top contender, you must have as one of your values or one of your characters. A good contest there from the kickoff. John Okoth chasing it down, resulting in a knock-on from Zetech Oaks. And another string of possession for Oilers to work with, as we see Mwaura going to the base of that scrum.
And set.
Steady scrum there. Mwaura with a put-in.
Stay. Advantage.
One-on-one here, and it will be off to the races for the wingers here. And he looks at him and takes off, but a good defense, good comeback from Zetech Oaks, and penalized there Cavoli for holding ball. holding ball and not allowing for a fair contest. A quick tap and go there from Hawks. Still in their 22, still in their own territory. But they've done well one-on-one. That was a good, always nice to see that. As John Okoth attempted an intercept, but under the attentions of the tackle, he spilled it just 10 meters short of the try line there. Again, another danger that comes with the loop passes. That was a loop pass that just put Zetech under pressure. John Okoth had held on to that one. They stretched their leads. Put in for Zetech. Scrap. All it does is gift Oilers with possession. They look for numbers out wide to the right. Philip Okeo having good times here. Just dancing through.
How good is it to play with your brother on the same team and receive that pass from your brother? I mean, it has to have a very good feeling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you always have those things that you do at your backyard, back at home, the moves that you discuss, and to try and put them into action, and it succeeds the right way. It's awarded as a forward pass, and the hooter gone. Time is up for Zetech. Losing this one, 24-5. The Oilers marching on to the next one. A good start for them, the Prinsloo Sevens.
Every back, ladies and gentlemen, full-time scores. Mega Oilers 54, Zetech 5. Coming out from stage right about now, this is the match.
SportPesa and what they have done. The winners of this particular Division 1, will be walking away with 100,000 shillings. Runners up 50,000 and third place 25,000. Same also for the women's rugby and also Division 2 awards to be won there. You'll find the Division 2 winner will walk away with 50,000 and the winner of the women's rugby 70,000 shillings. So something to look forward for the players and the teams here, and just a testament of what rugby can do.
Yeah, that is an incentive to the players. I mean, a lot more could be done because there is room for improvement. However, at least there is something to look forward to, and it's a good reward system. It just needs a bit of improvement because you know the economy is also not doing as well. So you can imagine the levels. However, it is what it is. We are here. Daystar Falcons will be kicking us off. Last week's finalists at the Driftwood Sevens, SportPesa National 7 Circuit opening round. Finalist Brian Mwendo pass it to Nijo. Amalemba to none other than Victor Mola. Victor Mola going to the races, looking for that smallest gap on the outside channels. And that is Victor Mola. Try time, Strathmore leads.
Yes, Victor Mola early on here. Quick pair of heels on him. Literally leaving the Daystar Falcons defense gasping for their breath there as he showed them a clean pair of heels all the way with a successful conversion there. Within a minute, Strathmore hit the front with 7 points.
Showing us why they are number 2 on the standings of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit. That was the Strathmore Leos. A very good outlet on the wing there. That is Victor Mola. If Victor Mola stays fit, he is a very, very good rugby sevens player. Now we need to have a look at how much fitness he gathers as we continue. The Daystar Falcons with Clinton Amukwachi on the outside channels. Clinton apprehended. Ball is lost on the floor there. Could have been a very good opportunity to attack immediately, having gone down, having conceded points. But it's one of those uncharacteristic errors.
Yeah, first time feeling the ball there and attacking and just not securing the ball on the ground as he hit deck. Daystar Falcons also a very strong outfit, finished of course 12th in the Mombasa leg, the Driftwood, trying to make amends here, losing their talisman who went to play the Monaco Sevens.
Yeah,
So
this is an Odongoless Falcon side. Now, with that, it really takes away a big strike weapon because he's truly their starman. But they do have quite a number of good players. They have the likes of Obuya on the wing, number 14. Number 22 for the Falcons, now currently on the wing, that is Arnold Agonda, also a very good player. And Daystar Falcons have made a knack of going for the best talent coming through the high schools, offering them scholarships for education. And this is really a pathway system, and one of the most important pathway systems, the varsity system, which and also Strathmore Leos does that quite successfully. So it's exactly where you'd want your 7 top national players from the high school games to proceed to such varsity institutions where they're able to not only gather a bit of growth in terms of rugby, but they would also get that opportunity to become men and also get an education for themselves.
Absolutely, spot on there, Walter. And you know, you did that thing, the commentators curse, called Arnold Ogonda for for the potential he has, and immediately first touch of the ball spills it into touch. But out which for which we find Strathmore Leos exiting quite well. Of course, Strathmore really favorites for the circuit, favorites for this leg. They've had early preparations, and it showed with their final appearance as they overthrow that line out and give possession back to Daystar Falcons, and immediately testing his outside winger Chris Obuya, testing his defender there, gets caught in the 15-meter channel, and they swing it back using the full width of the pitch. And again on this other side, taking off is just trying to get and retain possession there. Does pretty well. Balt in a try. Very nice work out there by Daystar Falcons.
That is Chris Obuya, ladies and gentlemen. Now that is typical 7. Swing it one side, create pressure through the faces. And I told you they do have Obuya on the outside channels. You can see there on the replay, that is Ogonda handing Obuya. And a clean opening to the try line and opening the scores for the Daystar Falcons. Now they're tied, and it's a battle of the varsities. It's a battle of the supremacy of these two sides. Strathmore hedge it a little bit because they've been in this game quite longer. They are quite experienced. They have good coaching units. You have, of course, Fox Ojal. You have Kaduvilis on the other side. Yeah. You have Bosire and the likes. I mean, it's sort of a mismatch in terms of the quality of the coaching. But on pitch, I strongly believe that this Daystar Falcons team is a team that can strongly push the Leos.
Yeah, they can cause upsets, and this is one of the upsets that they can cause in this leg. And one of the advantages of when your talisman is not there is that everyone now carries the load. Everyone steps up to the moment, and I think that's what we are seeing with Daystar Falcons. A lot of ball carriers making the decisions, knowing that they have to work together and support one another. And you can see that from the way they have played and scored in that phase. As we say that specialist in kickoffs, and Eddie Wambugu there just kicking it way short.
Now looking at this Daystar, it actually reminded me. I mean, this is where Floyd Wabure and Patrick Odongo were teammates.
Yes.
Now, imagining the strike rate in that team, and they really took teams to the cleaners.
Indeed.
Now imagine that pairing now coming strongly to the Shujaa 7 side, where you have those two boys who can finish from anywhere. I did see, you know, with the skill set of the 7th players, sometimes you had Patrick Odongo playing center. You also have sometimes you have Floyd Wabwire playing center. So they're guys who can complement each other, but there's no substitute to pace. So you can ask them to do things, yes, but once they have that ball in hand and they have space, it's lights out.
Indeed, very true. That was one team to behold. And yeah, as students, you just pretty much move forward after your time is done. Tackled short of the try line, but able to extend and score. Strathmore, Stanley Shikoli.
Yeah, Shikoli just bundled there onto the try line. He saw the line and was tackled short. A very good attacking platform down the line. Leos kept the ball in hand, and there goes a Shikoli stand slash to add an extra 5 points to the existing. Nail it. No, he doesn't. That is Brian Mwenda who attempted the conversion. Halftime scores, ladies and gentlemen. Strathmore 12, the Daystar Falcons 5.
If you're just joining us from Impala, we are live at the Nakuru Athletic Club. My name is Adele Ocholer, and my co-host, Azizu Top-Shata. We want to get started with all fun, rugby and action. Courtesy of SportPesa at the moment, so we regularly are on the live on SportPesa is the street. For those who want to join us, karibuni sana. Tell a friend to tell a friend. All the live action on
Yeah, we're ready to start the only bits to be. Second half coming your way. Same lead. Ready. What's it? Second half coming your way. Same lead for the Stallions. Finalists. And of course, defending champion for 3-7-12, Falcons. 5.
Make sure it bounces before.
Looking to attack and punish Falcons for that knock on from the kickoff. Try time.
Try time, Strathmore.
Victor Mola. Conversion is successful. That is Brian Mwenda adding the extra 2. Kickoff now was a knock on, and there on hand to receive the gift. We just need a fit Victor Mola. Nijo goes high, goes the required 10, actually goes 20 plus. Stanislas Shikoli apprehending Daystar. Mbogo decides, let's go down pitch. Nijo defending deep. Coming back is Collins. Maina. Nijo receiving it back from Collins. Nijo controlling things through the midfield. Wafula dummies. Shakes. Shikoli on the wing. Shikoli is well taken care of there. Turnover. The referee says no clear release. Well, marginal there. I thought Strathmore Leos had them on the racks there. Maybe one more face. You'd have the likes of Collins, Maina, the Gasman on the outside. Channels to probably finish. Arnold Muita goes in favor of Elton Amalemba. That is changes made there by the Strathmore Leos coaching unit. Scrum down. Leos. Muita Nijo takes steps one direction. Collins Maina offering an option. Nijo decides not to take it. Obuya and company make the big tackle. That is Ogonda and company being asked to hold him up or keep or release. Didn't touch the floor. The knees didn't hit the floor. It's a battle now for survival for Nijo. Nijo needs to channel that ball backwards or hits the ground to be released. But the ground is the outside. Dragged into touch. Nijo.
It was not a ball, okay?
Karagori looking to feed the line out. Changes coming in for, not sure who comes out as Obuya receives medical attention. Going in also is Elvis Sunday. And Obuya will be making his way off the pitch. Enough time. Sindoli looking to trick Gabriel Aimba. Gabriel Aimba not one to be toyed with. Brand Mwendoash. Shem Okola. Gabi goes down the blind. Shem asked to do the work on the outside. Good clearance there. Barnabas slips to Muita. Nijo. Once again, Nijo looking to open up that defensive line. Arnold had wrapped round, but that is an Ocon. Start-stop nature of this game.
Nondies RFC taking on Kisumu RFC.
Robbing us that smooth sevens rugby that we are looking forward to. Daystar Falcons still trail 2 converted tries. The difference, big shove there by the Leos. Referee allows play to continue. Ball was smuggled back. Eddie Wambugu opts for the kick and chase. Mwendwa fills that possession. Strathmore with possession, being asked to attack from deep. Shemokola tests the defense, goes in, but well met by a pair of shoulders. Ready to take him to the cleaners. That's a forward pass. Gabriel Aimba was looking to just smuggle it so that the referee doesn't see, but the referee was hawk-eyed.
Gabriel Aimba is a character, I tell you. And,
yes, he is.
Also, but he backs whatever he says. Actually finished part of the dream team from the Mombasa leg at the Driftwood. Really played his heart out in that tournament, and he's one to watch.
To be honest, really, since I know Gabi has not yet. Gabi still has a lot to do. We can't allow Gabi to be comfortable. Gabi has not done anything. He did appear on, and that is very basic for him. We know what ability he has, and I feel like he still has so much room for improvement. Daystar. Lots of Daystar fans following this game. Thank you so much for coming through. Lots of students also following this from back in the campuses for the Strathmore Leos. That is Ogonda testing Collins strong. Collins, remember, has been a casualty of an injury for quite some time, which robbed him a 7th circuit last season. However, he seems to have shrugged that off, probably went for surgery. Yes, he did. I know for some time he was on a cast. I think
guys on the line,
having seen him, he's still not yet the Collins Maina that we know, because he's quite fast. However, I think he's also trying to just ease his way back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, those are the hazards of playing contact sports. You cannot rule out, and you must prepare for such eventualities. But we have a more robust physiotherapy, nowadays, and as we say, so slashing through The defense there, Elton Amalemba. Strong carry brings Strathmore into Daystar Falcons half. A missed tackle there allows Barnabas Owor to canter all the way to the center post.
That is a big boy's try. Barnabas Owor. I mean, the pace, it was running away from him, but the try line was coming closer. So he just said, let me just step. I mean, that is Barnabas. Has added some weight here. You can see there as he was
yeah, he has
really tried to run for his life. Duncan Olile attempted to chase him down. Very good chase, but not successful. That is a strong performance. As it comes to the end, it's full time as Leos proceed with the first win. That is Leos 26. Daystar Falcons 5. Next up are the Red Lions. Taking on
Kisumu RFC. The Nakuru Athletics Club.
Taking on Kisumu. Invited to this particular one as they prepare to host the very last leg of the circuit this year. That is on the 13th to the 14th of September. We'll have the Gala Sevens and Kisumu RFC will be hosting us for that one. But they just crossed counties to be here for this edition. The 16th edition of the Prinsloo Sevens. Prinsloo Sevens actually has been played from the year 2007. Had quite some fantastic tournaments over the years, and this being the 16th one, of course, reigning supreme in terms of the titles won. Mwamba have lifted 5 of the Prinsloo Sevens. Those are the good old days of the Collins and the Humphreys. 2007, 2008, 2010, 2011, 2019. KCB with 4 wins and Homeboys with 2 wins. So that basically is the roll of honors list for the clubs here at Prinsloo Sevens. Kisumu, of course, not really doing so much for themselves, appearing for the first time here in the Division 1, and will look to put a good statement for themselves. A good catch from the air there, and a strong carry by Nondies. Does 50 meters, but then just a loose pass. Hilary Baraza, guilty of doing good and then not retaining the ball to finish what would have been a superb start for them this tournament. Points in this, they're a good side, solid, well coached, go through the drills and their set pieces. They're a very structured side, even in their 7th game. Kisumu trying to ease pressure there, kick the ball just barely into Nondies half, and resetting, not watching the blind side. They are punished for that. Good carry, but scramble defense is on him. Nondies have to work hard to retain this one. They lose the ball, turn it over after some good work there by Fred Shisia. Just turns it over. Again, another turnover. Referee is doing well to let the game continue playing, but the incidences there were too close. No advantage. Nondies go have themselves a scrum down.
Yes, Nondies looking to take the lead. Picture there, Ryan Odwa. Kisumu there passing it forward. The referee.
The evergreen Ronnie Omondi. Ball in hand there for the scrum down. No scores on the board yet for both teams as they manipulate that defense and swing the ball out wide to the right. Stop here, testing the inside support, and the ball just goes to deck. Ronnie might just be held up here. Referee, of course, Duncan Kyoko, just dishing out the yellow card for infringement from Kisumu RFC. And he's going to cool his heels for 2 minutes. Marcelias Odori guilty there and puts his team at a disadvantage for the next 2 minutes as they will play 6 men against 7. These should be easy pickings for Nondies from this set piece. 7v6.
Well, on paper it should look like an easy sort of, but Nondies are experienced enough to execute this. Ronnie most definitely will be attacking first. He'll be looking for Tomaso. There you have it, Charlie, Okito. Easy, simple execution there by Nondies. Try time, Nondies. That is Daniel Okito going over for opening try. Former teammates, Daniel Okito there. Going over for the opening try and taking the lead in the process for Nondies. It's easier for you to just commit and pass, and that is exactly what they did. No hard work, nobody injured, no fingers touched. I mean, that is typical touch sevens rugby.
Yeah, you'll be surprised that some teams still will be able to butcher such an opportunity. The ball has to move quite fast. The ball has to be placed in front of the runner so that you keep the defense in check, and Nondies executing that quite well. And Kisumu just being punished right immediately after the yellow card was issued. They were rather slow. You should have chosen to slow the game down there just to give an opportunity for the clock to run down, but he trusted Banks on his pace, goes all the way. Brian Kipchirchir gets into the Nondies just into their half, but immediately was isolated and held on to the ball. He got penalized for that, and Nondies will pay for this one. After fumbling that pass, putting it to deck, it's picked up by Tao FIFA. Tao FIFA goes all the way. 6 men score against 7. Transition in defense.
Yes, transition in defense. That was Nondies RFC. I mean, they lost it, and an opportunity, an easy one, 6v7. You can see Nondies were looking for the outside man, Tomaso, just spilling the ball there. That's a counter from Kisumu RFC, quickly changing defense into attack. And that is a try for Kisumu, just prepping and getting ready for Dallas Sevens.
Yes, indeed, this tournament will do them good. They would get to, I don't think they will see themselves attending most Division 1 tournaments, but this one will help them to just sharpen their knives in preparation for hosting the Dallas Sevens.
Agre Kitoi kicking us off of great wristed. Ball is retrieved by Kisumu. Kisumu putting in a very strong performance here. Agre Kitoi dances, goes just back past Abil and company. Just looking to get Kisumu going. Abil Malika, Agre Kitoi, Kisumu taking it slow, most probably because the fitness levels most probably are determining the movement. That is a knock on offside. Ryan Odua throws back the ball and exits the crime scene. It's Kisumu here doing the heavy lifting. In the lead, a 2-point difference. However, they have an opportunity here and they'll be going for goal. This is an interesting one.
Oh my.
That is a narrow miss.
To the left, yeah.
A narrow miss there. That is halftime. They definitely knew the clock was on their side, looking for that extra 3 points before they go into the break. They don't get it. Kisumu RFC 7, Nondies 5.
Kisumu 7, Nondies 5. A big thank you to all the photographers, videographers. Thank you for making this tournament lively. Asante sana.
And a special thanks to our overall sponsor, SportPesa, our other sponsors too. We see you, we recognize you, care you. KCB, EABL, KRU, Amara, Steamer Circle, Nakuru County, Smart, Crime Shield Security, Space Next Door, 7D, Coca-Cola, NSE, Live Eye, Dixon Cleaners, tumesema asante sana. A great weekend we had at the Prinsloo 7, a day of fun and thrilling rugby. And remember, in the evening, some action-packed entertainment at the village. So make sure you stay here because everything is only happening at the Nakuru Athletics Club.
Just turning over position for a free kick in favor of Kisumu RFC. Kisumu RFC finishing the first half strongly despite being down the same with 6 men. The 6 men managed to score. Now they lead coming into the second half. Team that is now the 7th team now coached by Fabian Orlando. Guilty of holding the ball there. Not allowing for fair contest, and penalty awarded to Nondies. Immediately Ryan O'Dual gets arrested there from the inside pass. Nondies now have to make good of this possession. They have to hit the front of this match, but Kisumu RFC doing all that they can to hold on to it. Again, ball shifting quickly to the left. Ryan with a carry right through the heart of Kisumu's defense. And another show and go, but it takes a straight line right around the rack just to attract in more of the Kisumu defense. Numbers to the right, taking it one-on-one. Good strong carry, very fast. But the scramble defense gets there in time, shutting down that avenue. Nondies have to recycle the ball back for the umpteenth time. Just short and bundles himself over for Nondies. Score second of this game.
Yes, Nondies going over for that second try. That is Fred Shisia diving over, having labored so much to the try line. Nondies are really struggling. And that is Shisia diving over for that Nondies second try. The conversion being successful. Nondies 12, so 7. Well, it is the opening session of match day 1. The opening session of match day 1. The morning session proudly brought to you courtesy of SportPesa. Remember to gamble responsibly, courtesy of SportPesa. Malik Habel spilling that ball forward. That's an opportunity gone begging. We have played a total of 5 games. Coming up next, we have KCB taking on the Catholic Monks. Masinde Muliro will be taking on Mwamba. And to finish off the opening fixtures this morning, Kabras will be taking on Impala. Remember, this is also a tournament with women's rugby. So we'll be having Impala RFC take on Racket Rugby, and the Northern Suburb ladies will be taking on Nakuru Rugby. So sit back, relax, and enjoy Saturday morning for you, sitting back at home, enjoying the National 7th Circuit, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, second leg. This is Live Eye coming to you live from the Nakuru Athletics Club. Ryan Odwa passing it to Hilary Kizito. Hilary bumping one. Hilary just using his body the right way. And that is try time. Nondies. Ryan Odwa playing his first sevens this year. Tall figure of Ryan Odwa going over the whitewash. You can see the chance created outside by Hilary. Hilary offloading that ball off the floor. Good seven skills from the big man. And that is a third try for Nondies, who extend their lead, bringing the scores to Nondescripts 17.
Conversion goes wide.
Kisumu RFC
Coming up after this game, ladies and gentlemen.
Nondies just
according to me,
playing possession rugby there. That's how 7 should be played. Swing it to the 15 channel, quick rug, swing it all the way back to the other 15 channel. Keep the defense splintered, well trained, well coached, and after a long spell of possession, they recover to score. And Kisumu now really have a mountain to climb here.
Yes, they do. And I'm pretty sure former Nondies flyer, that is Peter Lugano, who's joining us, most definitely enjoying this live stream, would definitely be enjoying his Saturday morning, the Red Lion doing the thing. He has, in the past, of course, graced these grounds, played here for the Nondies. Now an armchair analyst.
Kisumu is doing so well with their defense, have a proper defense structure. Kisumu not making any impressions, their attack and just turning over the ball, but Nondies not being able to use it well. Knocked it on. And the referee penalizes same player again. It seems to be a red card, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's
same
a red
player,
card.
same player with a second yellow card.
Repeated infringement. In your picture there, as the referee sends the young.
Should be Marcellus Odori.
Yes.
Just confirm.
That is Odori. He's the one who got the first yellow card. And 2 yellow cards amounting to a red card. That is 6v7 for the rest, or the remainder of this game. Nondies now looking to add more misery on Kisumu. Kisumu passing it out toward Nyanya Moseti. Nyanya has one man on the outside, but opts not to use Nyanya. That is a tackle after the try has been scored. And sort of collateral damage at the far end.
Yeah, if you look at the replay there, the ref was a bit lenient. They issued a red card there.
Oh, they've gone into the photographer. And that is
the shove in the back. Out of frustration. Yes.
That is Fanaka's photographer, Amandla Wasike. Hopefully he is okay to continue with his duties.
The way he would have wished to join this game.
He's received some water there, a bit of physio and medical attention.
Yeah, that was a huge collision with the fast moving object against the stationary one.
Kisumu. Agri Kitori offloading, covering that track. Kisumu on the attack. And there the referee calls that game to the end. It has been a resounding victory in favor of the Nondescript side, who convincingly finished this at 22-7. Kisumu 7.
And coming onto the pitch, the champions, 327 KCB, taking on the Catholic Monks.
One that, I mean, it's sort of a David versus Goliath match, but David will not sit down and just take it.
No, indeed he will not, because as we know, sevens is a very slippery game. It's a game of momentum, and if you allow your opponent to gain momentum, the time is too short to recover. So KCB will want to ensure that they start strongly here, because Catholics have in it the ability to actually upset them. KCB, of course, with a much changed lineup from what they had in Prinsloo when they lifted the trophy. A few injuries leading to some players not being there, but the assignment is still the same. Having collected 22 points, they will want to improve on that. On the other hand, Catholic Monks managed to collect 8 points, finishing 9th in Mombasa. So, clean slate for both teams here. We'll wait and see. They elect to go for a grabber kick, a very torrid one to handle, and in that case, Kipruto was not good with it. Ball bouncing all over. The bounce of the oval ball results in an early possession for Catholic Monks, an attacking scrum. That scrum is not stable. The referee just gives it enough time. Should be shifting before the ball comes in, and the ref penalizes Monks for just an aggressive feed into the scrum. It's a free kick. Kipruto just taps and goes, gives it to Bob Muhati, who crashes through the defense, but turns over the ball in contact. Catholic Monks going in, looking isolated. The rack has been contested. The ball is out. Ref says play on. There was a knock on there from Catholic Monks as they tried to retrieve the ball that was loose from the rack. And Monks ensuring that they get the first look in terms of the points on offer here. Seems like the scrums will be heavily contested in this particular fixture. Going right to the left here, trying to cut through.
It's good.
It's mowed down.
It's good. Good.
It's Sunday.
Dominic Sunday coming into the squad here. Guilty of just holding on too much. The supporting players did not arrive in time to secure that rack. KCB once again turnover possession. That touch finder not getting there. Kipruto, beneficiary of that, looks to the out. Players are too far off, so he elects to come in and bring in the defense. Wahenya coming into the squad for the first time, wasn't there in the driftwood. Ushers the ball out to the right, recycling it well. Still trying to feel each other here. Game has been played pretty much in the center pitch here. Sunday with another carry at the wing. Good retention of the ball, giving them possession, and Muhati just cuts back off his right and is off to score KCB's first try, the center of the post.
That is try time. KCB, Bob Muhati.
Bob Muhati goes over for the first try of this game to give the KCB a lead with the conversion to come.
45 seconds.
Bob Muhati there breaking through the line. Ranyamboki hoped to get a touch on Bob, but couldn't get a finger on him, and Bob takes the lead in favor of KCB. Brian Mahinya coming back from the Kenya Simba's camp, looking to add the extra 2 points. He is successful. That is KCB 7, Catholic 0. Now, KCB coach who has no problems with numbers would have stuck with the winning team from still quality spread all over.
Yeah, they have invested heavily in this particular circuit, and testament of that is in this particular lineup. Only one player started in the finals last weekend, and that is the scrum half.
Jenkins.
Yes. Now with a kick there, a little bit of nothing rugby played there, ball all over, and referee calls it back for advantage, no advantage for KCB for the knock-on.
KCB playing with a very strong starting seven. Nonetheless, their bench is still one of.
You have Asati, you have Emmanuel Opondo, you have Shiasi, you have Onyala, and you have Olukusi himself. Very, very strong bench. But they are being tested here.
It's quite unfair to have such weapons in your arsenal, and you're going up against Quer. But remember, Quer beat KCB in last year's National 7 circuit. So
Quer last year really started strongly. I think what helped them was what you had spoken about in the Mombasa, the teams that did the pre-tournaments, pre-season sevens, and Quer were big beneficiary of that last season. They started strongly. 2 semis last year, first 2 legs, and so there is a place for early preparations. At KCB just trying to secure their place with an early win. Still too close though, 7-0. They still have much to do. The game is a bit tepid. It's just ebbing and flowing. You can see that the chemistry is being worked on, still being worked on from the KCB side, and Quer not yet putting to good use the ball that they have. They will need to retain possession. They will need a couple of faces if they are to test KCB's defense. The game of sevens possession is key. Multiple faces that you have will definitely lead to the defending team opening up gaps. Isolating himself there and leading with an elbow, that is always a dangerous play. I mean, that was a dangerous carry there from Victor Umupere, and he's penalized immediately for that. He's lucky that he didn't connect with the opponent's head and have found himself with more serious sanctions than just a penalty.
Yeah, yellow card would have meant that the task becomes bigger.
Hold it, hold it.
Jenkins Kipruto filling the scrum.
He will go to the right.
Ryan Wahinya coming down the open. The blind once again. Jenkins apprehended too slow in the execution. Agility Lionel passing it to Brian Wahinya. Wahinya will shape to go towards the wing and he'll offload it backwards. The ruck is formed there. Player not releasing. Or is it coming through the side? Brian quickly taps and goes.
From side.
Yeah, but he does that ahead of Mark, and the referee calls it back. A little bit of indecision there by Kipruto. I think miscommunication with Brian Wahinya from that attacking scrum, and just managed to get Quer Monks back into play as he was apprehended at the base of that rack. Again, chemistry lacking in this starting lineup for KCB. Coming in on a switch, the advantage being played here. Bob Muhati with another strong carry. They will look to use the full pitch, but the defense was up in a blitz defense, and they go to Wahinya with the ball. Kipruto now should not be touched for the next 10 meters or so. Steps back in and gets pickpocketed. Ball is turned over.
He's robbed.
To pay for this if he just composes himself and is all isolated.
No, he's not isolated. The cavalry has arrived. We are now with possession, looking to quickly respond, having gone down. KCB on the defense, coming down the blind. Mulinge, KCB. Nyamboko will be looking for his gasman on the outside. 1v1, Jenkins, what are you made of? Jenkins, who are you? Jenkins, can you defend this? Jenkins can't defend this. Try time. Catholic Monks. Felix Okumu, ladies and gentlemen, beating Jenkins 1v1. Asking Jenkins Kipruto to make that defensive effort. And they go closer to the H, however not close enough for a simple conversion. Brian Nyamboko will be looking to add the extra 2 from out wide. Misses the conversion. That is halftime. The halftime score, KCB 7, Catholic Monks 5.
Unpredictable and thrilling, and that's what is the 7th game. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, karibu sana to the Nakuru Athletics Club. I hope you're enjoying yourselves wherever you are. And if you're here, kindly take your photos, your selfies, upload them on social media to tell those who are out there to join us. Special thanks to SportPesa for making this overall as our main sponsor, and to our other sponsors, Asanteni Sana. This is happening only at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Hashtag Prinsloo 7. Hashtag Heart Win the Home.
Coming back for the second half of this quite tense affair between KCB and Catholic. Scores were not predicted as they are right now. KCB with just a bare slim lead of 2.75. They had a very tentative first half. They never clicked. The chemistry was off. And I'm sure the coach, Dennis Mwanja, just had a word on his team there. Probably as he identified the particular game, but as a game of sevens rugby will show you, it's a game of momentum. And KCB do not have the momentum. Catholic Monks very much in the mix as they get an attacking scrum down here. Changes have been made. Asati has come in for Kipruto on the KCB side. Catholic Monks pretty much still unchanged. Gets apprehended there at the base of that rack, and these will be contested, held up, and that KCB, of course, not giving themselves any helping, turning over the ball from their own scrum down. However, we have to give it to the Catholic Monks. They have been all over the face of KCB. They have squeezed the space out wide. They have pretty much kept the game very tight. And they have used their possession quite well. Nakari just steps back in and opens the midfield of KCB. Slips and falls. The referee was playing advantage. Catholic Monks. Victor Mupere looking to go, and he taps and goes. KCB were 10, so it's good to go. Off quick start by KCB. Catholic Monks were caught napping there, and KCB will use this opportunity. Just spread out the ball wide. And that is definitely going to lead to a yellow card. Referee plays advantage though, but he will find himself, Felix Omondi, on the receiving end once the play comes to a stop. There it goes, double blast whistle from the referee. Felix Omondi. There is zero tolerance for interceptions, especially leading with one hand. And in sevens rugby, that usually leads to a yellow card. And this could be the opportunity that KCB were looking for. 7v6 as they ring in changes. Bob Muhati goes after doing his time, and also Agility leaves the pitch. In comes Olukusi, Elvis Olukusi. Step of scrum this time round. Asati still apprehended. Referee plays advantage though because Brian Nyamboki caught it before the ball was out. Judged offside. Asati will do well to play this ball out wide. Onyala with good hands there. The ball being passed to his knee level. Step back in and he goes, gets caught. It was a bit of a seatbelt tackle, but beneficiary Brian Ahenya goes down for the try. But a try nonetheless for KCB. Second try of the game, stretching their lead to 12-5. Catholic monks, of course, still have it in them as you watch the replay there. Wahinya strong in the contact area, strong in the tackle, just swivels off and gets himself into the try box. Goes for the conversion, attempts to convert his own try. Timed out, took too long, doesn't matter the outcome of that kick. The referee blows it full. And he tells him, I told you that you're running short of time. That was the last action from Brian Wahinya as he gets to go and rest on the bench. In comes Emmanuel Opondo and immediately takes over the kicking duties and offloads it to his man out to the right. Step in and KCB defense stands strong. They go and reset, but that ball was contested. They survive the first man, Jackal, and after trying without success to get past KCB defense, they look for the space behind, and a good recovery there by Mulinge, and he goes all the way. Dennis Mulinge, the bounce of the rugby ball being unkind there to Emmanuel Opondo, favored was Dennis Mulinge, and Catholic monks hit straight back. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. If this conversion goes through, then we'll have a tie in this match. Brian Nyamboki, with all to do, he will do well to concentrate. But Dennis Mulinga just off your screens there with a good chase of the ball. Just goes all the way. He's a loyal servant of Catholic monks. Plays at the center position. He has his fundamentals right about rugby as a thinking brain, and just created a pressure situation for Opondo, who was not able to judge the bounce well. Conversion missed, so back to a 2-point lead from KCB. They go deep to pin down KCB in their half. A good kick there to restart the game by Kwea Monks. Should apply pressure on this line out. Should apply pressure on this one. Cause an overthrow or a missed jump. But Onyala was at the end of it. Nice work, the top of that line out. Been quiet in this game. Good look. Shiasi comes in, holds off his defender and offloads to Asati, who goes all the way. And you can see now KCB now coming in strong, closing in strongly in the second half. That was a good play by Sikutwa. He knew he wouldn't get through, but all he had to do was get a line break, as you can see there, offloads to his inside supporter, Felix Shiasi. That is experience right there. And the running lines from Asati enables him to be a beneficiary of that final pass. Noting it down for their third try. Attempted conversion, not successful from Shiasi. So the scores remain 17-10. Still a 7-pointer, one-score game from Monks. Very much in it. We're at the very end of this game. Very end, and KCB elect to play even as the hooter goes, just trying to save themselves some blushes. Olukusi coming in on a hard run. And offloads to Tyson Maina, who knocks it on. that should be the end of this particular match.
Ladies and gentlemen,
KCB with an
full-time scores.
egg in their eye there, their faces there. Catholic monks dishing it out to them. 17-10, a very close one. And that will give KCB some work to do even as they proceed to the next round of games.
Coming up right now, Masinde Muliro University.
Coming in next,
Taking
we
on
have Masinde Muliro University
RFC.
taking on Mwamba RFC. Both teams really not fantastic outing. Actually, Must had a better outing, finished 8th the Driftwood leg. Mwamba lost all their matches to finish at the bottom of the log there with only 1 point. Mwamba, of course, also benefiting from invitation to this particular tournament from the hosts and in preparation for their leg, the George Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, which will be played in Nairobi from the 6th to 7th of September. So second take on the Division 1 will help them in this as they kick off. Pinning Must in their own 22. Must looking to exit here. On form, you'd expect Must to have it their way, but Mwamba have done a bit of homework and they have worked hard, made some couple of changes, Loving Asego, and they should be able to show what they are made of, what changes they have put in place to better their performance in this tournament. Play holds to a stop right before the halfway line for the Masinde Muliro, the university students who are able to dish 1 or 2 upsets in their good days. Swinging it out to their right and knocked on, a big knock on there by Kevin Bukhala. Referee stops, no advantage to Mwamba, and he brings them back for the knock on. Mwamba, of course, going through hard times, having been relegated in the 15th Kenya Cup, and starting to really rebuild, giving themselves an opportunity in this 7th circuit to work on those areas as they prepare to make an attack of the championship next season. Picks from the base there, Eugene Ojiambo. The attack to the right. Again, electing to go for a blitz defense there, shooting up in defense, and Collins just made Mwamba think twice about spinning the ball out to the wide end, resulting in that contest. That is a suspect forward pass, indeed it is. Referee calls it to a hold. The man in between the ball and the supporting player, that loop ball, that missed pass went forward. A bit of start-stop rugby here. Scoreboard still 0. No team scored yet. But most have eked their way slowly out of their 22 and now camped in Mwamba's half.
Stay.
As the center steps back in, carries it well, puts up a good platform. Went to the wrong side. There were numbers to his left, but playing without checking out his options. And just lost an opportunity there to attack quickly where they had numbers. This will be held up. This will be held up by Masinde Muliro, and Mwamba will lose that ball.
Attacking team. Scrum.
Mwamba lose, Masinde Muliro lose that ball. Both teams really working hard, very labored in the approach, cancelling each other out.
Crouch.
Mwamba far much better than what we saw last weekend. They had close games though. They just need to close out the opportunities as they arise. Finally, Dennis Diala decides to put it to boot, if just to ease the territorial pressure and make Masinde Muliro work from their end. But of course, the kick is as good as the chase, and in this time round it worked well for them. But a missed tackle there, and off he goes. Will he back his pace? Yes, indeed, Bevon Okoth. But just acting as an extra defender in this case. Bevon Okoth getting caught out with the touchline there. This seems to be a half that will just temper out to a 0-0 draw. No team really utilizing their opportunities well, as you see that overthrow of the line out. A lot of errors from both ends, from both sides. And the assistant referee penalizes Mwamba. Gives a call to the center referee.
Offside.
Offside from Mwamba. No, offside ruled against Masinde Muliro from the line out, and Mwamba just quickly now taking the ball through the hands there, and they have an opportunity, steps back in, good offload in contact, keep the ball alive. Another offside there, at least by my eyes. Collins Ngeko just Goko just going offside there, and Mwamba under all sorts of pressure here.
Tackler, controlling.
It's a match that is really error-strewn.
Number 10. It's now.
Mwamba just going through the paces here, slowly gaining territory here. 2-on-1 here. If he can just keep his man in check, and off goes Paul Tati, but he gets nailed by the cross-cover defense. But offloads from deck, these warning signs for Masinde Muliro. Mwamba really slow with that rack, but they have numbers out to the right. They just need to play proper rugby there, and good hands. The cross-cover defense is on spot. Referee playing advantage for the high tackle. Mwamba applying pressure, and after a good spell of possession, end-to-end rugby, retaining possession in contact, finally Mwamba scored the first points of this game. And the first points for Mwamba. That was a long spell. That was a long spell. At the end of it all, try scored there by Mwamba. Norman Nandabi just at the hooter, as the hooter sounds for the halftime score. After a very tight error-strewn first half, Mwamba get into the break with a 7-0 lead.
Slowly jangan dikuangkan. Ya. Sawa.
If you're just joining us, karibu sana, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 7. Masinde Muliro in blue taking on Mwamba RFC.
We get into the second half. This particular match still in the first round of the Prinsloo Sevens 16th edition.
Impala RFC.
This is match number 7 between Masinde Muliro and Mwamba. Masinde Muliro just scoring at the end of that first half. I mean, Mwamba scoring at the end of that first half to give themselves a 7-0 lead. Restart that is well retained, numbers to his left there, but he was screened there properly by Collins Ngoko from Masinde Muliro. Turns over the ball in that tackle. Masinde Muliro showing increased intensity.
Hands on the floor fast. Time's off.
Started kicking it off with increased intensity as they try to bridge that gap. But the assistant referee calls time off. The center referee calls time off to consult on an infringement. Brian Kyoko
So let's tackle. So
So
options here, or rather kick landed. Okay, captain. So captain, we have a late tackle on black. So we start with the penalty here.
So yes, referee there very clear. There was a late tackle on a Mwamba player, and that was that particular tackle from Collins Ngoko. And that enabled Mwamba to regain the possession. Trying to load on the right, but just a dummy. And they switch to the left. Good carry there from Dennis Ndayala. Mwamba looking to put their second points on the board here, and they go all the way. Strong carry from Brian Mutugi all the way to the center post. Mwamba stretching their lead here. Very nice play there. It was a dummy move, back to the right of that scrum down. Took off to the left. Just caught the defense flat-footed. Successful conversion there. As you see there, Brian Mutugi has been on the circuit for a few seasons, proving himself to be a very tricky customer. But that move enabled them to just put the defense on a flat foot and enabled Brian Mutugi to continue with his run. Good restart there from Mwamba. Ball is high, just short of Masinde Muliro's 22. Referee calls it as a fair contest. No penalty there. Both players had their eyes on the ball, were in the air, landed safely. 3v1 here. Masinde Muliro use it, cuts back in, the cross-cover defense has it, and having isolated himself, a good jackal there from Brian Webber. First man onto the rack, had all the rights to contest for that ball, gets rewarded.
100 years of existence. Thank you so much for
finally Mwamba playing the rewarding rugby, and you can see it from here, leading 14-0 with just a couple of minutes remaining. Holding defense quite strong there. The referee plays advantage, which should be over with that final pass. Masinde Muliro just working out the numbers here. Good offload from the deck. Goes to the switch play. Good strong carry there. Fence off his man Collins Ngoko and offloads, and will they get rewarded here? Off to the races, but gets nabbed just short. Masinde Muliro perfecting the art of offloading, just keeping the ball alive and just ensuring that Mwamba defense has no time to reset. This should be an easy try for Masinde Muliro as he goes cantering all the way for their first points of this match. Churchill Oyugi Chachilo Yugi with the score.
Masinde
Muliro will have to work this kick very clear, as you see there from the replay. It was a case of 2v1. Keep your man planted and offload to your free man on the outside. And conversion missed. That conversion just sails wide. Oh, it goes right through. It goes right through. And it's a 7-point game. 7-point game. This is where Mwamba will be tested. They have the mental strength. They have the mettle to get their first win in this circuit. Good contest there, knocked on by the try scorer Chachilo Yugi. And Mwamba now have to manage this game. They have to manage it and see if they can register their first win. Good offload. There's a player who is injured. Dennis Dayala from Masinde Muliro, breathing in pain on the ground there, but play goes on. Play goes on. There's a knock-on in the tackle there from Masinde Muliro. Ref stops it for a scrum down and also stops it for a medical break so that Dennis Dayala can receive attention. First real injury, a medical break we've had in the tournament, this being game number 7. Hope that he is well and he's okay. But yeah, Masinde Muliro just waking up a little bit late, you would think, but they still have a few faces to play and get themselves back into this game. The very least tied with a score of 14-7. Mwamba just really working so hard, yearning and eager to get and register their first win of the 7th circuit as they rebuild their squad. Extended break here. You're joining us for the Prinsloo Sevens. This is the 16th edition, of course, starting way back in 2007. Mwamba, the team that you're seeing here, has the most wins of the Prinsloo Sevens, 5 of them. Those are the good days where they ruled the Suguta Plains.
Yes, Mwamba have actually been known for their 7th exploits for quite some time now. And it's this is sort of unfamiliar territory for Mwamba. They hosted and controlled literally the 7th terrain for quite a while. They had quartets. It's actually more than 4, because if you count the guys, they had Lavin, Tol,
great music, great merchandise. So be sure to stop by the vendor spaces and get yourself satisfied. Again, we celebrate 100 years of excellence and greatness. That is Nakuru Athletics Club, dating back from 1926 and providing excellent service to each and every one of you. If you're joining us,
quite a good team.
Athletics Club.
Most importantly, it's unfamiliar territory for Mwamba, and they're busy, I'm pretty sure. It's rebuild, and you know, the harsh reality of modern sports, it will take you time for you to rebuild to get to the top. But that is where money comes in.
Indeed.
And investment.
Indeed.
In sport. Yeah. And you know, with some little money, you can be able to offer maybe allowances for travel allowances. You can offer maybe insurance cover. You can maybe offer some monthly stipend. Or maybe offer education opportunities for young boys coming through. So it's a catch-22. So you need the money. That's why you have teams like KCB, Kabras, performing to the heights that they do, especially in the 15-a-side game. So Sevens then offers a shorter way to success. But still, the big boys will still come down here, and still the experience will show, the quality, depth will show. So
very true, Walter. And Sevens is a little bit of a fair ground. You know, it gives every team the opportunity to actually match up and be competitive with the boys with the bigger budget, if you would say so. And this opportunity just slipping away here for Masinde Muliro. The hooter has gone. There's no more time. They have to keep this ball alive. And if they manage to score, it has to be closer to the center post to cover that 7-pointer difference. Keeping ball alive, just offloading in the tackle and ensuring that the defense is kept honest here. Slashes through. That kick is so crucial. It should stay in pitch. And Masinde Muliro are gonna score here. And they do score right at the end of this game. Bevo Nokoth chases down the kick and scores. Now, these are those painful moments, the 2-pointer.
yes, the kick and chase there. Last weekend we had a very honest conversation with Oscar Osir, who was here on commentary, and we were talking about the kick and chase and when it's good, when it's effective, and here clearly you can see it was a grabber kick there. There was nobody sweeping for Mwamba, and that means a clear run to the line. Now, would that have been easier before the conversion went wide for them to maybe bring it closer to the H? And
I think Bevo just didn't know, and the supporting player should have told him, we are alone, you can manage to pick it and take it to the center post. Nonetheless, they lose the conversion. And Mwamba hold on for their first win. Delightful times for them, even as they walk to the next step.
Now, Toeli, it's not that the try didn't mean anything to Masinde Muliro. It's just that the conversion didn't sail through. And you see, that is where the skill set of now the kickers has to be developed, because we compete. I mean, that angle was not the worst you would ask for. I mean, as compared to scoring it at the far end of the pitch where it narrows, it actually makes the conversion wider and the distance longer. I thought that was not far off. That is somewhere, and that is the skill set next level. Because when we go to the HSBC, because we players are selected from here, they head to the World Rugby Series. Many a times you're needed to score and convert, because that extra 2 points are very crucial. And Kenya has fallen short before. So, and also I'm pretty sure with the selection and how the process is, they would be looking for someone who also has the ability to nail these kicks.
Yeah, our kicking game, basically, we need to improve on that across the board. It's an area that we have to work on just to ensure that we utilize it well going forward. We start off this particular race with the last match for the first round of games, Kabras Sugar versus Impala. Kabras, of course, finished third in the Driftwood Sevens, collecting 17 points there. Impala finished 11th and had 5 points in the bag for them. Kabras, of course, had a very tight semi-finals where they met their nemesis in KCB, that match ending 10-5. But here they'll want to make their statements early enough, even as Brian Mutua, one of those in the Dream Sevens team from Driftwood, really had a lot of nice offloads, a lot of line breaks, and just looking to go through.
That's a very good pass by Roy Maruti. If you notice, the guy with the ball in hand now, I'd like for you to watch him and watch how he moves. Try time, Kabras, Lamek Ambetsa going over for the opening try. Just a simple interchange of passes doing the trick for Kabras Sugar. Over for the opening try. Lamek in your picture there. Plays for the Kenya Shujaa, bringing his experience to the local 7th series, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. The offload there from Jackson Siketa and the dive. It's, of course, August, early days, but the try, the dive there should help us leap into the new month.
No, you know, Lamek Ambetsa is a very exuberant player. He enjoys the game, and I think he enjoyed that one. Kabras just starting off with high intensity, just making the ball do all the talk, moving the ball at speed and ensuring that the recycles are faster. Just putting Impala, giving Impala the early feedback here of how the game will be like. They have set the tempo, and Impala now have the ball, trying to set up a move which they have taken off the training ground. We'll see whether it will yield results. Just taking out to the left here, another carry there by Impala. Bringing it and swinging it in, recycling it well enough, taking it to the left, using the full complement of the pitch. Steps back in and straightens. Kabras putting in the shoulders. Good ball retention, good passes from Impala. Working hard, gaining ground in the process. They step backing, looking for space. Have to release the player there. Good ball movement by Impala. Really nice play. And they have retained their rats, but this one is contested heavily. That ball is open. They might lose it, and they lose it. Ball is kicked out. Referee under pressure to call that one, but in my opinion, that ball was out. It wasn't secured.
The referee was also not sure, so she's going to talk to the TJ.
Yeah, so it's a penalty. Yeah.
The tackler not rolling away.
I need green quick rollaways from those tackles in the rack. So,
good call from the referee there. Kabras guilty of the first infringement. Mwanji, after the tackle, didn't roll away fast. Therefore, Impala are not able to secure that rack, which reverses the penalty that was going to go against Impala. First offense was by Kabras. Good play so far by Impala, putting their hands up, holding their own against Kabras, not being bullied in the physical contests. Good put in there. And they chip to chase in the open spaces there. That should be a try. Good recovery.
Andrew Matoka diving over for try time. Impala. Former Strathmore celebrates with the Strathmore team on the outside of the pitch. Dude has to actually now either think about a celebration in Impala or...
Yeah, after 4 years of thumping your chest, you know, it stays in your system.
It is, and it's instinctive. So he did it, and Strathmore on the outside were there to help him celebrate. That's a beautiful try there by Impala, who missed the conversion. Kabras Sugar 7, Impala 5.
Yeah, Impala, I mean, they already showed by the way they retain the ball, by the way they're carrying themselves in the attack phases, that they were gonna cause Kabras some problems, and indeed they did. Kabras now knowing that they are in need for a fight. Impala not here to make numbers, here to make memories. And under pressure there, knocked it on. Impala recover it, playing advantage here. They will look to swing the ball out wide, but he elects to step back in. Gideon Makumi utilizing the full pitch. That was a good pass, fantastic pass, and Matoka once again coming in. Kabras being stressed here in defense. Advantage being played by the referee. Kabras being penalized for side entry, feeling the pressure here. and just guilty of infringements. My oh my, this is a different Impala that we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's from here.
You wouldn't say it's a different Impala. It's what do Impala lack? Impala have the infrastructure. Impala have they are the heart of the city. Impala has a history. Impala has good coaches, you know. So I expect Impala to put up a fight against Kabras, and this is expected. I mean, they play in the same league, Kenya Cup League. Impala have a few players who are on debut. I mean, they have something to show the coach. Kabras, on the other hand, have a bit of youth in them and seem also not to be able to have sort of a control of this game. They've not taken a stronghold. They've not really taken the chokehold on this game. So it's still open, and Impala are sensing that Kabras are there for the taking.
Yeah, Impala with all the momentum right now in the right territory. The 22-meter mark for Kabras. Kabras just have to wake up to the reality that Impala are gonna push them all the way. Just trying to exit, spread the ball out to Ambetsa. Ambetsa looks at his man, shows and goes. There was a tag on his head there as he cut back in. The advantage being played. Manji with a strong fend there, but equal to task is Kalisto Simi, who pulls him out into touch, and with that get into the halftime, a very closely contested match. Punches thrown and counter punching by both teams. Impala 5, Kabras 7.
It's the second circuit of the National SportPesa Sevens right here at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Today being day 1, and this is the final game of the first action. After this, we'll have the ladies. And for those who are here at the ground,
back for the second half of this match fixture, the last one for the first session between Kabras Sugar and Impala RFC. A very tight affair in the first half, and Impala just trailing Kabras 5-7. Brian Mutua with a good solid take, airborne, and Siketi just choosing to come back to the shorter side. Good retention of ball there. Betsa just gives it out to his supporting player Humphrey Asiligwa, and intensity up by Kabras, just going all the way to the other side of the pitch. Okay, that ball will be contested. The referee just penalizes Impala.
Initial scrum.
And Kabras, of course, choosing to go for the scrum down.
Yes, Kabras going for the scrum down. Kabras need to score fast in the second half. And Impala also need to score fast in the second half. So and the battle is balanced, really. I'm really enjoying the battle between these two because it's people are taking their tackles. Impala are tackling, you know. Last play there, Mwanji was on the outside and 1v1, an opportunity there, and they took him. There was a penalty awarded. They've now taken the scrum. So Impala are holding on and they're playing to their strengths. I believe they would have loved to have more of the ball. In sevens, having the ball is better because you don't have to defend.
Yeah.
You know, so you can cause so much damage with some little ball, but more ball means you can cause a lot more damage.
And Impala have held their own, as you said. Looking at the number of faces they've been able to sew up together, they have done quite a bit in retaining possessions. Their racks are well protected, and you can see that they know where the spaces are. They're not afraid to carry it right at the center of the defense, at the heart of the defense, and they are quick to also ensure that they are able to recycle the ball. So that has kept Kabras at the back foot, and Kabras have not been able to impose themselves on Impala. One-on-one tackles, Impala have matched them. So the physicality aspect that Kabras pride themselves in has not come to the fore really in this particular match. And this one is a good one. This will come down to fitness. It will come down to discipline. And it's a good match to watch. It's really a good one. One of the highlights for this first round of the games that we've watched so far.
Yes, it is a very good highlight. When now teams are getting into their own Skater, Jackson, pins down the ears, and he goes over skating. Now, that is a try made out of a set piece. It's lethal. They had a penalty. They didn't for the scrum down. But all he did was fashion that he was passing out to his winger, committed the defender, the space, 1v1 challenges. Now here, Mbetsa comes out, passes it to Skater fashions ball on two hands. That means he can do anything. He splits the defense. Impala would have done better.
Yeah, they were caught out there, even as we see the conversion. The conversion was successful. So Kabras really getting the full complement of points there, bringing it to 14. Sketi just decided to take matters into his own hands and made the decision and took responsibility for that. And Kabras now hitting the front properly in this game. And Impala now have to score twice if they are to win this game, trailing by more than 7 points. That is a wayward pass under pressure, and the hinges just coming off for Impala here. Under pressure, just gifting possession and far much more push on the territory. The 5-meter scrum to Kabras. Changes being made here by Impala. On comes Victor Imela. And off goes the player guilty of just throwing that ball into touch, costing Impala much needed territory. It's normally bad timing for such a player. As we see Kabras punishing Impala, Ambetsa going over, simple try for him, backing his pace 5 meters out, and stretches Kabras' lead in this game. Just seeing there how he picked it and just went all the way. There was no catching him that close to the try line.
Yeah. Lamek Ambetsa plays on the wing, so he's dropped back to the center just to use that extra space that he has. So it's a good tactic. I've seen them use it a lot. I saw Colin Zidera play actually at 9. They did have Daniel Tabu play at 9 too at Shuja. And that's a big restart. Osore to Skater to none other than big marauding figure of Patrick Clivert. Sorry back to Brian Mutua to none other than Biden Hayo getting into a Siligwa shakes Racket set Mutua. Awesome. Cantona. Sorry. Diminutive figure of Sorry.
There's an offside here.
It's an offside. Color caught offside. Tackle there.
Ukosa.
Siketi, his attention, he seems to be in pain. Well, he stepped back in. Maybe we'll get to the replays. I think he got really a hard hit, and his thigh will be a bit sore from that. But Kabras here, with the changes coming in, trying to up the ante, trying to increase the tempo here.
Because play is going deep. So let's continue. Atangilio, it's your ball. Penalty for offside.
So referee just trying to give the Bahari on and play the game as Siketi gets attention. It's something that the referees have picked and try to ensure that the game being played, the time of actual rugby is much more than what is in the stoppages.
Yeah, already the time is 7 minutes each half. What more stoppages do you need? Why do you need to stop the game? It's a try shot, try time. Kabras, Patrick Clivert, try time. Kabras Sugar extend their lead. That is Clivert going over for what seemed to be an easy try, going round. No player there to make the tackle. Actually, the player trying to make the tackle is off his feet, so that is an infringement on its own. However, just because they've grounded the ball, that's successful. So it's a conversion attempt from a few yards out, but it sails wide. Kabras 24, Impala 5. Well, the cream has come to the top, having fought gallantly for the last couple of minutes. Eventually, Impala have willed it.
Yeah, a lot of experience coming in from Kabras here, and a lot of play making from Siketi. I mean, he's kept the defenders honest. He's always chosen the right side to attack, and he's very deft with his feet. And from even that, you will see Osore just went short, and the pressure, the territorial pressure, just put to bed all efforts in defense from Impala. And Impala, having held their own in the first half, have let loose in terms of holding on to this game in the second half. Just Kabras easing off and managing this game well in the second half, and already setting their eyes the next round of matches. Impala, of course, still have more to do. This pool has the other team, Masinde Muliro and Mwamba RFC, so there'll be a lot of push and shove for the second slot in this one if Kabras, who are favorites to take lead of this pool. Looking at the space behind the Kabras defense, they go for the kick and chase. Osore is good to it and sets off on a counter. He has men outside the chicken wing pass, just manages to put it into play, and Kabras is looking at how to bring it to a close here. Humphrey Asiligwa just nabbed there by the cross-cover defense, but Kabras have the territory. Siketi coming back to the short side. Nice work, nice hands from Osore. Cantona with the footwork to show there. That ball seems to have been knocked on.
We appreciate you. We see you. Shout out to all our sponsors.
Just a minute, I'm talking to him. Something
so assistant referee Toto just calls the center referee for
Silent by green. Okay. So
relax. Remember this
side entry by green. Yeah, thank you.
So side entry there called by center referee, penalizing Kabras for that infringement. Of course, Impala choosing to go for the scrum down as the game just into the red now, into the referee's time here. Impala will want to finish on a strong note here. If they can get another try, it will have sharpened their attacking play as they look onto other matches in this pool. That scrum needs to be more stable than that, and it is. Good pick from the base there, but ball just spilled backwards and there's a turnover.
We have moved the Impala RFC game and Racket rugby to pitch B. So, Kenya Harlequins versus Stallions, Nakuru versus Mombasa.
Stop there and identify the space in the middle. Runs out of areas to run to. Sketty quick to his defensive duties there. And Impala, if are not careful, will have his. They retain the ball. They retain the ball. Kabras try to shove over, but you will think the game has stopped, but game is very much on Cantona with a high tackle there. Will be penalized for sure. Referee withholds the card for the time being as quick type and go by Impala, which has been butchered, and Mutua now.
Do these guys know that the time is up, or they just wanted to continue?
Very
play
interesting.
3 minutes. 3 minutes,
Into
30 seconds.
extra time, yeah.
Into extra time where a game has 24-5. It's not like it's a sudden death, or maybe they needed points, but it's been a good battle between Impala and Kabras Sugar, which ends in favor of the Sugarman. Kabras Sugar 24. Impala 5. Coming up next, we have a ladies match. That is Nakuru ladies coming up against the northern suburbs. But we have the ladies category coming to your screens once again.
The game between Impala and Racket rugby will be played on each day. So remember. In charge of the after party. So ladies and gentlemen, you need a drink, make your way to the village. You need something to eat, make your way to the village. Grab something to eat, enjoy, stay hydrated, and take your moments as you enjoy the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit second leg. 100 years celebration of the Nakuru Athletics Club, the Prinsloo Sevens. Coming up next, the northern suburbs taking on Wanyone.
It's time now for the ladies. This is the suburbs, the northern suburbs, taking on Nakuru. Nakuru battling, held up. Scrum awarded to the northern suburbs. Suburbs out on the wing. Time now for the speed. That is an attempted tackle. Trying to stop the try time. The northern suburbs. The winger racing clear.
Try time, northern suburbs.
Pass out wide. The arms waiting for the ladies on the outside channels. And that is Tracy trying to make a big tackle there, trying to stop the try, but that is a try nonetheless. Suburbs 5.
Scores remain at 5. 0 to Nakuru.
Nakuru 0.
It's amazing to see how the women's rugby has grown in Kenya. And we appreciate each and every one of them. Rugby considered a male sport, but the women have taken the challenge and are playing their part. Good to see the crowd growing. The weather is good. The fans are here to celebrate what is rugby and to have a good time, and we appreciate each and every one of you.
Suburbs kick and chase. Nakuru with someone defending but held up. Second time I've seen this. Seems like the Northern Suburb ladies have perfected that art. That's the moment you get into contact like this, the next thing to do as you're being tackled is to go to the floor so that you can present the ball for the next phase. But every other time, Nakuru have attempted to go into contact, the Suburbs have held them up. That means possession is surrendered. Now dangerous days. Suburbs come round, show and go, but a big tackle there. Nakuru offside. Tap and go quickly. Should be space on the outside. Passed out wide, but knocked on. That's a knock on. And the referee will be playing an advantage for that offside infringement, early infringement. Tapped KCB. Sorry, Northern Suburbs. Try time. Suburbs going over for their second.
Program and ensuring that the process is smooth. We appreciate you, Asante sana.
Second try for the Suburbs. They quickly tapped, stepped in, had one defender to beat, and the try line laid right in front. That is the second score there for the Suburbs, the Northern Suburbs. Wanyore trying, but not yet getting there. Tracy with wheels for days. She'll press them down. Catch me if you can. Try time, Nakuru. Tracy there in your picture, caught the ball, had only one thing in mind, the try line, catch me if you can. That was the challenge posed. And there she grants the ball. Nakuru have struck back. Wanyore definitely have something to say about this. Kickoff, kick dip, well taken there, Suburbs. Remember that Kenya secondary schools games are ongoing in Kakamega. We do have 7th champions in Peters Mumias who took the crown of being called the national champs. A nail-biting final there, coming back. Bit of quality there as the ball is swung wide. So next up for the KSSA champions is the East Africa Games. That is halftime. Halftime scores: the Suburbs 12, Nakuru 5.
Halftime scores 12-5 to Northern Suburbs. 12-5. Remember, if you want to grab your tickets for all those who are out there, TicoHub.com is where you do this. They have a travel experience too in September where they'll have a travel bus accommodation to ensure your full enjoyment and safe trip down to Dallas 7th. So mark your calendars for Dallas 7th because Tico have an experience that you will never forget.
Castro on side. Wabe. Went back. Sawa, thank you. Mpe. Support Waziri, thank you. Wabe.
Second half. Penalty to Nakuru. Nakuru quickly tap.
What?
Nakuru. Tracy once again. Tricky customer. Marginal there could have easily been an intercept. Strong tackle. Forward pass there, referee allows play to continue. That should be a knock-on.
Okay. Come here. Nova mkanoka.
Penalty awarded to Nakuru. Nakuru looking to respond, maybe to level up the scores. That's a try time, Nakuru ladies. Conversion was unsuccessful. That is a 2-point gap. Nakuru with a restart. Hangs deep, travels the required 10. Tapped backwards, the suburbs has to take the ball forward 70 meters to the try line. Nakuru strong on defense, and that's a counteract. Player playing the ball on the ground. Tapped 10 meters. Nakuru who are looking to respond, losing an opportunity there as the clock counts down 2 minutes remaining this half. Suburbs hoof it down pitch. Nakuru respond. Most if not all. Offside. But they probably haven't had anything happening on the far end. It does not count. It's a big cheer there from the Nakuru faithful. Welcoming in one of their own, probably one of the future Banyore Lady Stars. Diminutive in figure, small in stature.
Nisikia nikiambia turudi sawa? Sawa. Ready? Tubaki 5 mpaka ball itoke. Ready? Piga. Coach. Bind.
Next up, we have the men's category making its way back. We have
Stay.
We do have the Stallions taking out Kenya Harlequins. It's gone down to Nakuru. Nakuru one last opportunity to attack before the hooter sounds. Opportunity to score to take the lead. Physio comes in to offer some assistance. It's medical assistance. Second leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, touring the city of Nakuru.
If you're just joining us, coming to the second leg of the 7th Circuit, Prinsloo 7th. We will be settled and enjoying some thrilling
outside. Stick up. Stick 5. Toka. Anda.
What a loss there, knock on. We are playing the referee's time.
Tubaki 5 mpaka ball itoke. Sawa. Tubaki 5 meters mpaka ball itoke. Hapa. Ready?
Suburbs on the attack.
Bind. Set. Stick 5.
Probably be looking to kick this into touch.
Stick 5.
Penalty and offside.
Toka.
Tackle is made.
Tackle now. Roll away, Green.
All available for Suburbs. One pass. Good pass. Ball is well taken there. Nakuru asked to make the defensive effort.
Play.
That's a penalty awarded to Nakuru. Nakuru's lifeline. Not sure the referee knows what the time on the clock is. Nakuru.
Tackle. Toka. Green toka.
It's a good pass. Tracy once again to the races. Suburbs, what can you do, Suburbs? It is a crowd favorite try here. Probably the best cheer try this weekend. Try time, Nakuru. Going over is Tracy Abigail. The try scorer is Tracy Abigail. And they take the lead as we await the conversion. Conversion is unsuccessful. Full-time scores: Nakuru RFC 15, Northern Suburbs 12. Making their way onto the pitch. Stallions taking on Kenya Harlequins. This is the return of the men category. Kenya Harlequins headlining Pool A. We're taking on the Kenya Harlequins. After this, we'll have Nakuru take on Mombasa Sports Club. Kick-off time, Stallions. Lawrence lifts it up into the sky, knocked on. Kenya Harlequins concede the first scrum of the game. Many thanks if you're joining us. Welcome to the second session, the mid-morning session of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Prinsloo 7th. This is the home of Nakuru Rugby. Incidentally, Nakuru Athletics Club are celebrating 100 years of existence. We are part of the celebrations here at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Breaking down the blind is Shamala. Stallions asking the early questions. Cedric Abinizia floats to Lawrence, and that is a try time. Stallions. Lawrence.
Conversion good. Stallions lead this with 7, Harlequins 0.
Kicked straight into touch. Kenya Harlequins afforded an opportunity. As we await for the football. Amon Mamalwa taps. Mrs. Yan passes it to Olela. Olela is missed. That is Albert Olela, tackled strongly. Stands up and makes a few meters forward. Wangila Gila passing it to Yan. That is try time. Kenya Harlequins. Yan Remke, the try scorer.
Try scorer. Yan Remke. Possession good. Please cause to set it up. Kenya Harlequins 7.
7-all the score.
Stallions 7.
One missed tackle there by Stallions, allowing Albert Alela to break. Alela to break through. Kick deep. David Alela fielding that well. Will be bringing back the ball. Kenya Harlequins asked to make the defensive tackles. They carry there. Obiero runs straight into the man. Shamala scans, goes back. Brian. That is Zulik Buyoni. It's a high floating pass, a dangerous pass. Knocked forward. Yan Remke, pressure on defense. Turning defense into attack. Try time. Kenya Harlequins.
Try time, Kenya Harlequins. Try from
Albert Alela getting the 5-pointer for Kenya Harlequins.
Putting Queens in the lead.
Knock on there. Yan Remke picking up the pieces and diving over for that try. Punching the air, celebrating. Feels good. Conversation the referee is having with his assistant. Not sure what the decision is. Probably might not allow the try, or is it? So try is disallowed. I beg your pardon, try is disallowed.
Try disallowed.
Penalty awarded to Kenya Harlequins. I'm on taps, not from the mark. Amon Omalo there, looking to restart the game. Attacking 5 meters out. Perfect opportunity here. Amon knocks the ball on. Had so much going on in his mind on how he is going to execute. First things first, you need to catch the ball first. And that's exactly what he wasn't able to do. Stallions. Duncan Chamala comes down the blind. Amon Omalo needs to make the tackle. He does. Player going off his feet, not allowed to jackal. That is Dave Maura. Cedric Ebenezer decides, let's go play down pitch. A long kick down the pitch. Risha Wangila at home to make sure that he defends that well. 7 apiece between the two. On the outside there is Wainaina. Patrick. Lela swings it. Mela. That is Amon. Amon steps. Amon has support on the inside. Sees him quite late, but nonetheless the pass is made. That's an isolated player, but a player off his feet, not rolling away the infringement. That's a quick tap there. Dave Maura taps, steps, and scores. Try time, Kenya Harlequins. The try scorer is Dave Mwangi.
going over 4. The Kenya Harlequins bring the score to 12-7.
Molo pinpoint conversion there. That is Kenya Harlequins 14.
14-7 to the Kenya Harlequins.
That is the halftime score. Try towards the end there, and it is halftime. Halftime score: Kenya Harlequins 14, Stallions 7.
Remember, we are live at the Nakuru Athletics Club and celebrating 100 years of greatness and finesse. If you're just joining us, karibu sana. Special thanks to all the vendors and the fans and our sponsors, with our overall sponsor, SportPesa. We appreciate you and we thank you. We feel the ground creating memories with Fanaka Studio. Take your selfies, take your photos, upload them, and use the hashtag Prinsloo7, hashtag #HatWinDiHome.
Second half, Risho Angila kicking us off the second half. High hanging restart. Cedric taps it backwards. Zulek Buyuni tackled, not releasing. Tackle was complete, the player didn't release. Referee clearly signaling that. Kenya Harlequins opting to go for the scrum down. Time now for the attack. Machine. Unbinding. Dave. Dave shows. Goes round. Dave. 2 to beat. Zulik refuses. Queens having to work really hard. Amon once again doing what he does best, kicking and chasing. Not sure what the referee will be calling there. Ball goes dead in goal. That should be a scrum down as the referee looks to consult from the outside. We have the luxury of the replay. I'm not sure if Amon Molo was taken late there with that grabber kick. Not allowed the opportunity to chase down his own kick. Those are the margins. The referee could have consulted for that, but not sure what the referee will be calling. There you have it. Yes, Amon was tackled without the ball. The referee having consulted. Kenya Harlequins taking the scrum down. Remember, these two teams playing in one playing in Kenya Cup, the other playing in the Nationwide League. So that is a complete step up for the Stallions to compete against Kenya Harlequins. But however, this is what the 7th platforms offer. You have teams from the lower divisions who look to compete. That is a try. Try time. Kenya Harlequins going over is Ramadan Masete.
Ramadan Masete going over. The Queens bring the scores to 19-7.
Ramadan Masete going over for that try. Molo are looking to add the extra 2, but narrowly missing to the right of the posts.
19-7 to Kenya Harlequins. Remember, we are live courtesy of SportPesa, and you can catch us on the SportPesa YouTube channel for thrilling and entertaining rugby.
Zulik Buyuni looking to pierce through that defense. Stallions, Cedric looks up, jumps, tapped in the contact area. Referee playing an advantage, knock-on advantage. And Harlequins looking for that strong defensive effort through the middle of the rack there. Shamala offloading to Cedric. Cedric apprehended. Kenya Harlequins hunting for that ball, not getting it. Bureau and company smuggling the ball backwards. Lau runs a short line. Lawrence Ndungu tackled, but the player is not rolled away. Quickly tapped Cedric. He has no 10 meters. Looking to exploit that. Tackled. Not sure what the referee calls that. That is a knock on the floor there. Kenya Harlequins with a 12-point gap. Lucky. Ramadan bumps off. Queens. Sami swings it. Kaisi. Matthew. Oma. Playing close to the touchline, is bundled into touch. Stallions defending well with the touchline, using the touchline as another defender. Kenfrey Munai, line out, straight. Lost forwards, Paul Musami scanning through, goes through. The last defender finished off there. Scrambling defense. Switched on attack. Player not on his feet, but now on his feet. It's a challenge. Queens looking to recycle. Ramadan Masete passing it backwards. Wainaina. Stallions have to roll away. Ball is available. Queens probing both sides. Lucky stepping in 1, 2. That's Lucky. And they hand it. Try time, ladies and gentlemen. That is number 21 for the Queens, Patrick Wainaina.
24-7.
Wainaina there, Lucky dancing through the defense there. There is Wainaina diving over. That is unselfish play there from the Kenya Harlequins team. Queens 26, Stallions 7. Deep restart. Brian Ondieki takes it. Maybe Stallions have one more bit of action for us coming round. East can try, not wrapping round well. Hot ball there. Stallions retain possession. Brian Ondieki runs back against the grain. Boniface Chulu. Queens strong on defense. Can try. Zulik has wheels. Zulik has wheels. Queens through Patrick. Deny. Stallions that opportunity, and that is the center referee's full-time whistle. Kenya Harlequins 26.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is match number 10. Nakuru RFC, aka Wanyore, proudly sponsored by Smart and Nakuru Athletics Club, taking on the hosts of the previous tournament, lifting 7th, Mombasa RFC.
Good afternoon and welcome to the next game featuring the hosts Nakuru RFC taking on Mombasa RFC all the way from the coast. These two teams looking to continue from first round of games. Nakuru just looking to put themselves in a better place by winning this one, and Mombasa, of course, still looking for their first win of the day. Unfortunate start to the game there by Mombasa RFC, just kicking the ball less than 10 meters and gifting the possession to Nakuru, who come into the Mombasa half. Referee penalizes them for not rolling away in that particular rack, and immediately Victor just puts in the Nakuru RFC players elect to go for a scrum down.
Crotch, bind, set.
So Nakuru with a put in that is immediately turned over, but the ref says it's not gone in straight, it went out from the channel. They have to reset that one.
Bind, it's only bind, set. Hold it, hold it.
Nakuru having won their first match 12-0 against Stallions. The second win here, they'll put themselves at the business end of this tournament. Mombasa, of course, lost their first match, and they will look to see how they can proceed with this one. They lost 10-22 against Kenya Harlequins. Harlequins now, of course, in the pole position in this group. Nakuru looking to seal the second spot if they are able to get themselves a win here. pending their game at the end of it, round 3.
Set. Stability,
Home side,
stability.
Nakuru taking on Kenya Harlequins. Put in there by Mombasa. A bit of a loose play and putting themselves under pressure. Knock on as they tried to secure that rack. Again, just early days here. Nakuru slowly getting into the right territory, 10 meters shy of Mombasa's try line.
You've got to shout straight, okay?
And from
shout
here,
straight.
you will think that their strike rate being what it is, they should be able to cause serious problems to Mombasa.
Bind. Set. Stability.
Joel Mboya coming to park on the right side, leaving the left, the blind, the shorter side open. That was an aggressive shove from Mombasa before the ball was out of the scrum, and they have been penalized for the same. Ball is quickly put to the 15-meter channel here, taking on each other one-on-one. But there was a knock-on by Cyprian Ombaso, short of the try box, got tackled, and in the process of just trying to get up, spilled the ball. Victor Oduor, the center referee, awards a scrum that gives a breather to Mombasa RFC. Still pinned in their own 22. Sevens, of course, kicking is the last option. But if you trust in your skills to exit through your hands, through evasive running, then Mombasa get out. But they go for the conventional way of easing pressure. Good exit kick there. Around the 10-meter mark, still in their half, but with some room in the backyard to protect themselves.
Turn any line. Just back to
Straight carrying there by Felix Okoth at the heart of Mombasa's defense. They spin it out to the wide, and a good opportunity here. Can he finish it? Of course, with the touchline beckoning, he had to step back in, and a good retention by Wilson Makete. The home team playing quite well, yet to get onto the scoreboard. And again, just coming under pressure, the set piece, not being able to cleanly channel the ball from that set piece, spilling it once again, and though playing in the right territory, Nakuru just not being able to convert this territorial advantage into points. Barely just over a minute to go, and Mombasa holding their own here in the first half.
Hold it fast. Scrum up, just stay there.
Good put in, the scrum just tilts and wheels to one side, but again opting to go for the boot. Mombasa just wanting to survive this last 1 minute or so of this half. A win of some sorts if they can get into the halftime scoreless against the widely supported team, the home team, Nakuru RFC.
Guys, say 10.
Nakuru, of course, semi-finalists in the first leg. They finished, they lost to Kabras in the third and fourth playoffs. They look to go one better here. If they can get themselves to the finals, they have the ability to do so. They had close games in Mombasa.
Up.
And this one, the first half, is panning out to be equally close between them and Mombasa. Mombasa, of course, finished 15th with just 1 point. Good idea. The ball is still in play. It didn't go to touch. Ojuang just being able to recover it. At times that's the only option left for the attacker. Once they get dancing through, stepping off his left onto his right, going all the way to finish. Javan Otieno notes down the first try for the home side to the rapturous reception here of the home crowd. Very well celebrated try that is just at the bars of the hooter, signaling the end of the first half. Look at that steps back in, straightens his run, and Javan Otieno just ensuring that they make Mombasa pay for hosting them in their 22 for the longest time. Halftime scores with a successful conversion, 7-0 to the home team, Nakuru RFC.
Ulikuwa unaniongelesha? Nani alikuwa anaongea na redio?
On your screens there, the directors of Kenya Rugby Union in attendance for this second leg of the National SportPesa Circuit, 7th Circuit. Kicking us off, Nakuru looking to grow their lead, and well contested there, but just a hand that Felix Okoth knocks on that ball. So a reset here, coming in, feed it from the Mombasa side. Dennis Jaguru, they would want to put one score in to add to the two they had in the first game. Takes the shorter route from the scrum down, attracts the defenders in, but looking for the space, the huge acreage behind the Nakuru defense, just 10 meters shy of Nakuru's defense, Nakuru's try line. Advantage for a knock-on from Nakuru. Mombasa now have choices to make here. They have numbers out, runs across,
Not going anywhere.
and an intentional obstruction. Referee decides that there's no advantage accruing from that piece of play from Mombasa. Victor Dor gives them a scrum down. One of the few times that Mombasa, actually the first time that Mombasa actually in Nakuru's 22, huge opportunity for them to tie this match up. They have the danger runners in their center. Ezra Mumbo, just watch out for him. He has a good step. They need to support him very quickly. First man in, successful jackal. Referee allows the game to go on, but seems there is a turnover.
Ferreira said it's not turnover, so first infringement has to be played. The initial no release there, earning Nakuru RFC a penalty. Nakuru have the full backing of the crowd, and it's their game, it's their venue, it's home for them, but the scoreline doesn't say much.
Yeah, Nakuru, you know, they flatter to deceive. You will find their games are close, but at the business end, as they did in Driftwood, you will find them having the mental strength to go all the way to the final minutes and win games. So they do have a way that they know how to do it, and it's the hard way.
Yeah, the hard way as Felix Okoth goes into contact there. Mombasa making the tackles. Chris there trying to deceive the defensive line. That is John Okoth's brother, ladies and gentlemen. That is Joel Boya. Joel Boya goes over for Nakuru RFC's second try. Beautiful try line, inside view, and he took it. You can see the younger John Okoth, or is it Philip?
Yeah,
okay.
and very interesting. Yeah, if you look at the both teams, Nakuru really have young players. Only 3 or so born in the 90s. The rest are Gen Zs. Compared with Mombasa, nearly half of the team is, the 90s, born in the 90s. But the youngsters here not giving any space and not respect, of course, certainly to the Mombasa players.
Yeah, definitely. They say the youth will always take it when it comes to a competition with the Wazés. But anyway, I know the Wazés have something to say about that. Well, Mombasa yet to get onto the scoreboard. Nakuru RFC with 2 converted tries on the scoreboard. It's important to thank you, our live stream followers. Thank you so much for tuning in. We might have challenges because, we are working with technology, and sometimes could have a lag here and there. Patience is what we would ask for. But most importantly, we are working so hard to make sure that the official live stream is successful, and the technical team, our camera crew, and everyone else working behind the scenes is definitely in this to make sure that you have the best of entertainment back at home.
Absolutely. We have 2 days, now 1.5 days of scintillating rugby here at Prinsloo Sevens. Our hosts, Nakuru RFC, doing it in the Nakuru Athletics Club grounds.
Doing it the smart way.
Yes, absolutely.
Smart are coming through as corporate partners of the Nakuru rugby team. Very important, and that's a good step in the right direction for the Wanyore as they come round. Once again, fashioning an opportunity down the open side, passing it out wide to Chris Ojuang, who stays out on the outside channels, and that is try time.
Yeah, Chris Ojuang, just a strong ball carrier with all the experience to show, having played for the Shujaz for a number of seasons now. Just a good dart to the left there from Javan, and from there it was always going to be a tall order for Mombasa RFC to stop him just 5 meters short. As you see there, got his ball, looked at his man, and Kelvin Chege was not surviving that handoff.
Have you seen his celebration? It's like, me, I do this so often, so
yeah.
You guys can come and fist bump me, but it's something I'm used to.
Yeah, and how better to do it than in front of your home crowd?
That is a man full of confidence. He's had his time outside the national sevens team, and I think it's showing that being up there has helped instill a bit of confidence in Chris, and he looks like the leader that Nakuru RFC require him to be.
Yeah, indeed, he really turned up and showed up greatly for them in Mombasa. He was part of the Dream Sevens team at the end of the tournament. So again, speaks to how he will be instrumental for the home side if they are to lift the Prinsloo Sevens Cup. Scrum, there was an intentional knock on there, and Victor Dor is having none of that, giving a yellow card to the Mombasa player who went into the tackle but overextended really and just slapped the ball away from play. That's Collins Odiwor cooling his heels for the next 2 minutes, and that's going to be very costly for Mombasa RFC. With the ball just trying to put it in, Javan Otieno with numbers out to ban. It's a case of more numbers in the attack than defense. Christian Ojuang just keeping the defense on check there and releasing. Good scramble defense from Mombasa, really nice I think they worked together as a team there to just ensure they were not on the receiving end of another try. Full-time scores, Mombasa lose this one without scoring any try, 19-0 in favor of Nakuru.
Well, that has been Mombasa and Nakuru RFC. Nakuru 19, MSC Rugby 0. Coming on next, Menengai Oilers taking on the Daystar Falcons. So sit back, relax and enjoy. Promises to be a cracker. Two balanced sides, very well equipped in terms of the quality in their depths. Menengai Oilers and the Daystar Falcons. This is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Prinsloo 7th. That is Daystar Falcons. We have Eddie Wambugu kicking us off. Ball is lost forward. That is an advantage. Is it? Referee consulting. Double blow.
Good. So, Captain Blue, penalty for tackle without the ball.
Tackle without the ball, that is an infringement thereby. Daystar Falcons, not sure the culprit. Menengai Oilers looking for touch. Menengai Oilers miss touch. Moses Keragori brings it back. Amukwachi Clinton. He knows nothing but the highway. Oh my God. Clinton Amukwachi runs straight into the man but have lost possession. That is Sami Mwaura coming back against the grain. Kipchirchir, Abukuse, Jonte, Mwaura. That is Eric Ogutu, I beg your pardon. And setting the platform out wide is Alvin Cavoli. Alvin Cavoli has had mostly rich sort of form going into the Prinsloo 7th. Jonte, Kipchirchir. Referee playing an advantage for offside. Long pass to Fortuna Turu, not meeting the mark and going straight into touch. Referee was playing an advantage for offside. The Menengai Oilers have an opportunity to reset, and they'll definitely be asking for the scrum down. Sami Mwaura asking for the scrum down.
Indeed, it's a well-placed scrum down right at the center of the pitch in Daystar's half. Split the defense into two. The scrum half and the fly half really have an option of attacking either side, and what matters in that set play then will be the speed with which they change direction and keep the defense moving. So they elect to go to the left side here and go for the grabber kick, just behind the defender who Clinton had committed himself, but recovered just enough, just in time to stop Oilers from scoring this particular set piece. Yellow card showed there. Yellow card showed there to the Oilers players.
Eric Ogutu.
Eric Ogutu, yeah, guilty of that.
Kicking away the ball once the referee had blown the whistle.
I love the way there's zero tolerance for such shenanigans in the 7th game. Keeps the players really honest and disciplined, and in the spirit of the game. There are few incidences where the fans are left, with a sour taste in their mouth because of gamemanship.
But it's necessary, because going away with just a warning sometimes is not enough, because 7 minutes is already limited. So if we have so many other unnecessary distractions, like kicking away the ball, for instance, So it's a full 2 minutes. It's a repercussion. The team has to pay for it. So next time you know better not to do such a thing.
Yeah, and I mean, as you're saying, you have so many games, and you really need to keep the clock running. And such small issues have to be done away with. You have to get faster flow of the game. Moura now with the ball in, playing 6 against 7. They'll have to take care of this ball very well. And good carry outside here, retains the ball in contact. Havoli, Moura takes it still further to the right, and Jonakoth coming in fast, and if it doesn't work out, he goes for the contact. Survives that one, and they recircle it well. Havoli with a pass, and good strong running at the center of that. Fortunaturo carries it strong and quick recycling of the ball. 6v1 and still creating the spaces out. Okoth 10 meters shy, steps back in, gets tackled right at the bootlaces. Moura now seeks to spread it out. Abukuse, a weaving player when he has the ball in hand. Never see a side step on him. He always just weaves and changes directions, but to lethal effect. Strong carry right between the center post goes Moura on the offload. Oilers hit another 5-pointer, playing 6 men down, but doing the right things, getting fast onto the scoreboard.
Yes, Oilers hit the mark. That was Sammy Moura diving over. An easy try on the eye, but the hard work had been done on the insides by Fortunaturo, who was running a good line, and good support play there for Sammy Moura to go on hand to receive that pass and ground the ball. An extra 2 points for the Menengai Oilers is confirmed. That is 7. You can see the tap there. Fortunaturo scans, takes 2-3 defenders, and that is an easy dive over for Sammy Moura.
Yeah, he had the presence of mind to know that if he hits deck, that will be a contest. And just goes to show you the rugby brains, well coached. Good work by Abukuse in the kickoff. Just recovers the ball to John Okoth, who offloads to Kipchirchir. Deadly dagger to the hearts of the Daystar Falcons immediately after kickoff. Another 5-pointer. And Daystar Falcons really hanging here by the ropes. Successful conversion. Oilers are not messing around. Playing at a very high tempo. Coming back from the sin bin, putting in the extra 2 points. Eric Ogutu stretching the lead to 14-0 in favor of Oilers. Ogutu lifts it high. This one will be contested, and no takers there. But the referee calls for tackling without ball. John Okoth seems to be the guilty party there. Wambugu has the opportunity to ease pressure for Daystar Falcons. Finds touch well into Oilers' half there.
Line out to blue. Mark is here. Mark.
Daystar really doing well. Have the potential to do much better, but they came short in their earlier game against Strathmore. Leos losing that one 26-5.
One out straight. So you guys, line out a scrum. Scrum.
It's one team for me that just needs to play the full 14 minutes. They do quite well in the first half, but just being able to sustain the momentum into the second half is a challenge that they need to work on. Oilers, on the other hand, won their first game against Zetech Oaks 24-5, and with a win here will put themselves in a good state going into the last round later on in the afternoon.
Yes, most definitely. It's now about where you finish on match day 1 that decides who you play on day 2. It's a long pass there. Eric Ogutu meeting the mark. The mark being Fortunaturo. Ogutu passes, comes, meets John Okoth. John Okoth holding it in one hand. Fortune. Kipchirchir dances, comes back. Flooded, knocked on. That is the center referee's decision. Is halftime, is the mark. Oilers 14. Daystar Falcons. Daystar Falcons 0.
Daystar Falcons 0. But right now, second half, Menegai Oilers leading 14, Daystar Falcons.
Ogutu center pitch there to kick us off for the second half. Oilers leading 14-0. They really were very clinical in the first half, and Daystar barely held on. Nice kickoff, but this time round Daystar were good at retaining it, giving them an opportunity to just launch an attack from their 22 under pressure here. Strong carry, just barely outside their 22. Numbers to use on the right, no sweep at the back. It's a foot race here, that bounce of the ball. But Okoth there to support his man, allowing Oilers to reset in the center of the pitch. Abukuse wanted to pass that one, but that rush defense creating a dog leg for Abukuse to exploit, and he cuts right through the defense there, punishes Daystar for their naivety in just trying to rush up a gentleman like Abukuse.
That is a beautiful try there. He saw the outside man making the run, actually trying to beat the defensive line and rushing. So what he did, very simple, just went to where the man had left, stepped back in, and that's experience, really.
That blitz defense, you have to do it together in unison, and in this case, just gave some space, easy space for Abukuse, who is well experienced. They find themselves trailing 21-0. Daystar good with that reception, putting it down on deck, and again having possession but under pressure in their half, not being able to exit and use well their spaces. But Abukuse training his eyes on Stephen Arunga there. Daystar Falcons, of course, survive that one. They're able to swing it all the way to the left side. Nice progress made by Daystar, coming in from their 22, knocking on the doors of Oilers 22 here. Straighten goes back on a cut, and they have numbers to burn on the left here, but he comes back in, straightens, runs and meets Ogutu at the sweeper roll there, and they still are in possession. Slowed it down with 5 meters to go. This one should be a shove over. Good defense by Oilers. The referee calls it in. I think it was a high tackle. We're just listening and see.
High, maximum force applied.
That's a high tackle. That's a yellow card, maximum force applied.
Make the change.
Yeah, under pressure there, and couldn't resist, just going for the neck.
I think the ref has probably forgotten about what he has said. Oilers are off the hook there.
Yeah, Mwaura just getting his 2 minutes matching orders, cooling his heels there. Daystar now have an opportunity to get themselves onto the scoreboard with around 4 minutes remaining, still enough and sufficient time for them to make an impression in this match. Changes being made there, and off from Daystar is Tony Ogoma. He's done his bit to get his team into the right area here. They have an extra number in the back. They just need to target the corner flag. Move with speed, accurate passes, but those are delayed passes. He has to aim for the corner flag. Off he goes. He's able to score. Arnold Agonda goes down for the first points for Daystar.
Beautiful dive over there, but just simple execution. The scrum was far end of the pitch. All they did was just move the ball through the hands, commit pass, and you just finish that. You can see Uganda there diving over for that 5-pointer for Daystar Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, when it gets to passing to your right and doing it at pace, the execution is very critical, comes from a lot of training, and in this case Falcons have been able to put themselves onto the scoreboard. They retain the ball, a knock-on from Oilers in the kickoff. Referee says there is no reward in the advantage and calls them back for a scrum in favor of Falcons, as Mwaura jets back in, having done his 2 minutes, and goes straight to the base of that scrum. Daystar making good use of the advantage in numbers. Now they have possession. The effect of playing 6 versus 7 is that retention of the ball is not easy, and Daystar, certainly in the last few minutes, have enjoyed more possession than Oilers.
Yes, they have. They just need to execute right. There's still some life in them. However, they're fighting against the clock. That means they have to score quickly, convert, score again quickly, convert, and then have an opportunity to win the game eventually.
Yeah, ref just turns around the decision to award the penalty into the scrum into a full penalty in favor of Daystar, and he's not getting out of this one. He's definitely not. Oilers ganging up and ensuring that he'll not get into that corner again, the dark alleys to run into. Turnover, ball held up, ball not advancing, and in favor of Oilers.
Cross. Bind. Set.
Mwaura with a put-in and just floats it out wide to his men on the right. They'll need to set up here. Need to go for a rack and set it up. They still go to the other side, and the defender just drifts before the ball is passed. Gives Mwaura an opportunity to attack the base of that rack.
Backwards.
Ball fell, but it fell backwards, and Oilers have numbers here. Taking off, looking for support out in the name of Abukuse. You should expect him to finish. Stop for his marker, and Abukuse, the wily old campaigner, just goes over. Really nice running from him for his second try in this match. Daystar just grasping at straws there, as you see Abukuse fending off, shaking off the defender there, and didn't stand a chance, Clinton Amukwachi, against Abukuse. Conversion looks good, no false shot. Direction was there, but distance wasn't. Scores remain 26 for Oilers, 5 for Daystar. time running out, of course, has run out for Daystar. No way back for them in this one, but they will still want to go out on a high. Situational awareness.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where he was. That means that was a pinpoint restart.
Yes, on the back.
The margins, yeah, the margins. That is the restart you want. Because if it falls onto the pitch, it goes into touch. If you take it, you go into
Step
touch.
into touch. A mark of a good kicker there. Ball swung out. A lot of space to the left here. And coming into play here, Belda Dogeta. Gets stopped there. Ball is being recycled. The tackler is not rolling away, risks being penalized. Huta goes, sounding the end of the match. Any break in play here might result in the end of the match, but Oilers still want one more. Still want to polish the attack. Doing a loop around. Abu Kuse, who else? Goes all the way, slices through the defense, coming around on a loop, and dots his hat trick of tries against Daystar. Salutes his teammates for making that possible. You can spot him here, just came on the wrap around, and from there he had too much pace for the Daystar's defenders. Final blast of the whistle. Oilers emerging victorious in this one. 31-5 was never a close one. And Daystar now have to look forward to the next match, with the first two seem to be taken, the first two positions in the pools seem to be taken up by Oilers. And we move on to the next one.
All right, the next one coming on is the Daystar. No, this is the Zetech team taking on the Strathmore. Another varsity affair. Well, Strathmore should be eyeing this one. Remember, Zetech Oaks were promoted at the coast. They won the Division 2 category of Driftwood Sevens, earning the right to play in the Division 1 category this weekend in Nakuru, looking to take on last weekend's finalists, the Strathmore. Ball in hand, Arnold. Mwita looking to kick us off. Strathmore with that bright red, or is it orange? Not sure what colors those ones are.
In between there, Walter, in between. You're not off the mark.
Leos kicking off and receiving in blue are the Zetech Oaks. Just looking to play their second game. Well taken the air there by Gabriel Laimba. Really comfortable high ball retriever. Elton Amalemba takes on Brian Ondego, offloading it to Arnold. Arnold, Shem Okola on the outside. Shem, platform look to be set, but Shem is driven into touch. Shem driven directly into touch. Quite a shame there for Shem to be driven into touch.
Yeah, Zetech Oaks making use of the touchline as an extra defender there, and just stopping Strathmore short.
Mwita to Elton. Elton, his headgear. Elton, quite a tough customer this one to defend. Arnold does well, falls onto the floor, dives and turns the right direction, presents the ball. Shemokola. Shemokola with a big one there, a big friend of Shem. Shem has added a bit of weight. Try time. Strathmore Gabriel Aimba.
For a moment, I thought Shem Okola butchered that opportunity. He just stepped in and you know, just gave a big collision
Yeah,
to the defender, but had still the ability to retain that as you look at that and floated it out to Aimba.
Big boy Shem.
Yeah.
Now, what Shem does is he'll always take 1, 2, 3 defenders. In that picture, you could see that all the attention was drawn to him. He's a big boy. So that then opens up opportunities on the outside, and that is what exactly has led to Gabriel Aimba's try.
Yeah, well thought out, well worked out try, using their strength in collision, creating space for Aimba out there.
Oaks need to respond quickly, having gone down, floated there. We have Temi. That's a turnover, successful. Gabriel Aimba held up. That should be. The ball was unplayable.
5 seconds.
And that is a scrum awarded to Strathmore. Strathmore will be enjoying such opportunities, set piece, where they can be able to execute.
Yeah, Zetech coming under pressure there, and the man just exposed himself, got the ball, decided to cut back in early and just, you know, put a low body position and walked right straight into Aimba, who had the iron grip on him, turned over the ball, and because it was arising from that, the referee awards them for the maul that was unproductive.
Behind the back, not on the shoulder. Crouch.
And the referee laying the load down there for the forwards.
That's better.
Yeah, Gabi trying to bind on the shoulder so that he prevents that contact. Well,
Yeah,
that is Mola trying to take on Kamagera on the outside, beats him so easily for pace. He loses the ball forward. Well, that was a test for speed.
Touch now. Line out.
That was fantastic work from the Oaks center.
Yes.
He actually went and identified. He knew his man,
Had
the
been
winger, had
taken
been
out,
beaten
yeah,
out
yeah.
and been taken out.
Line out.
So really good scramble defense there from Oaks center.
Dego feeds, long feed, goes over the 15.
Back,
Ball is lost backwards. Zetech with it. Something for Zetech. Wafula opts to go for a kick and chase. Brian Ondego on the outside. Elton Malemba there to secure possession for his side. Mola, Muita to Barnabas. Barnabas looks up. Brian Mwendwa is there. Brian turns back, goes against the grain. Chicken wing there, pass, creating the space on the outside. Gabriel Aimba would definitely be happy with ball in hand with a lot of space ahead of him. Ball is ripped, but it is ripped backwards. Knock on there. The referee plays an offside advantage. Strathmore tap. Brian Mwendwa steps. Brian comes back, shows, and he goes. Call him Tricky Brian. That is the magician with his platform.
Yeah, I mean Strathmore just turning the heat up on Zetech Oaks here, not giving them any breathing space, going from one phase to another with such tempo, such high tempo that Oaks are not able to set themselves up for the defense. And in that particular phase of play, they couldn't touch him without risking a yellow card from the quick tap of the penalty. Strathmore just showing what they are, meaning business, and just putting their hands up as hot favorites for this particular second leg of the 7th circuit. Starting us off again, of course, Arnold Muita raises it high. The knock-on in the air there by Strathmore. Benefit to Zetech Oaks now with numbers on the left, the right here, and chips and chases. Good opportunity here, 50-50, and could go either way. Ref calls for an advantage knock-on by the Zetech Oaks, and immediately Strathmore transition from defense to attack. Strong ball carry there by Shem Okola, sets it up for them to attack on the left where they have numbers to burn. Nice pass to the outside man. Aimba tends to cut back in, but with good effect, and he has enough sufficient pace to beat the inside defender. goes all the way to score Strathmore's third try, tightening the screws of this game, tightening the nuts on the Zetech Ox coffers here. Really nice face-off play by Strathmore Leos. Another 2 points to add. As you see there, Aimba just stepping back in and then straightening his run. Very aware of where he was, managing to ease off as he went to score. Now just pulling in the huge pockets of air there. His lungs are bursting from that run. The hooter has gone. So the next kickoff, next breakdown, will be on halftime. Mwita just raises it deep into Ox territory, and they will do well to just get the ball out. Victor Dole, the assistant referee, just calls it for touch, and that is the halftime score in favor of Strathmore, 19-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, halftime scores. Strathmore Leos 19, Zetech Ox 0.
So welcome to the second half of this encounter, pitting Strathmore Leos against Zetech Ox. This is a Pool B encounter. Strathmore Leos leading 19-0 after the break here, and they were quite clinical in the first half, and they're picking off from where they finished. Good break there, ball recycled very quickly towards the left of the pitch and steps back in and goes all the way. Flyer Victor Mola early on in the second half goes for an extra 5 points, adding to the one that he scored in the first half. Really nice, and it is a part of the game that looks a bit untidy, because Zetech Ox have to go there and compel him to score the try, but common sense prevails. After taking a breather, Victor Mola puts it down, successful conversion there, and they stretch their lead. Both Victor Mola and Arnold Mwita exiting after doing their piece of work. Must have been a call from the technical bench. Score the next try and we ring in the changes. Strathmore Leos. In comes a couple of substitutions to just close out this game. Good pressure kick from the restart, and ref calls for a release after the knee had hit deck there from the Strathmore players, coming on a hard line, very short hard line, straightens and goes. Will he get there? Yes, he does. Good strong carry. Shemokola comes in short, takes out the defenders and scores another 5-pointer. As you see there, he just came in on a very hard short angle and puts it down safely and stretches their lead. Now Zetech on the receiving end here, really getting a hiding from Strathmore Leos. Muita attempting the conversion, and just misses it. It hits the post. So scores remain 31. And Strathmore, you can be sure they are not yet done. They are not yet done.
Who is out?
Zetech also with changes. In comes Lincoln Jagi and Joseph Noon.
Time is back on.
And off goes two of their players who began the match. You wouldn't say a well-deserved rest. It's been a tough one for them. Tried their best, but Strathmore just showing their class here. That ball was lost in the knocked on in the tackle. Referee perhaps missing it, but Strathmore Leos. Change of direction, goes back to the shorter side, and he has 2-on-1 here. Proper delivery, and this one will be shepherded all the way, but got caught there. Good cover defense from Zetech Oaks. Another short carry there, just keeping the defenders closer to the contact area, trying to create space out wide. Then they elect to go out wide, but an intercept there. Referee calls them back for a high tackle. The high tackle that was in the earlier phase of the play. And Strathmore have an opportunity here to just reset and go for other points. In the meantime, ref calls times out for a medical break. Zetech Oaks player coming worse off from that contact. Strathmore, of course, losing finalists in Mombasa in the Driftwood 7. They played enterprising rugby, ran out of time in the finals against KCB. But they're here to start all over again. Had two of their players picked up from for the Dream Sevens, Nigel Amaitz and Gabriela Imba. Very strong team, strong contenders, and hot favorites to continue with their form here in the Prinsloo Sevens.
Well, you remember they are defending champions of this tournament.
Indeed.
And so this is familiar territory for the Strathmore Leos. They look very, I mean, when you look at the teams that are playing out here, you'd want to know how or where they are in terms of the rankings and how they're doing. And from Strathmore's execution, you can see that they have something going. And I wouldn't be surprised that if they keep up with the way they're playing, they might make a second cup final.
Yeah, and going by these first two games, I mean, they are clearly off the paces and way ahead of the opponents they have met so far. And that gives them confidence, even as they look forward to the third game of this day in their pool, where they will be taking on Menengai Oilers. That's a good match to watch out for.
Yeah, that's a good one. Remember, the Strathmore Leos and the Menengai Oilers. Leos have made it a habit of beating Menengai Oilers.
Yes, and they normally declare we cannot lose to Oilers.
Let us lose to
anyone else.
But not Oilers. And
yeah, so that will be a nice one to watch.
It's time for Oilers to stand up for themselves.
Yeah, some records are there to be broken, or some boogie teams are there to be conquered.
Tackle there is complete. Stanislav Shikoli, Arnold Muita There goes Collins Maina, but he's bundled into touch. Referee was playing an advantage. That's a penalty blown for Strathmore. Alton Malemba taps and goes. Looks to keep the game going. Nijo Lamaita breaks. Nijo has clear sight of the touch. And that is an easy 5-pointer. As we await the grounding of the ball. Try time, Strathmore Nijo Almaita feeling his hamstring in the process, and I could see that he did have something to do with that hamstring earlier on. Right now, as he breaks touch there, you can see he's trying to grab at it, maybe a need of rest. I mean, it looks like it has an issue, so they can be able to, with the scoreline, really 38-0, they have the comfort of getting him off. And rightfully so, the coaching unit opted
still there. It's actually still there. But yeah, good question. If you're 38 up and is having a tight hamstring, why not give him a rest? We saw George injuring himself in Mombasa for KCB, another of the Shujaa players, and is out for this particular tournament. So again, the strength and conditioning coaches and the physios have their work cut out to ensure that these players remain in top form.
Yeah. Well, speaking of George Oro, where do KCB use him for the 15-a-side game?
Yeah, well, we are all waiting to see where he will best be suited for. The back row is a very, very competitive spot in the KCB as in any other top team. So yeah, a lot of hard work, a lot of competition in that squad for sure. But in the sevens, he has his work cut out. One of the players who are strong for them. Strathmore, of course, laying the marker here against Zetech Ox. Zetech Ox so far still at 0. The hooter has gone. I think we are probably in the last 1 minute or so, and they have not yet made any impression with ball in hand. They have one more chance just to redeem and save face here if they can score something.
Yeah, keep the scoreboard respectable. Brian Ondego apprehended there. Alton Malemba shifts the ball looking for Nijo, and that is full time as the players make their way. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very comprehensive victory for the Strathmore Leos, playing their second game and dispatching that Zetech Oaks competition, a 38-0 full-time score. Coming up next, we have Nondies taking on the Catholic Monks.
Move on to the next match. Nondescripts RFC facing Catholic Monks, the Catholic University. The 13th match of this second leg of the SportPesa Kenya Rugby National 7th Circuit, being hosted here at Nakuru Athletics Club, courtesy of the home team Nakuru Rugby RFC. Nondies played in the earlier match against Kisumu, where they won 22-7. and Catholic Monks almost laying a slippery slope for KCB. They lost that one 10-17, and now they face off here to determine who has an upper hand going into the last round of the fixtures later on in the afternoon. Nondies pinned in their 5-year. Ronnie Omondi taking off to the left, to the right of their pitch there, and good support play coming in, offloading in the tackle, keeping the ball alive, and just ensuring that where Catholic Monks are not able to realign their defense, and of course they were not able to, going all the way from end to end, scoring their try there for Nondies.
Well, the nature of that try, it's something that you'd love to see in sevens. Fiji does this a lot. They keep the ball alive. Brian Odua, I mean, hit the mark, took ball into contact, he offloaded, and then eventually Charles Odhiambo goes over for that try for the Nondies side, keeping the ball alive, changing the point of contact, and I mean, earning them a 5-pointer.
Yeah, indeed. Nondies just showing early on here that they have the ability to retain possession. They have the ability to just keep the defenders realigning as they try and reset, and just giving an idea of how varied their attack can be. Of course, now with the kickoff just outside Queers 22, Catholic Monks are also not an easy customer. On a good day, they will beat literally anyone. And they have their work cut out here against Nondies, who are very much aware of the threat posed by Catholic Monks.
Yes, they're very much aware of that threat. Hassan Mbani exchanging passes. Dangerous place to play this one from. Dennis Mulinge on the outside now looking to take them forward. Meets Hilary Baraza. Big Hilary had an opportunity there to try and chase down a winger, but he opted to get out of that fight. And then easy offload. Now looking to cut down the angle. It is try time, Catholic Monks.
If there is an influential player for any one particular team, you'll always find it in Dennis Mulinge. Got the ball in his 5-yard and made it all the way, giving the last final pass to Felix Okumu, who goes beyond the whitewash to put Catholic Monks on the scoreboard 5-0. Dennis Mulinge for me is just one of the unsung heroes on the 7th circuit right from last year. For me, I find him to be, very savvy. He understands where he is. You even saw him slow down when he realized that his support is way off and waited for his support. And that lulls the defense into a sleep. But then when he released the final pass, the Nondies had no answer for that. So one to watch for me, even as they kick off and not retain possession. The Red Lions having the ball, straightening there, goes right through the Catholic Monks defense. That's a high tackle, a seatbelt tackle on Wambani Osundwa. Quickly tapped by Ronnie, trying to keep the tempo up. They come to the left side, a loose pass to the ground. Pick and go there. Nondies just slowly going through the motions here, electing to keep it in close quarters. If anything, just to control the tempo of the game. They choose when to make it fast and when to just slow it down a bit. Loses the ball in contact there. The attention of two defenders spills it in the tackle, gives a breather to everyone.
Yeah, they needed that breather. Now, you see, Toili, Nondies have decided this game is all about offloads. They don't want tracks, and seemingly that might be the way they want to play out this weekend. I'm not so sure about it, but still a tough battle because the scoreboard says it's 5 apiece.
Yes, it is, and from the earlier game we saw them running KCB close, 17-10. Catholic monks are not one just to be taken lightly. They might put Nondies through the ringer here if they are not careful. Again, Mulinge just cutting back in and creating an opportunity for monks to attack to the left, slowing it down a tad a bit and then losing the ball, but the referee says it went back, so play on. Catholic monks slowly building, and Mulinge just needs some attention there. He's down. They're playing 6 men now, and looks at his man and he takes off, takes him to the cleaners. Will he make it to the end? Yes, he will. Pumping and lifting those strong legs. Wambani Osundwa goes all the way. What a sight to behold when a winger takes on a fellow winger. And just ensured that Moseti Nyanya was just standstill, and then he took off.
Yes, he did. That is Hassan Wambani. No stranger to the try line there. Just looking at the defender. The defender made that one mistake of also making that one glance and then stopped. And Hassan backed his pace, and he's gotten a try for Catholic monks, who've taken the lead in the process amongst 10. You can see there Hassan Wambani just galloping, a smile on his face, just as always. A happy rugby sevens player.
Yeah, it's a scary thing when your opponent owns you man-to-man, position to position. It's a mental battle from there on. But still enough minutes to be played here to make things right from the Nondies perspective.
Yes,
they
enough
take
time.
The ball. Slices through as they were trying to decide who goes for who. And another clean pair of heels. Wow.
He might not make it, but he does. That is Daniel Okito. Try line, Nondies. Try time, Nondies. Having gone down, they respond immediately. And that is Daniel Okito. Sliced through that Catholic monks defense there. You see, stepped through and rounded Brian Yambok, who was making that last-ditch defensive tackle there, but the ball is grounded. It is try time, Catholic monks. Sorry, Nondies.
That's a lung-busting run right from their own 22. Made a solo effort and got rewarded for it. Even as we go to the half-time scores there, all tied up, 10-all as we go to the second half. prepare for the second half of this match. Scores tied at 10-all. Very entertaining first half. We saw long-range tries being scored by both teams. The end of turning defense into attack, right into in their own 22s, both teams giving as much as they take also. And in this one, it's gonna be all the way to the end. Another run here from where Catholic Monks, keeping the balls recycled at a faster pace, hits deck and immediately offloads it. Catholic Monks just looking to stretch Nondies' defense off to the left here. Shows and goes right, cuts right through, and is going all the way. Felix Omondi, will he make it? Yes, you bet he will. Felix Omondi, dummy there, and then goes, slashes right through the defense, goes all the way to score. Monk hit the front, 15-0, 15-10. As you see that, defenders caught in two minds. Of course, for those young players, have the ball in two hands, show it out. The defense will always be left stranded, and that's what happened in this particular case. Felix Omondi.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the SportPesa 7 channel on YouTube.
Conversion missed. Scores remain 15 in favor of Monks, Catholic Monks. The Red Lions Nondies at 10. That's a tight one, and because he caught it, but the referee calls that foul play from Catholic Monks. Took the man in the air, and immediately calls for the medics. That is Fred Shisia. Was caught, tackled, contact in the air. As you see that one. Was there a fair chance for Victor Mupere to get that one? The ref adjudges no and penalizes Catholic Monks. Nondies elect to go for the scrum down, trailing here by 5. But as we've seen in this game, long-range tries are being dished by both sides, so territory seemingly not an issue for these players.
These are very good 7 sides. Nondies quite experienced. Just looking at their back line.
Samuel Owino comes in for Catholic Monks and is quick to the action there with an attempted tackle. Misses that one, and Nondies realign to go to the left. Noroni steps back in, keeps the defenders guessing and opens, carves them open at the 15-meter channel. That was a solid pass, a good offload that went behind and off to the races and to the try box. No one is stopping him, no one caught him. That is a try, Brian Kadenge.
Try time. Nondies go over for their try. Brian Kadenge in your picture there, racing clear. The offload was a beautiful one, getting that and earning a 5-pointer for his side of his 15. Or maybe the referee has something to say.
Yeah, we'll need to listen and see what was made of that.
Referee cancels that try.
We have another offense by the same team, so no advantage will come for the penalty. But
Let's get a reprieve.
So in the act of scoring, there was an infringement. The referee calls it no try, but Nondies were playing an advantage, and they have been awarded a penalty right around the center pitch.
But really, having played an advantage
for that long, yeah, that was a long advantage, especially in sevens.
You know, chances are maybe they might not score this. Remember, it's a very tight game. And so,
yeah, every decision really critical at this time. but Nondies reboot and they go. Just stopped short, but good support there coming in from Daniel Okito, and offloads again. Nondies confirming the earlier try that was disallowed by scoring this one. Nondies make a draw of this match. Geoffrey Magoro, beneficiary of 2 offloads.
Yeah, that is Geoffrey Magoro. That offload there, hitting the mark. Nondies, as I said, they'll be keeping the ball alive. And that is the reason they earned that try. Magoro getting the 5-pointer. Conversion is successful. Nondies 17. Catholic Monks.
This is one of the tight matches we've watched today. Very close. And Monks definitely need to the end. Well contested and retained by Nondies. Immediately held up, but his knees hit deck, so they have to release him. They come to the shorter side. Straightens and offloads the tackle. Came off the foot, so the referee says play on. The right places, playing in the right spaces are Nondies. It goes into contact, straightens, but the defense holds on. Again, patient play here by Nondies. That was a suspicious collision there. It had the fans standing up in protest, but the ref plays on. Ball comes out right to Brian Kadenge. Big collision there, but that seems like it was held on. Survives the jackal. Ronnie takes it right at the center of the pitch. Nondies just managing time here, managing the game. Not 10, ref calls. Any touch there would mean a yellow card, but Nondies dot it down. Once again, try given.
Well, that's
Daniel
a try,
Okito.
but I'm hoping to see the replay. I think that's a no-call.
It was very suspicious, I agree. Things were moving quite fast.
Let's see what Okito does. Daniel.
Wow.
Oh, that's a grounding. That's a grounding.
That was really close.
It's a strong grounding.
Yeah.
Nondies 12, 22, Catholic Monks 15. Conversion is unsuccessful from out wide. Coming up next, we have Kisumu RFC taking on KCB.
The hooter has gone, but the hooter went after the conversion attempt, so there's still time for kickoff. And Nondies is really safe at this point, you would think, unless Monks can draw this game by scoring and converting with this final piece of play. Good reception there of the ball, good retention from the rack. Missing out Mulinge, who just went out and could not recover from that. And playing it here, slowing down the tempo of the game as they try and see how they can realign in their attack. Monks going to the left, using the full pitch width. And worrying moments here, that is a yellow card for sure. But play on, says the referee. Bumps off his defender. Playing here, they have numbers to burn out wide. Worrying times here for Nondies. And if he steps and goes, will be some problems. Monks just going through this slowly and patiently. Does he have the legs to go all the way? Pumps off one tackler and goes, is in the box. What a moment for Catholic Monks as Victor Mupere puts the ball behind the posts. This conversion is really crucial to tie the match here. Oh my goodness, has he missed? Okay, fine, the referee calls it. The in-goal assistant referee had for a moment there caused some worries. And that's the first draw we get for this day. That's the first draw that we have for for this day, and it's all out at 22. So next game kicking us off here, KCB taking on Kisumu. KCB taking on Kisumu, and the first kickoff, ball still in play. Kisumu do well to retain the possession there. They immediately launch an attack to their left. Good ball retention in tackles, in contact areas there. But a lot of aggression from KCB. A lot of aggression from KCB in those racks, putting and piling a lot of pressure on Kisumu, making it very obvious that this will be a tight one in those contact areas. Referee awards Kisumu penalty for infringement in that rack. They go for the distance, they don't get touch, and they will have to realign and immediately try and ensure that they do not concede here. But Floyd Wabwire does what he did best in Mombasa just a week ago, running across and just straightening, finding the sweeper, goes around him, takes him to the cleaners. 5 points under the posts by Floyd Wabwire. Even as you see there, just weaves and runs past the final defender. Puts it down. Conversion is good from Emmanuel Opondo. KCB take it up 7-0. Kisumu will want to put some respect to these. They look like underdogs in this particular match. They'll want just to polish up on the few basics around this game. Good recycling there. Fast to the rack and protecting their ball, retaining possession, which is good for them. Another huge collision. Olukusi just turning over that rack. Referee will wait to hear what the referee calls this one.
The guy, he is the guy, number 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Penalty on me or card?
I'd go with a card. Though the player is slightly short, he tried to make an effort of wrapping.
So
penalty only.
So Lukusi penalized there for a high tackle on the Kisumu player who was going for it. Yeah, the shoulder connected with his head. But the mitigation was that he was already low and he was wrapping his arms in the tackle, so he survives a yellow card. It's a penalty only, and Kisumu go for the scrum option. Sensible refereeing there. These are sometimes a rugby incidences, especially in the rack zones. A loop around move there by Kisumu RFC opens up space for their wingers. He goes, it's just the receiving end of that Olukusi tackle, parks himself on this right side of the pitch, but holding on is the call from the referee, punished for holding on in that face play. Shiasi with ball in hand gives to Olukusi. Olukusi runs straight and keeps the defenders honest, goes down, ball rolls out of the rack because it wasn't a knock-on. Game plays on. Kisumu just trying to filter through the attack lines of KCB. They go to the left. Pass over now to Floyd Wabwire, who has the wheels and the deceptive runs, but this time round it doesn't get better off the Kisumu sweeper. Really nice play there from Tao FIFA. Had lined up Floyd Wabwire, and he knew from the early experience how not to fall for those mazy and weavy runs. KCB still within the territory, within Kisumu's 22. Look to apply pressure on this as Onyala goes to the front and tackles his man, whose hand hit that ball as it went into touch. So it is a knock-on from Kisumu RFC, knock-on and into touch. It was a choice of a line-out or a scrum. KCB chose to go for the scrum. Kipruto there just checking with Opondo on what the move will be in this particular set piece. Solid scrum from both sides. Ball is out. Shiasi just offloads quickly to Floyd Wabwire. I don't know how he got that space, but the realignment from Kisumu is not fast enough. As KCB shift the ball to the left side of the pitch, Bob Muhati with it's a powerful ball carrier. Pops it to Onyala, who adds the theatrics to his try scoring. Jumps over the defender and dots down. Makes it look simple. KCB stretch their lead. See, they took them all the way to the other side, the 5-meter channel, and he just pops it just to avoid the chaos on the floor there. Onyala jumps over the melee. Conversion not good, not successful. Scores remain 12 in favor of KCB. Kisumu yet to get over KCB's whitewash at the try line. Pondo with a high restart, very well placed, well positioned. No touch. Was there a touch there? No touch, so it goes into touch. Kisumu have a throw in. Kisumu have had very little territory in this one. They have to work hard if they are to penetrate KCB's defense. A much changed starting lineup for this one. Only Kipruto surviving from the first, and Bob Muhati surviving from the first game, as the KCB coach Dennis Mwanja just makes some changes there. Ball is out. Too much space on the right there, too much space, and if it goes to hand, this will be a try. And Floyd goes all the way. They afforded him. The setup was very tight from the line out. The fly-off and the center were really tight and opened up so much space for Floyd to exploit almost half of the pitch to himself there. KCB put another 5-pointer. Just looking there, he had so much space on the outside, and that was just a manipulation that came from the line out. Sometimes most of the times there's no winger given such amount of space will not be able to take advantage of it, either by evasive running or just sheer raw pace. The halftime break, KCB Rugby leading 17-0. back for the second half. First half was all KCB, putting in 3 tries. Kisumu yet to have a sniff of KCB's try line, but they have another 7 minutes to make amends for that. They elect to go deep into KCB's 22. Sikutu are coming in, and KCB just trying to exit there. Set piece was well managed there, ball well retained using the full pitch. Chiasi just stepping in. Sikutu are coming in on a short support angle. Quick recycle from Nyala there. A wraparound move from Emmanuel Opondo, and now it's a 2v1. Opts not to pass it, goes to deck. They are making headway here gradually and surely, and this one is a walk-in try, born out of 5 faces end to end from KCB. Olukusi going in for his first points, 5-pointer for this tournament. That was just a build-up play all the way from kickoff in their 22. Took the ball from one end to another, recycling it well, putting the ball in front of the attacking players and just ensuring that they were making ground. At the end of it all, Kisumu ran out of defenders.
Making good use of the ball is the right word to really. KCB showing class, oozing class. Well, it's Kisumu they're taking on, but you can still see the execution, just those simple things, 2v1, catch pass, you know, create that overload. You can see at some point, you know, it's a rack. You need to quickly play the ball because on the outside channels, your players, your teammates are ready and waiting for it. So it's moving, very many moving parts, but when they come together, they come out quite beautifully.
Yeah, top-notch execution. You still have to play what is ahead of you, and as for a coach, what you're looking for is the basics being done well by your team when they have ball in hand, and that just informs and gives you an idea of where they are in terms of their structure, so that when the pressure moments come, you're able to execute. Kisumu under pressure in that put in, but they survive and get the ball out wide. Their flyer here who checks in Shiasa in and out, but Shiasa is not having any of that. Penalized for going high on his tackle. Quick tap and go from Kisumu. Steps back in, has numbers. Mezi runner here. Still able to retain possession. 2-on-2 here, and just shepherding the ball carrier towards the touch. Steps back in, and that's almost a high tackle. Kisumu doing well with ball here, retaining possession and keeping the KCB defense guessing. Carrying it when they need to, taking it out to the wings when they need to, and KCB's defense being tested here. Finally, they pinch the ball in contact and turn it over. And now, Kisumu have to be very wary in defense here. Should not, that inside support runner benefiting from the offload, going all the way, Tyson Minor. Just one turnover. And Kisumu conceding another 5 points.
Well, that is defense into attack in a nutshell. Tyson Maina feeding off that offload from Angeliti Lionel from that wing position. And that is KCB piling more misery on Kisumu. That is 29, Kisumu 0.
So Pondo takes a break. In comes Brian Wahenya. As the changes are made, the KCB bench out also went Muhati. We have Asati also coming in, and good kickoff, good possession there by Kisumu. But they are penalized for not going straight into the contest area. Again, ball shifting quickly to the right of KCB. Olukusi with a carry in between a fend, a step in and a fend, and he goes all the way. Very easy try now, and Kisumu not giving much of a fight in this one. Olukusi had 2 men ahead of him, stepped off his right foot, got into the space, a handoff with his left, and a missed tackle, as you see there.
Really, this Olukusi guy, this is probably 30% or 40% of what he's really supposed to be. He's a big boy, he's a big carrier, he can run, he can break tackles. I think it's really high time Olukusi now steps up into his big boy age.
You're not wrong.
Takes up that position at Shujaa.
You're not wrong, Walter. There's a lot of frustration from many rugby fans on the potential that is yet to be fully realized concerning Olukusi. And it's just a matter of when will he get his act all together. Consistency for me is what he needs to work on, and always showing up all the time. That a coach can rely on you to deliver every single time. But of course, the potential is huge and massive. And here, coming against 3 of Kisumu defenders, does well to retain possession, and they swing it out wide where they have numbers. That ball was slow in being released, but what was that? Shiasi just realized that he had been let loose by the defender. He had wrapped him, then on seeing a man coming around, left him to go for the... And it's a basic error that most players make. Deal with the situation at hand first.
The tackle wasn't completed. Kisumu tried holding Shiasi up. Shiasi used the oncoming attacker as a decoy. So the defender was caught up in 2 minds. He had to make a decision. Now, he thought Shiasi was going to offload that ball. So it's a game and they've lost. And that sums up the afternoon for Kisumu.
Yeah, and we're well on track for the biggest score of the day here. We are in the 40s, first time we're in the 40s here. And I mean, Kisumu having a rough introduction into the Division 1 7th leg of this circuit. Asati punches through the gap there, offloads from deck. And just a timely tackle there from Kisumu, stopping Wahinya, but the ball retention is there. That no-look pass not going to hand. Olukusi and Tyson Maina deciding on what to do here. Just a bit of attrition here. Ball is out to the left. Shiasi just puts his man in check, loops around, and fantastic move there. The winger, the Kisumu winger was not alive to that loop around. And Shiasi goes in for another drive. The official is watching the highest scores of the day here. Kisumu not yet on the scoreboard.
Yes, that is Agility Lionel playing supplier once again to Festus. He offloaded Festus' first try and has done the same thing once again, just thriving on that edge, on that far end, and the wing. The wing is feeding off well. He's running around, he comes in for the ball, comes in short, goes in round. And that's a great conversion from out wide. Brian Wahinya. That is an extra 2 points on the scoreboard, brings the scores to KCB 48. And that should be the full-time score. Full-time score, KCB 48. Kisumu RFC 0. Very, very important scoreline there for the KCB side. Reigning Driftwood champions, league leaders of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, ladies and gentlemen. First on the table. Coming up next, Sindemoliro taking on Impala. Thank you so much. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. This is the afternoon session. We are drawing closer to the final match day 1 of this year's Prinsloo Sevens. Many thanks for joining us. This is Live Eye coming to you live from Nakuru Athletics Club. And all this made possible courtesy of SportPesa. The caravan, the SportPesa National Sevens caravan, coming to town, coming to the city of Nakuru. Masinda Muliro in the picture there is coming, and during the pre-match, time now for Impala to take on the gentleman from Kakamega.
Together with Chico Hub, the ticketing partners. Karibu sana.
Impala will be kicking us off in this one. Most receiving.
Back. Last one back.
Kickoff time there. Goes high, goes 10. Tapped backwards. Impala with possession, but the referee says the ball traveled forward. That is an opportunity for Masinda Muliro. Knock on offside, referee awards a penalty, quick tap there. Impala still were with a meeting. They were still huddled up. Kenyari looking to chase down Veron Kaburu, not successful. Try time, Masinde Muliro. Veron Kaburu quickly took care of the situation there as Impala still had time to talk to the referee. Caught napping. And Veron Kaburu with his big strides there in your picture. Beats the defense, scores, celebrates. Looks to add the extra 2 points. Doesn't get that. Masinda Muliro 5, Impala 0. Veron Kaburu has served. Masinda Muliro with quite a lot of distinction. Been a long time servant of this side. He's the captain. Kickoff didn't meet the requirements. There you have David Nyangige just weaving his way around, finding Matoka. And on the outside, Felix. That is Matoka goes over for a try for Impala. Matoka scoring fast for Impala in this game. Well worked out. Nyangige looking to add the extra 2 but doesn't get the 2 points in the bag for Impala. Current score tied at 5 apiece. Masinda Muliro and Impala. Ball goes into touch. The referee was playing a knock-on advantage there for Impala. .336 to go in this first half. Gideon Makumi looking to fill the scrum. There's no hook in that. Giga reacts angrily. Referee clear with his instructions. There's no hook in that. Moose Most on the attack. Masinde Muliro.
Tackle release.
Masinde Muliro on the attack. And Masinde Muliro will be going over Chachi Luyugi.
Try time, Masinde Muliro. Chachi Luyugi adding another 5.
Guys, quick.
Extending their lead to 10. Impala 5.
Chachi Luyugi diving over there to take the lead in favor of Masinde Muliro.
Hey, big up to one Eric Nyangoya. Usalimio kabla alale, sindio?
Stay back. Stay back. Number 11, back. Tackle, play. No. Tackle release. Turnover good.
Turnover there for Masinde Muliro. Masinde Muliro looking to add an extra. And that is try time, Kevin Bukala.
Try time, Masinde Muliro. Kevin goes over for yet another try to the varsity side.
Kevin Bukala there diving over for Masinde Muliro's third. Conversion pieces to uprights.
Masinde Muliro 15.
Most 15. Impala 5. We're well within the referee's time now as we await the halftime break of this game.
Stay back.
Most tapped backwards. That's a knock-on advantage. Referee will be blowing an advantage. With that, it is halftime. And the halftime score, Most 15, Impala 5. second half. Masinde Muliro with a 15-5 lead going into halftime. An opportunity here for Impala to claw back the deficit.
Crouch. Bind.
For those ones who follow the international rugby calendar, the British and Irish Lions playing their third test today training. What would be your assessment of the Australian rugby as of now? They've lost 2. This is their third test.
They're in a very tight spot, really. When you look at their results over the last World Cup cycle, they are really in the worst of their times. And sometimes you think they're on the mend, then they produce, they get a beating here and there, and it becomes a real problem to gauge how well it's going.
Well, that is a drive for Impala. Gideon Makumi quickly taps and ball scores. Should be able to get the extra 2. That is Impala's Nyangige. You see, he tapped, saw the line, dived over, grounded the ball. Impala have enough time on the clock. So do Masinde Muliro. So this is a game that should be decided in this second half, as the player there receives medical attention. That is Reynold Anduvate.
Yeah, and you know, with the Masinde Muliro, they must win this one. They were on the losing end when they were playing Mwamba, gifting Mwamba their first win of the circuit. And another loss here will see them, you know, firmly at the bottom of their pool. Impala, on the other hand, really started strongly in their last game when they were playing Kabras Sugar, but faded off badly in the second half. So both teams really have a lot to get out of this match, and they will be going for nothing short of a win to just register their first win of this tournament.
Yes, it's all about registering the first win. Lots and lots at stake for these two sides. Looks one direction, kicks off towards the other. Masinde Muliro take the ball there. Time for Masinde Muliro to respond. They've just conceded a try there. Shows his back. Impala not falling for that, holding their line strongly. Kinyari looking for Oyugi. Collins is, that is Churchill is well manhandled. Tap and go, but not from the right spot. That is Toka.
Yeah, Masinde Muliro feeling the heat, feeling the pressure here. Scoreboard pressure just tailing as they try and exit, carve out some space for themselves, but not being very clinical in that particular phase of play. Impala still in it, of course. They just need to ensure that they have a better strike rate with ball in possession. We saw them in their first match really having their basics right, their principles were right around ball possession and recycling of the ball, but in this case just runs into a brick of Masinde Muliro defenders, and this one is not getting out. Turns over the ball immediately back to Masinde Muliro.
Yes, Masinde Muliro now have possession in hand, looking to punish Impala there. Impala will do so well to defend this phase of action. That is 3:30
Crouch
left.
Timothy Makia joining the fray here for Impala, as out goes Calista Simiu after getting caught in that blockade by Masinde Muliro players. offside play from Impala, penalized, and Masinde Muliro finally getting an opportunity to get into Impala's half, but do not find touch. The decision here is for Impala. How do they craft an opportunity here that can result in 5 points? Just goes into the tackle area and slowly resets. But Impala have numbers out here. Would pass over the defenders and is going all the way with one man to beat. Will he step him? Yes, he does. But does he have the pace? No, he doesn't. Gets apprehended. But the support play is fantastic. Going in and making things difficult for Masinde Muliro. Try by David Nyangige.
Yes, that's a good try by David Nyangige. Now that try, Toeli, David Nyangige passed that ball, beautiful pass. He's the one who passed that ball from the inside, wrapped around. I mean, on that attack, as you can see, Kinyari there carrying it forward, came back, was there on the hand to support, and he gets himself a 5-pointer. Now, that is exactly sevens rugby, and David Nyangige looks like he has the skill set to play this sevens.
Yeah, and that's the mentality you need from your number 9. Even in the 15th side code, you should always track where the ball is headed. You don't have to follow it, but track and anticipate the next breakdown. And for the top number 9s in the world, that's their best asset.
And you see he can also take the restarts. So he's a multi-talented halfback for Impala. Keep a close eye on him over the next couple of days. Remember, this is the first day of the second leg of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. As Masinde Muliro look to take the ball forward there, big platform set. Exchanging passes through the midfield. Most on the outside. That is once again Kevin Wabukala. Kevin Bukhala sets, but they lose the ball. It's a scrum down to Impala. Impala need the ball.
Yeah, the games are really tight now. Just barely seconds remaining in this particular match. Hot on the heels of another draw that we saw earlier between Nondies and Catholic Monks. Scores are tied here. Masinde Muliro against Impala. We just need one opportunity, especially for Impala, whose tails are up, who have the momentum. As we see them making changes here, referee signaling for the substitution to Oka. Referee calls in the medics just to do their beat around the player who is injured. So referee signals time back on, and immediately does so. The hooter goes, signaling the end of this match on the clock. Now we're in the referee's time. And Impala, I don't know if that was the right one, but they must have discussed about it. Go for this distance. If this ball stays in, then there'll be problems for Masinde Muliro, but the second kick just took it way too far into touch. And we have our second draw, our second tie, our second tied match. 15-all between Masinde Muliro and Impala RFC. we move into the last match of the second round of fixtures. Day 1 featuring Kabras Sugar and Mwamba RFC. Kabras Sugar with a change in their strip, going for the blue and white. Mwamba in your black, predominantly black and grey outfit. Kickers off, going deep and high, but well retained by Kabras. Taking the ball, Humphrey Asiligwa, and he's off to the races, and he looks at his man and says, I will take you on. But nice cross-cover defense by the sweeper. And Cantona swings it out to Mutua. They identify a lot of space to their left here. This is ominous times for Mwamba in the first few seconds of this game. Just a meter short of the try line, and it is a try. Badges over. What a fantastic start by Kabras Sugar.
Well, straight from the restart, Humphrey Asiligwa rose highest, took the ball, broke the line, and handed the ball to his teammates who had an overlap on the outside channels. And going over is Patrick Clivert for that opening try for Kabras Sugar.
Indeed, with a conversion to come, Cantona attempting to put it and doesn't make it over the whitewash parallel to the try line, and scores at 5-0. As we look there, strong carry, 2 men, shrugs their attention and goes over for the first try for Kabras Sugar. Restart here by Cantona, puts it high. This one will be contested. Brian Mutu already on site, taps it back, but Mwamba are able to retain possession. He's held up, and that becomes a maul, because Mwamba, the ones who put it in, they lose it. Patrick Kluivert, instigator of that maul, and reaps the benefit for it. Positioning of Kabras in this attack, very interesting. Loading the shorter side, leaving too much space on the left, the open side, and you will bet Cantona will shift to that side, and he does so, giving ball in early enough for his winger, who gets up prevented immediately. But they have the whole lot, the whole width to work with here. Mutua with a hick step, and not much gained from it, but they get to reset. Identifies the need to keep the defenders there. That was tapped down. Referee calls him for offside. He's lucky not to get away with a yellow card there. And there will be a yellow card here if they're not careful.
Referee says retreat 10 meters. Liakim Kicho is still excited and animated about that decision by the referee.
Yeah, he wasn't amused.
Still not sure if he was offside or not, but however, we still play on. Kabras Sugar looking to do things at pace. You can see that their passes, their movement and all that maybe rattled by the likes of KCB, who've gone up a notch higher in terms of their performances.
Yeah, always important to make a statement of intent, as we see Cantona just using the full pitch. Lined up at the end of that. Very nice kick, very tactful kick.
That is a try, courtesy of Kabras Sugar.
Victor
Otieno on the wing. I mean, that's I mean, his positioning would have sold out the trick play. So I'm not sure how Mwamba's positioning there did help them, because it was just a simple cross kick.
I think they were banking on how well that kick will be executed. And as you can see, Cantona very good with his boots. Pinpointed cross kick and a very easy stroll for Victor to the try line. Conversion missed. Scores remain 10-0. As Cantona goes to the skies again, and Mutua arrives as choreographed. There's a knock-on there from Ambetsa. Lamek Ambetsa just looking at the space, looking at the ball, caught in two minds, ends up with no benefit at all, knocks it on.
I think that is the first cross kick try we've had this weekend. It's a tactic that I've seen Cantona use before, and I'm sure he'll definitely use that again. Most teams probably aren't prepared for that. They're looking to defend 1v1, create a challenge between one defender against one attacker. But when you put the ball to boot, you then, I mean, it's a tough one to defend. As Mwamba go over for their first, it's a tough one to defend. Try time Mwamba. That is
Eugene Ojambo with at the end of that interplay between the Mwamba forwards. Was a strong carry there by Ojambo right through the heart of Kabras defense, and they didn't realign in time with support on both sides. There's only one way it was gonna end.
Yes, Eugene Ojambo there on hand to feed off that. Well, Mwamba have responded. We probably thought that Kabras were going to run away with this one, but it seems like there's life in Mwamba.
Yeah, the issue for them now is to hold on, to stay in touch with Kabras, not to let this game go and slip away from them. Maintain punishing any mistakes, as we do watch them attempting to now punish Kabras for that knocked on in the kickoff and the restart, and he steps back in. Kabras almost guilty of overchasing in that defense. Somehow there was an offside. Referee calls them back for the penalty. They'll go for a quick tap here, I'm sure. 5 meters out, he dives over and scores. Mwamba's second try, Dennis Diala, and Mwamba suddenly just back into this game.
Yes, Mwamba back into this game. Dennis Diala going over for that try. 5 meters out, an opportunity just 5 meters away. Tapped there and saw the line and had two defenders to beat. Just weaved his way through that defensive line. Nothing there for Kabras to do.
Absolutely nothing. They were still backpedaling, and Mwamba recognizing the position they were in, the territory they were in. Any touch on him there, any touch on Diala would have led to a yellow card. But they do now put some question marks into Kabras' challenge here. Some of the minor infringements, getting ahead of the kicker. Sometimes you see referees overlooking those incidences, but where it's so blatant, you force the referee's hand.
Yeah, where it's glaringly in front of the kick, as Jackson also receives the ball but knocks it on. It is half time. Kabras Sugar 10, Mwamba 12.
offside kwa sababu kupunguza lazima ulikuwa umeingia ndani na modoshe.
So gearing up for the second half. Kabras are to kick us off. Back into this onto the pitch is Jackson Siketi. Will be taking the kicking duties from here. Interesting match. Really fantastic first half for the neutrals. 12-10 in favor of Mwamba. That was never scripted, but Mwamba turning up and giving Kabras something to think about the second half.
Yes, definitely something to think about for Kabras Sugar this second half. Mwamba, like we did say, they're sevens through and through. And as such, it's not a surprise that they would take Kabras toe-to-toe on this specific game. However, it's an important fixture for both sides because it decides on who finishes top. And as they wrap around, Siketa dances, brings Ojiambo to his feet. That is Humphrey Asiligwa, who scores and is tackled. Try time, Kabras Sugar. Kabras Sugar 15, Mwamba 12.
Yeah, Jackson Siketa putting his imprints into this game early enough. He comes in and put his man to stop as they looked around and released Humphrey Asiligwa all the way to the try line. Kabras Sugar now will look to close this game up early on in the second half. Mwamba have to stay in touch. If they stand any chance to get a result out of this game, they have to stay in touch. Skater once again with a restart. They have been good at those ones. The first half they really put Mwamba on the defense, the balls that were coming from the skies, and that's a good restart. Puts enough pressure on them, and it is rightly adjudged to have been tapped back into play and out of touch to the benefit of Mwamba RFC.
Yes, Mwamba will be looking to hit back, having going into the break with a 2-point lead. Now they trail, having considered that early try in the second half. Rolling forward, Diala Brian Tua now shakes. The attention of Asiligwa is there is no clear release, no roll away. Diala Scooter Liakim cuts back against the grain. Once again, the side referee says no 10 meters, playing an advantage. That sounds like a yellow card offense.
It is.
Rightfully so. The referee will be sending one of the Kabras players into the sin bin. That is Jackton also is sent to the naughty.
Yeah, that was a cynical play. I mean, any player worth their salt will know that within 10 meters, touch a player, you will get your matching orders, and just costs his team numerical advantage here. As we see Mwamba going over the whitewash, putting down 5 more points. Kabras.
Sikuta. That is Sikuta Steve going over. Big boy.
Yeah, and just identifying the opportunity that is there. 5 meters out, carries it strongly, puts it down, and once again, Kabras find themselves trailing in this seesaw of a match. Kabras might want to reconsider their options here. They are keeping this game too close, and it will just bring a lot of complications in terms of their tables, in terms of their pool. This was not something that had been planned for.
Kila mtu ashinde game yake. There is nothing like plan, because even Mwamba had a plan of their own. So it's everyone for themselves, really. We can't really cry on behalf of Kabras. Kabras have to win their games, same way Mwamba is.
Very true. And Mwamba, having learned a lot Remember, they won their first game today, and win this one, and they'll definitely be tops in terms of the pool standings. Far much more improvement from what they had in Mombasa, and they are playing in the right places. They have the territory advantage, and they're also confident. You can see that from the way they're playing. I mean, they have tried things out and it's working. They look to go to the right here, 2v1 with only pace. Referee calls that one a forward. Very marginal, but nonetheless the ref calls it as a forward. When it was a 2v1 situation, those are things that you train so many times on the training ground. 2v1, and just how many times do we see forwards in such situations?
Well, so many times you see those balls being passed forward, especially the inside man who's probably trying to run a short line. They are sometimes suspected of encroaching and actually going in front of the ball carrier. So if you do pass that ball, you find that most of the time they're forward. So the angle is not as easy as you think. Easier said than done. The execution is a tough one. However, that's an opportunity gone begging for Mwamba. They would have scored that, taken the game away from a 5-point difference, maybe from a 2-point difference, maybe to a 7-point difference, maybe over 7. That means Kabras have to score twice. So, game of margins, time now for Kabras to put something together, maybe to rescue this. 1 minute and 11 seconds.
Yeah, a good put in there from Ambetsa. The ball goes out and it is immediately knocked on. Nothing going right for Kabras. I mean, the nerves now showing and the pressure and tension getting to them. And immediately Marlin Kolwe makes changes here, brings in substitutions. The name of Collins Osore comes in to replace Lamek Ambetsa at number 9. Barely any time to work with on the clock here. And Mwamba just need a lot of game management here. Ensure that they are able to retain possession as the hooter goes. Another upset in the making. Successful ball. And he just made people tense here quite a bit, trying to run it. And Mwamba collect their second win of day 1 in Prinsloo Sevens, upsetting the form boys in Kabras and going to the top of the pool.
Really, I don't think that is the form boys. The form boys are the champions, KCB. But anyway, it is a tall order as Mwamba celebrate there in your picture. Liakim Kichoi celebrating with his technical bench and his teammates. Full-time scores, Kabras Sugar 15, Mwamba 17.
We kick off for the second round of fixtures for the women's category in the Prinsloo Sevens. Kenya Harlequins women taking on Racket Rugby. And Kenya Harlequins just looking better on the day, taking off, and I don't think she will be caught going all the way, taking out the defending winger. And it is a center post try for Kenya Harlequins just seconds after the kickoff.
Kenya Harlequins women calls down at 5-0.
Joining us here on set in the commentary booth, Oscar Osir. And Oscar Osir, you're there in Mombasa, you're there in Driftwood. What is your take on what you've seen so far?
First of all, we did say in Mombasa that teams will always improve in the second tournament. Game time, the match fitness always makes you better in the second round. And that result, just before this game, when we saw Mwamba taking on beating Kabras. Of course, there's some changes in the Kabras team, that's fine, but I think we'll see more shocks going forward, and that's why the draw was done the way it was done, as we see Kenya Harlequins kick off here.
Very true, Oscar, and indeed the games have been tighter in this day one of the Prinsloo Sevens. And yeah, we are looking forward for the first shock. We actually got it in Mwamba, going by the water happened in Driftwood. But what we have here is the first women's category in this year's 7th circuit. Remember, with the SportPesa coming on board as the sponsors, the women's winner of this Prinsloo's leg will get 70,000 to take home with, and the runners-up will take 30,000 with them. So something also to look forward and motivate the players, even as they come into this round of matches.
It's fantastic for what the union has done, and the sponsors as well, making sure that there's prize money and a lot of motivation for the team. And by the way, the Kenya Harlequins have a new coach, Sheila Chajira, who's a national team player herself, very experienced player, and who's going into coaching as well. So it's really, really nice to see that. She's still a player herself, by the way. She plays for the national teams once in a while when she's called in by the coach. And of course, she's ably supported by Patricia Gunda, who's now the new coach at Kenya Harlequins, both 15s and 7s. So there's a lot of work that's gone into the Queens, whether they're called Queens, and the results so far that we've had in the day one of this tournament, they're doing well.
Yeah, and nice to know that there is a potential for a player coach in the Harlequins lineup, and most of the time that works well. Yeah, as far as the confidence for the players is, because you're getting it live, and of course where you can't execute it well, the player coach has the ability to demonstrate to you how to get it done. Here, as we see, of course, Racket struggling to get out of their half, really pinned in their half by Harlequins, just gifting penalty after penalty in the infringements.
Yeah, Racket are a very young team, but they've produced also some wonderful players, Racket. Make no mistake that, but the Queens perhaps a bit more experienced than them here.
Yeah, that shows even in the way that Harlequins are able to manage the game. Just not being able to play according to the rules there. Racket having the wrong grab of the referee here, just trying to get themselves into this game. But Queens should convert these into points. They have really camped here in the 22. It's just a matter of composure and...
That's wonderful communication from the referee. She's very clear. When there's a knee on the ground, you have to release the players, the tacklers to release. As you see, step and try. Is it? Yes.
Yes, another try by Kenya Harlequins. High fives there, hard work being rewarded. And they extend their lead to 12. Really now, Racket have all the work to do. The remaining part of this first half, they have to start by retaining possession and trying to create and build up some faces. Otherwise, they are being pinned in the wrong area.
I really like the communication from the referees. I like how she's very clear when she's communicating. Knee on the ground, release, penalty advantage. But another interesting thing here, really, in the women's game, they're getting a penalty 5 meters out of the try line. And they're choosing to scratch. A lot of the men teams are taking scrums. What's the difference? Is it tactics? I mean, what seems to be working for the men and not for the women? Why would the women? And it's interesting, by the way, because Gunda is also the coach for the Queens men. I saw in the game that they took a scrum, but the women are taking a scratch in the penalty.
It must be the player's decision. I don't think it's the technical bench because there is no two ways of coaching this game.
I'm interested to understand the logic or the tactical logic there. Perhaps then maybe the penalty works for them, then they use that, and maybe when the scrum works, they also take that option.
Yeah, again, unless you're on the pitch, there is a way in which players take the decisions into their own hands, reading the momentum of the game, reading the opposition that is ahead of them, and deciding to take options that will ideally not be what should be on the table. So those taps, those quick taps around the 5 meter yard, I think that is what informs that.
There goes a quick tap, about 30 meters out. Good ball retention here by Kenya Harlequins Queens. Just a fix and pass that she should have passed, or she decided to take it in. I think it's another rack here.
Sorry?
She talked about releasing, but she's penalized the Queens players. I don't think they went 10 meters there.
Advantage high. Advantage high tackle.
Yeah, she must have called something else quite quickly.
She said advantage a high tackle, she said.
Yeah, that informs the change of decision. And now here, no one at the backyard of Queens. They have to realign quickly. The defense has to be in shape faster than that, as Racket enjoy a small bit of possession here, straight running through the defense of Queens women, utilizing the numbers out. That looks suspiciously forward, but ref says play on. Racket now enjoying some possession. They have looked for it for quite a bit. Offloading in the tackle, keeping the ball alive and breaking through, going all the way. Will she make it? She gets nabbed just short. Support player and try for Racket ladies.
Toili, you took the words out of my mouth there. I was going to mention what we discussed a lot last week with Walter. KBA, they are keeping the ball alive. It's obvious that perhaps the Queens are a bit more powerful than the Racket players, and they are running good lines. When the support player running really good lines, when they get a line break, and then they're offloading, and even at the last moment there, when the try scorer seemed, or the person was supposed to score the try was caught up, the support player still came through, and then eventually was an offload again, the try under the post, converted.
Yeah, the halftime scores here. Kenya Harlequin ladies up by 5, leading 12-7 to Racket Rugby ladies.
That was a really good demonstration of keeping the ball alive there from Racket Rugby. And it's wonderful to see this event from our women's category. That was quick.
So we're still on the referee's time here. We're still on the referee's time. There was enough time for a kickoff. Despite the hooter having gone, I think the conversion was taken before the hooter.
Yes, I just wondered there why the support bench left the team the pitch early.
So a set move here from the training grounds, and just straightening there, going through and attracting attentions of Racket ladies, the defense there. Good appreciation of the lows, putting the ball down and coming up and keeping the momentum going. Steps in off the left, and just as simple as that, goes for the try. Fantastic play there, hitting straight back.
So that's a good contrast of play from the two teams. One team runs, also do the same stepping, but offloads. The other team opts to take the rack. So it's a good contrasting of styles there to see that, and both seem to work. So on one end you can take a rack and release the ball, and as long as you have a stepper, and the other, as long as you have support play coming, running the good lines, you still score the try.
Two different approaches, truly, and both reaping rewards.
Both 7 points.
Yes.
Just joining us, remember we are live on location at the Nakuru Athletic Club and showing of the SportPesa YouTube
Kicking us off after scoring their third try. Ball received by Racket ladies, setting up to go into another attacking venture. Identifying the space behind the Queens defense. and going for the territory advantage here. Racket ladies, good aggression, good chase up. Seems to work for them, pinning Harlequin ladies in their 22. Well, identifies the space and takes off, pins her ears, and she's off. All of the 75 meters, goes all the way to put in very shortly their 4th try of this match. Kenya Harlequins punishing the naivety of Racket ladies, not covering the blind side of that rack. So attempted conversion there is good by Milka Chitechi. As we see her taking off, she pinned her ears and she was gone. Maxine Abuga goes all the way, scores Harlequins' 4th try, 26-7 at the halftime. For the second half of this second round of fixtures for the women categories at Prinsloo Sevens. Harlequins ladies in the lead here, 26-7 against Racket ladies. The solitary try that they scored in the first half. And the Harlequins coming really strongly closing strongly in the first half after what seemed to be a tight first few minutes. Going into contact, and referee just creating order in that set piece. Racket ladies just identifying their outside channels, but well shepherded out. But we're still retaining possession, attempting a dummy there from the set, something that was not allowed, no longer allowed for a long while now.
Penalty and a yellow, I think.
Yes.
I think she had a chance to catch it, that one. Yeah, just a knock-on.
Yeah, I think she went with the two hands and survived the penalty.
I thought so as well.
Good catch there, good catch there. Sometimes referee has to be bold enough not to award.
Yes, I think Lovina Mijere there took off well, read the play very well. Attempted to catch, but I think just the timing was off, and it's just only a knock-on and not a penalty.
Racket have played in their half for the better part of this match, and they have to see how they can get themselves in proper territory that they can work with. Goes short, goes into the 5-meter channel, using all of it, goes into tackle. Sylvia Kerubo getting a huge collision there, but survives it. They move the ball out wide, 2-on-1 there.
Toili, I hope our viewers can appreciate the offloading play of Racket here.
Exactly.
This is contrasting of styles. They are not the biggest of players, but they do some wonderful offloading.
And getting space there, Silva Kerubo just benefiting from those offloads. And still game on. Harlequins not getting a chance to actually contest because the ball is kept alive in the contact areas. And they usher her out
That looks
into
suspicious
touch.
offside, but I guess there was no ruck. That's advantage, or disadvantage rather, of keeping the ball alive. If there's no ruck, then the player can come in and contest, and the referee allowed that to go.
Yeah, and that has been the, as you say, that has been the theme of Racket's attack when they have the ball in hand.
That's really beautiful to see. It's a 40-meter gain there from Racket in terms of just keeping the ball alive. They're a bit smaller in size compared to the opponent, Queens.
But they're using the spaces. Even though there are two defenders, they're hitting the space right in between, freeing their arms and offloading. And that's all that you require. You don't need the size to play an offload game.
You know, one of the key things of keeping the ball alive is that the running lines have to be correct. You have to look up and play the correct running lines, and they're doing it very well. It's a strong point, I guess, for them. So why not use what you're strong at?
Yeah, Valentina Tieno comes in there, goes immediately to the line-out duties. The throw was adjudged not to be on point. It was skewed and
she's not inside.
Yeah, it was skewed there. Toili, Naomi Mohanja just come in. Number 8, Naomi Mohanja for Queens. She is a Kenya international, Lioness Kenya international, 15s, and she actually plays hooker. So she's here playing 7s. I want to believe that perhaps this is a pre-season preparation for the 15s game.
You're spot on, Oscar, you're spot on. These must be something that helps them with their aerobic function, aerobic fitness, just to ensure that you have enough tank, you know, enough gas in your tank.
I doubt now we'll be doing any offloads. I think
they will slow it
she's
down.
only one way going for Naomi.
She will definitely go for the slower game management version of this game. I think the breaking play is due to an injury that is being attended just at the touchline there. Referee just keen to see if the evacuation can be done and the player gets attended to off the pitch, then the game can continue. So a break here, and that resulted from that phase of play where we saw them trying to bundle out the Harlequins players. Long break in play there. As we get a rerun of the actions that have been there in this match. Getting bundled out into touch.
I think the player just banged her head, banged her head on the floor. As she gets medical attention. As usual, the medical people have to really be, especially when it comes to head injuries. And we've seen this in football as well, or the other old shot ball.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Head injuries are very critical in sport nowadays, especially due to concussions and challenges of concussions.
Yeah.
There is a movie actually that I think it was called Concussion in the American football.
Yes,
and that
yes, and
changed
the side effects.
That changed the protocols of how head injuries are handled in many sports, contact sports, and rugby was one of them.
Yeah, and you just need to go into UK, especially the English Premier. They did some documentary around it, and I remember some of the previous players who came onto the show and discussed the effects, the long-term effects they've had with concussion. And That's why it's always important for those protocols to be observed when dealing with head injuries. But we hope and pray for the best outcome for this particular incident.
Yeah, that's why the HIA tests were introduced for the head injury assessments. Of course, in Kenya, I think a lot of the head injury assessments have had a lot of, I don't know whether they still do that, but I think they do a lot of identifying and then they substitute. Once you've identified that there's a head injury, then the referee asks for the player to be removed from the ground. So all precautions being taken here just to make sure that the player is in good space. We did see the player moving there, and sure that as I always say, it's a good sign. And the medical team just doing their best to make sure that that this particular injury is handled properly. So as the medical team just looks at this particular player, what are some of the contrasting stuff? I mean, it's obvious in this particular match that Racket wants to move the ball a bit more. And then they're stepping off their feet, both left and right, and then releasing. As soon as they feel a tackle, the player either comes running an unders-line, what they call an unders-line, which is running towards the ball, and then changing direction and going on overs line to then release the pass. While the Kenya Harlequins Queens have been a bit more confrontational, taking the rack. I think they feel that they can sort of attract 3-4 players, and it's working as well because it keeps the 3-4 players in the rack and then releases the rest of the players on the outside.
Yeah, and both teams just using what works best for them. I don't think that is a game plan that Racket can adopt. They do not have they don't have that in them in terms of the physical collision advantage. So that keeping it close quarter combat is not going to work for them, and that's why they have perfected that opportunity just to ensure that Queens do not have an opportunity to contest in the set pieces, in the racks, in the contact spaces. And as you're saying, it's worked for them. But more than that, I think they just need to be able to ensure that the opportunities they get, which are fine between, they are able to convert them, because they have not really been in Queens, Harlequins half as much as they would have wished.
And the visit they made, of course, they scored at the 7 points. So contrasting styles here, but both seem to be working. And of course, Queens lead this one at 26 points, 7.
Yeah, very extended break here, just to ensure that there is a proper evacuation of the players so that the game can continue well, because they are still within the precincts of the pitch. Therefore, we just have an extended break. To all our viewers who are joining in, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining in on this edition of the Prinsloo Sevens. This is the 16th edition. Prinsloo Sevens was adopted into the national circuit, national Sevens circuit. The national Sevens circuit started way back in 1999, and then we used to have 4 tournaments. We used to have the Christie, the Capital Seven, the Kabeberi. The only one that was off was actually the Mombasa one, the Prinsloo. But Prinsloo came into the picture, and from that we are here for our 16th edition, and we are ever so grateful that you were able to join us.
About 3 minutes left.
Yes, and just to give us a bit of a background, that is Jonathan Willie here from Nakuru Sports Club. As we see the player being released there. Jonathan, why was it called Prinsloo, by the way? Why was it called Prinsloo?
Prinsloo, it was called Prinsloo because it was named after one of our very active supporter at Nakuru Athletic Club. And he was also a former rugby player born in South Africa. So when rugby was being revived in Nakuru, he was one of the pillars to make sure Nakuru rugby was functioning, and they actually gave us a ground, Nakuru Athletic Club. As a club, Nakuru Athletic Club gave us the grounds for training, which was free, because because initially Nakuru was playing at Menengai High School.
Thank you very much there, Jonathan Willie from Nakuru Athletic Club. As we saw there, Kenya Harlequins trying to build play. I did mention that should Naomi Mohanji get the ball to really she would not go anywhere, she tucked it in, obviously, and just went straight.
Yeah, she knows what her modus operandi is, she knows what she's come to do, and she has a job well cut out. And I think at the end of it all, as long as they play according to what they set out to do and they get the win, the technical bench will be happy for that.
And then here we go with the Racket. Oh, they are in trouble here, Racket. It's a kick and chase here. It's a race to the try line. Another kick again, but I think Racket, oh, it goes, the ball beats everyone and goes dead. I think it's a 22 dropout, is it? The referee says that...
yeah, so Racket kicked it out, and the final touch was from Racket, so they will go for the 5-meter scrum, and the ball will be for Harlequins. And just so that you can see what options they will have here, I think they have sufficient pace and sufficient physical attributes here just to carry the ball over the try line, being around 10 meters or so out. Splitting the pitch right at the center. They go to the right, and Racket have the ball and they like to kick it deep into Harlequins half. A good chase there. If they're able to pin them and they're able to pick that ball, does he have the wheels to go all the way? Or you bet she has, you bet she has. She goes all the way to score Racket's second try of the game. Good kick and chase there.
Elijah, that was, again, Naomi Mohanji just chasing back there. It's good to see front forwards chasing back, so she just doesn't carry the ball straight forward. She's chasing back for Kenya Harlequins, but unfortunately for her, Very Keribo was too quick. And that's her second try of the game?
I think so. She's the one, she should be the one who scored the first one. I mean, she has the wheels on her, and that just shows there as she chases through right to the end, and we are able to get to the finish, the end of the game. Kenya Harlequin ladies emerging victorious in that 26-12. Racket losing this one, but still in contention. Another round to come later on. Quickly coming through for the next round of games in the women's category. Mwamba ladies taking up on Nakuru RFC, the home side. And we have a lot of good players turning up for the Nakuru ladies. Nakuru ladies just playing at their home ground, being cheered on by a mammoth crowd here who have turned up, braced the early weather, quite chilly in the morning, and then we had the clouds just dissipating and we were able to have sunshine. Now in this afternoon, going towards 4 o'clock here, getting the right temperatures, the right breeze for free-flowing rugby as Mwamba ladies take on Nakuru ladies.
Elijah, you did say that the World Rugby RB series started in 1999. Just a question here for our viewers online. I'd like to see your comments. Who was the team manager for Kenya Sevens in 1999 when the World Series was played in Dubai? Just tell us who was the team manager in 1999.
Yeah, those who are digital savvy, I'm sure you Google it out, but it would be nice to see who gets it right on top of their mind.
It'll be good to see it in the next 30 seconds. You know, who is the team manager? Obviously, the former team manager. That's 1999,
yes.
26 years ago.
Yes. Those were really the first days of us getting into a proper sevens introduction on a calendar, and that's when the idea was mooted just to have the clubs play the circuit. Quick off to the races there. Mwamba just missing out on that switch play. Ball goes on deck and is recovered. They secure it and go down to set of play to the left. Good offload. Goes all the way to Lynette Mora. Lynette Mora just gets apprehended. Quick rack there. Ball is still loose. Ref playing advantage as Faith Livoy carries that ball right at the center of Nakuru Ladies defense. Good retention there. They identify space out to the right. What will they do? That pass was too labored and she decided not to chicken wing pass off to the wing. And they're just sizing up her defense. Dorcas Nyachio. Mwambas are not waiting here. Tap and go. But the referee stops it.
Elijah, this Mwamba team is littered with Kenya internationals, both 15s and 7s. Livoy, of course, is a...
Okay, scrum.
The referee could say scrum there. The likes of Livoy, Naomi, these are the common fixtures in the Kenya Sevens Lioness teams. Both 7s and 15s, what's a very experienced side, Mwamba?
Yeah, I mean, Mwamba's book, you know, they're book favorites for everyone here because of the number of players turning up for the Lionesses, the Kenya Lionesses. But 7s is a game that gives opportunities to chemistry. If your team has the proper chemistry, you can take up literally on any team and hold your own against them. Spilling the ball in the tackle there, Nakuru Ladies with the first hint of possession and just spilling it over, turning it to Mwamba Ladies, and Mwamba just trying to get it out to their speedster, looks and tries to go out round, but the angle wasn't there. He's moored to the ground, survives that collision and still has the ball, swing it from side to side. That was a forward pass from Diana Omosi.
It's good face play there from Mwamba, but unfortunately that particular pass went forward.
Yeah, Lori Nokot, sorry, with the guilty of that forward pass. This is where the ball was lost in contact. A big hit, dishing out, big hit there. Naomi Jelagat, she's a really strong ball carrier and also in tackles.
The good execution of the tackle, a bit high, but very, very good execution of the tackle, leading with the right shoulder and the right leg.
Tackle fast, Black.
Nakuru Ladies with some possession of ball here, but they're playing really narrow, not opening up the pitch. They're all bunched up, and I don't see how they'll get space to work with here. Lucky that Naomi Amuguni was guilty of not releasing after the tackle.
Yeah, there she goes again for another attempt, but the referee is very clear that the back is really front.
That's really an unconventional run, but marshaled all the way, loses space and territory.
Not too unconventional, Elijah, because we did see this in the final.
Yeah.
Floyd Bambiri did score a try coming from one edge of the field to the other.
Yeah, and I saw some memes being shared in the social media, where you as a coach will tell them, we are not running across. He says, hold my drink, I show you.
It's a try there by Edith Nariaka for Mwamba. After a lot of build-up play, they are Faith Livoy with a good carry there, and then Nariaka just comes. No need for ruck clearance, they just picks up the ball and then goes over for the try. There we see as Faith Livoy on the screen, just good carry, getting rid of the defenders. Gets tackles, presents the ball there. On the line is a try.
Yeah, she had the presence of mind to just.
There was actually somebody clearing the ruck, so that's why Nariaka got the opportunity to get the ball.
Yeah.
So there was actually ruck clearance.
Pretty lucky not to get a yellow card for that. A bit of a high shot when she was scoring the try, but again in the act of scoring and you're that low, referees tend to be gentle a bit on that.
Elijah, in the world of rugby right now, there's a lot of talk around high shots in rucks. I think the look of Travis, and we'll come back to that, you know, in terms of what the rules say, how low should you be within the ruck. That was a depressed scoring opportunity, but I think it's interesting to see that and how it's refed also in the sevens game.
Exactly. The two codes have a different variation in the way some things are interpreted. Faith Livoy just coming in on a hard line there. Short just places the ball and gets onto her feet and off again, carries a few of the defenders with her. dummies and a high shot there. Referee playing advantage as they try and barrel their way. Linet Mora with a carry out. Mwamba ladies well spaced out in attack. Referee calls the advantage over, so Mwamba have to be alive to that. Another strong carry, just 5 meters out, coming in on the switch, going in for the second try.
That's experience here. I did talk about line breaks and running lines. That is a really good running line from a very experienced player. Fantastic try there.
That's the last one, okay? Good.
Referee just warning the group players for the high tackle.
Yeah, they're in succession, a couple of them.
I think it's pretty obvious here what Mwamba doing, using Faith Levoy and Maureen Chebet here to carry. They do the carry, and then the likes of Naomi running the lines. The weaker players. So the sort of larger players, or the forwards, are just carrying the ball forward, running straight, putting the ruck just like the Queens. And the crew may have to adopt maybe the Racket model and play offloads.
Yeah, at times you have to be able to adjust your game plan based on what is in front of you. And Nakuru just pinned down in their half. Mwamba ladies very keen on ensuring that they get this win and very interested in being at the business end of this tournament when we get there. Again, being good in ball retention, using the full pitch, and 3v1 here, and just that offload not going to hand, killing a 3v1.
Yeah, that was just the last pass there, just didn't go to hand. And I know some of these things that we were saying last time, these are difficult because they did everything well there at Mwamba. They just didn't release the ball in the last moment there, but they're still leading here at halftime at 12-0.
Yeah. They are kicking us off for the second half of this women's category Prinsloo Sevens. Nakuru ladies going all the way deep, and will it go dead? No, it doesn't. Mwamba ladies are able to retain it and just kicking it back behind the Nakuru ladies defense, and the chase was good. Chase was good there by Edith Nariaka, and punished after just isolating herself, not the supporting players not arriving on time, and Mwamba in good space here.
That looks offside, suspiciously offside, but referee lets it go.
Electing to go to the shorter side, does her role best in carrying it.
Yeah, that's what she's here for, Faith Boy.
Slower rack, but retains the ball and looking to spread the defense out wide. That pass has to be on point, it is, and you bet that she will go all the way. Another high tackle, just not registering on the refs. Rada here, play on, takes it back to the shorter side, identifying numbers and working on that space there. That pass was too hard. You will sense she was struggling with it. Finally just puts her forward. You could see she was thinking of how to execute, how to push that pass out wide, and she doubted herself.
Yeah, she did, but also to be fair, on the outside here was Naomi Jalagat, Faith Livoy, maybe some of the bigger players, and they felt, well, why not just keep it here, do some interpassing among the backs, and then we build from there.
Put in there for Nakuru ladies. How do they exit from this one? They need a steady scrum, and they are coming under pressure from it. They go out wide. Their pacey winger steps back in, but does not get rid of the defender. Livoy called to defend here, and she's exposed out of pace. Now it's off to the races.
Livoy is working hard to get back.
Yes.
That's covered by Edith Nanyaka. Livoy did very well there to make it harder.
Yeah, and redeems herself.
She did, yeah, she did.
Redeems herself, put herself back into play, and when the opportunity presented itself, she was there to jackal. Mwamba RFC ladies in a hurry. Mary Wakonyo with that break, just looking to see what to do. There should have been a support there, but she was isolated. Referee calls them back for not 10.
What do you want?
Mwamba ladies have a decision to make here, and they elect to go for the scrum.
It was good there to see Faith Livoy chasing down. It was Mary Wakonyo who had done a break there, and Faith missed that tackle. She did miss the tackle. She did an attempt, but she didn't stop. And I think that continuous chase allowed Edith Nanyaka to come over and cover from the super position. So it was good work there by Faith. She did miss a tackle, but she didn't give up and kept going.
And that's what coaches look for, hard-working players who track back, knowing an opportunity will present itself.
Yes, that was good tracking back there by Faith.
Go into contact there, Livoy with a pickup, but referees.
Place the ball on the ground.
I think she penalized.
The number 11.
Yeah,
playing the ball on the ground.
Penalized Lynette Mora for playing the ball on the ground.
Yes, I think Lynette Mora was penalized there for playing on the ground.
To be fair, Nakuru ladies have had a good spell of possession in the second half, just not converting those into points, and they have kept Mwamba honest on defense.
Tackler!
Really, I'm not the Nakuru coach here, but I'll recommend some offloads. It's a good line back here for Karina Mal, I think. Yeah, some offloads. Yeah, I did say the offloads. So there we go. Is that a try? Yes, she's gone over the try line. And that's a try for Nakuru.
Nakuru ladies employing the keeping the ball alive strategy, and it worked in this case. Mwamba ladies were not able to bring themselves back into play, not able to reset their defense on time, and eventually leading to them conceding that try. Now Mwamba have some concerns on their hands here as Nakuru plow themselves back into this game. As you can see, they're offloading from the deck, going all the way to score. Nakuru having 7 after that successful conversion. Just one try off the pace here on the scoreboard.
At first she said she's fine. She told me she's fine.
It's getting interesting here, Elijah. Just over a minute and a half to go. Mwamba, unbelievable pressure here from Nakuru. Nakuru enjoyed some spell of possession, as you said, and that has counted. Did say there should be a bit of offloads like Racket. They did that, and they ended up with a try here. Will the international experience maybe from Mwamba come through?
Yeah, now this is all about the mental fortitude of Mwamba ladies. As we see the Nakuru ladies try scorer limping off She had a very hard fall while she was scoring that try, and I think her left knee buckled. Nonetheless, Nakuru ladies restarting us here, and any mistake here by Mwamba ladies will be punished harshly by Nakuru ladies. Their tails are up. They're nifty opening up there, the dog leg coming in, but eventually it seemed like a pseudo gap. Mwamba recovered well fast enough. Again, taking them to the edges of this pitch here, just ensuring that they can use the width of this pitch. Nakuru ladies still bunched up even after using the 5-meter channel.
Elijah, I'm getting really excited here as Nakuru, using the edge of the pitch here very efficiently. They're very provocative here, Nakuru, keeping play. The shots are out, she should have released that pass, but they still keep possession. They do keep possession. 25 seconds to go here. Nakuru score this and they equalize. Comes a draw, you have to release.
That seems like
play. No advantage, referee says. It's still possession, no advantage. 10 seconds to go, no advantage. It's a yellow card here for Mwamba, against Mwamba. I think we'll see who's I think it's a penalty for high tackle, the referee says. Don't know who's the player. The quick possession. Oh, she dropped it. Oh, I think they've gone back. Oh no.
Yeah, lost ground there. 6 versus 7 here. Dano Moso did very well to chase down Nakuru ladies attacker and just causing them to lose territory and turning over possession in that contest. And now Mwamba just have to hold on to this ball. We are in the red. Time is up on the clock, waiting for the hooter, but if they get a turnover here, Nakuru ladies will be very dangerous with the 6 against 7. They should apply a blitz defense here and just put them to deck quickly, but missed tackle.
Elijah, this is experience here coming before. Faithfully boy, Naomi Amaguni here showing the experience. Jalaga there chooses not to pass the ball, just keeping it close. Offside. They're very deliberate here, Mwamba, keeping possession. This is very deliberate. They do offload there. Time, the buzzer's gone, I think I had the buzzer.
Yeah, the buzzer went.
Naomi Amaguni here, they reacted with the ball.
Wow, sheer pace.
That's experience here, Elijah. That's good experience from Mwamba. Experience has shown. They were under pressure, but eventually they get their score.
Also a statement of intent. 6 versus 7, the hooter has gone, you're ahead, but you just have to lay the marker down on your opponents. And Edith Nariaka, banking on his pace, outsprints the whole of Nakuru ladies' defense. Goes down for an extra 5 with conversion to come.
Elijah, that was really good experience rugby there. Forwards and backs combining very well, almost like American football. Elijah, just for your viewers here, for those who don't know, the coach for Mwamba ladies is none other than Mario Cheng. Mario Cheng, by the way, is a former coach of Impala Runs, who are the defending champions of the series. Impala Runs did win all the 4 tournaments in the series last year, and then Mary switched over and went over to Mwamba.
Yeah, good interplay there, and I mean the spreading of the talent, the coaching talents around the women's rugby, something that can only be better for the women's rugby. That match ending 19-7, we move back to Division 1. Division 1, the last final round of fixtures. And to kick us off, you have Stallions Rugby taking on Mombasa Rugby. Stallions Rugby, in their earlier matches, they lost 7-26 to Kenya Harlequins. And in their first match of the day, they also lost that one to Nakuru RFC, 7-12. Mombasa, on the other hand, not yet able to register any win also, having lost their first match 22-10 to Kenya Harlequins, and also losing the second one to Nakuru RFC 19-0. So both trying to save face, both trying to go for the 3rd position in the pool, all to play for here.
Elijah, watch out for number 11 player there, Newton Malenya from Mombasa RFC. He's an interesting player, quite gritty. Number 7 as well, Hananton Baka. very good player playing as a forward here, but he's naturally a centre. But on paper, you think Stallions will have this one, like?
Yes, on paper it seems so, and they should. But Mombasa looking to just ensure that they get a win and put some decency into their outing on day one. And off to the races goes Mombasa. Ezra Mumbo showing a clean pair of heels to the Stallion defenders, and within a minute noting down for putting their third try of the day. I think Mombasa RFC and Stallions will have to regroup here with a conversion to come.
And that is a successful conversion. Mombasa Sports Club 7.
So looking at the replay there, Ezra Mumbo identifying the space. He's been a good runner the first two games for Mombasa RFC and gets the reward there for a loose arrangement in defense from the Stallions rugby. Restart in the offing here. If they can retain that one, then Stallions will know they're in for it. They will know they're in for a big match to see who finishes third in this Pool A fixture. Ball is retained by Stallions, contested heavily, and they get rewards for contesting that ruck. Tap and go quickly. Ref says you should not be touched. It's gone 10, I believe. The referee allows the game to continue. Another carry there, strong carry by Mombasa Sports Club, making their way slowly towards the try line, just around 1 meter short. Stallions defending heroically here, but they're just a meter short. Coming in on a switch there, then getting caught. They reset and they go back to the shorter side. Another strong carry there by Mombasa Sports Club. Still coming short, but the try line is beckoning there. Will stretch and get no, he's short.
That was hard to back at the time to score that try, but eventually I think they get their try, Mombasa.
And Collins Amayo goes down. Just a quick pick and scoring, just diving over the try line there. Just less than a meter short. Identifies the space
there. By Anton Baka, then Amayo just over for the score. I did mention that Mombasa, I'm quite interested, they did play well in their home tournament. Some of the players,
they finished 15th.
Yes, but in terms of what you'd expect, you thought that they'll probably be run over and what have you. So and I remember every second, third tournament, teams do improve.
Yes, and it's showing in this particular one. Teams that didn't really look solid in the Prinsloo and the driftwood leg have come to the party this particular day one of Prinsloo. But can only speak for better things tomorrow when we get into the knockout phases.
Remember, Stallion ranked 9th. They are a decent team, Stallion.
Yes,
so they should be able to have enough in the artillery to make a comeback here against the Sports Club.
Mombasa RFC choosing to go for the scrum. Just outside the Stallions 22. The stable platform, and it takes off, floats to the flyer full, steps off his right and has a line break, short as it was, but gives them very important meters to work with. Stallion ferocious in that collision, just ensuring that they lose more meters. Still pegged in their own half, goes for an up and under just below and regathers it. Succeeds to regather it, and they have an advantage for an offside play there. Mombasa looking to go route one here, and they go short carry, and it's a try. It's a try for Mombasa, second try of this game.
Elijah, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was Malenya. I did talk about Little Malenya with the kick there and chase Little Malenya. He's got a gutsy player, Little. Not shy to try things.
Yeah, and the rewards are there to show.
And eventually Harlequins does get the try.
Very good for them, very good play from Mombasa, really playing smart rugby here. Just ensuring that they use the pitch quite well. If the game is on at the fringes of the set pieces, that's where they go to. And Stallions just a bit shell-shocked here at the turn of events. Mombasa restarters kick us off. Stallions retain the possession, and that's out on the blind side, and there was no one covering there. It goes all the way. Darting run, good sense of awareness of where he was. And Stallions get onto the scoreboard. David Obiero identifying the blind. Very narrow channel to work with.
I think Harrington Back was caught out there. Harrington looked a bit, just lost concentration there on the blind. Harrington just got the try, so perhaps with a bit, he was blowing there.
A bit winded, yeah.
He should have just stepped on the out to his left, left a little bit of space there.
Yeah, and immediately put his head up, he saw that space and took it. Backed his pace, went all the way. The sweeper was too far off to actually make any impact in that defense.
And that's the thing there, when you're sweeping, sometimes you should be, some coaches ask you to be behind the ball, to start your sweeping sort of movement behind the ball, as opposed to assuming that the right will be secured.
Then a coach killer there, Stallions on the restart, not going 10, and just giving free, cheap possession to Mombasa, denying themselves an opportunity to have ball in hand and work out something. Mombasa getting reprieve here, carrying it, coming into the 15-meter channel.
That's Newton Malenya. On the half penalty, Newton Malenya had asked the referee if they can take a scrum, but the referee said he has to play on as Stallions had blown a quick tap. Oh, this looks dangerous for Mombasa Sports Club. This time Harrington back up the tackle. It's a long pass there for Stallions. There's an overlap here if they can use it. It's a simple fix and pass there try for Stallions.
Yeah, Obed Chumba, the instigator of that particular attack, he went on a wavy, quick and tap. He tapped it quickly, stepped on his left, stepped on his right, handed off some weak attempts of defense by Mombasa. Then when he got caught in the 22, they had the presence of mind to move the ball to their left and going all the way to score their try there. As you see, the whitewash just beckoning their scores and put Stallions in a good place at the break of the halftime here. Scores are 10-7 in favor of Stallions Rugby.
It's 17-10
in favor of Mombasa Sports Club.
Elijah, I hope the Mombasa Sports Club coach, as I say that, I see Harrington Back there walking out. But this could say Harrington Back looked like he was blowing there, he needed to be substituted. Mombasa started very well, Elijah, but Stallions just catching up with them here.
Yeah, I mean, Harrington and the forwards, the group of forwards there, they did a lot of hard work. And Stallions were savvy enough to notice which areas to attack. And they went around them. They
did make sure that they caught up just before the half there.
Stallions with a put in here. Good territory for them, just outside Mombasa's 22. They've really positioned themselves deeply here. They look to swing the ball out wide on a predetermined move here. Cuts back in on a loop around. scrum off and just gets apprehended. This one might be a mole that he won't walk out of. Indeed, ball turned over
Scrum.
to Mombasa RFC.
Scrum.
That was Duncan Shamala. Body frame very small and just got the gap, got in, but
yeah, it was a good loop or sort of play there. Maybe should have released it, or just sometimes you can step into that pocket, then come out again. If you realize that the defense was circling him around, you could have just stepped in and then put back out or pull out as they call it, and then send the ball back. At seven, there's a bit of space so you can make that decision.
Yeah, you have the opportunity to do so. Mombasa RFC with a defensive scrum here, they go to their left. Just a terrible pass there, puts them under pressure. The ball was too high, but they survived that one. They see that there is no one at the backyard for Stallions, but good work, good retention there from Stallions.
Maybe that kick should have gone deeper, but then again, looks like a turnover.
They can't touch him. They'll risk a yellow card there, but referee says, well, probably it was 10 meters.
Yeah, you lost play on there.
Stallions with ball in hand, just trying to create some space for themselves here. Identifies that they need to reset. Takes same channel, playing it close, fends off their attackers.
Sorry, Elijah, I was just going to say Mombasa are puffing here. They're struggling to maintain this defense. As I say that, they lose possession Stallions, but the referee calls them offside.
Yeah, the pace now, the altitude probably getting to Mombasa. And Stallions just will want to put some distance between them. I mean, they will want to catch up with Mombasa Sports Club. And fitness here is very important for both teams. The momentum, all the momentum with Stallions at this point.
Stallions have to score quickly here if they have to catch up with Mombasa Sports Club.
They come to the left. Dummies to switch, but doesn't release the ball. Offloads from deck. That rack has been contested. Mombasa really defending ferociously here.
Elijah, I think that was a turnover in my eyes. In my view, I thought that was he snatched at it, he got it, but the player didn't release. And then went back. I think that was
Yeah, there was a lift on that ball, so he should have been rewarded for that. But action moves on very swiftly here. And Stallions just 5 meters short of the try line, putting all their effort in this one, electing to now carry it, and they walk into the try box. Walk into the try box and score. 17-15 to Stallions with a conversion to come that can tie the game.
I tell you what, as I mentioned that Mombasa seemed to be having a passing in defense there, I think they did a really good job to make Stallions work for that try. They scored eventually that try. So Malaysia sort of, just looking at the referee here that was obstructed, I think, Malaysia sort of complained to the referee that perhaps he was held back, but the referee gives a try.
Yeah, he's pretty much on site. He was
an easy conversion, sorry, like it's an easy conversion, and it does go wide, so Mombasa just have that lead. I suspect there could be a bit more kicking in this situation. If Mombasa can feel this kick-off.
The defense, so if they get an opportunity, they should exploit it.
Oh, that is clever from Stallions. They are seeing the space in front of them and a quick catch and pass here from Stallions. That's really, really good heads-up rugby. Elijah, you talked about heads-up rugby, and that is fantastic heads-up rugby from Stallions.
Yeah, really nice there, nice thinking. They had 2-on-1 there, but the execution of the pass was behind the man and allowed Mombasa to regroup and defend well. And Stallions call for a scrum here. It's a two-point match, any score of any kind, and Stallions will be back in this game with a win. Just barely over a minute remaining. Scrum being set up there. Stallions, another bad pass, but goes to deck, but they are able to recover it. Going all the way, just short of the try box. I don't think he put the ball down. Yes, he was in touch. Referee calls that into touch. Lawrence Dungu just needed one more meter of that touchline.
Elijah, that was good work from Lawrence Ndungu, but he started from his kickoff. He looked up and saw the Mombasa player sort of not just concentrating on the kickoff, so to get the ball back, and they're in a very good area here. If Mombasa don't get this line out, and they don't get that line out, these Stallions get the ball back. That's good work from Malenya there. Very good hard work from Malenya. I did mention that he's a bit of a feisty player, and he gets this ball back for Mombasa.
Trying to manage the clock here.
And Malenya kicks it right to our desk here.
Yeah, I think he looked up so that they didn't want anything to do with any running rugby in their 22, and then just try to take out time with this line out. Could work for them because really we are seconds away from the finish.
Last play rugby here once again, Elijah. This is fantastic for us, fantastic for the neutrals. Maybe not so good for Mombasa players. If they can get this ball out, Mombasa, if they are out of some sort of a blitz defense, they do kick here, kick and chase on the buzzer. No. This is what is called on the buzzer. Let's get the ball back. He does, and the try. Oh, he did not punch.
Time's up.
He went into touch. He went into touch last play of the game. Stallions.
Elijah, I said Mombasa played well in Mombasa. They did finish 15th, you said. By any rankings, finishing 15 out of 16 is not playing well.
Yeah, and Stallions finished 9th.
And
but
Stallions who finished 9th have now lost to Mombasa. That was really fantastic rugby from both teams.
Yeah, Mombasa rugby with their first win of the 7th circuit, and away from home for that matter.
You know, sometimes with the mid-table teams, you think you may not see some of the interesting rugby some people expect from maybe the top 10 teams or thereabouts, maybe top 5 teams. There was really good competition between Mombasa Sports Club and Stallions.
Yeah, and we move forward to the next game. This one features Daystar Falcons taking on Zetech Oaks. I think just Daystar Falcons looking to put their win in this tournament. Zetech Oaks, of course, promoted from Division 2. They won the Driftwood edition, and they will want to go one better and retain themselves into the Division 1 at the end of this tournament. So they will make do with a win here. They really need it. Good kickoff there to Daystar. They retain it, and they just outside of their 22, swinging it from one end to another, and just pumps his leg through the gap. He has 2 defenders attending to him there, but they do well to retain possession. Goes to the shorter side, offloads, but he doesn't go to hand. And first chance to attack goes begging for the Daystar Falcons.
I've seen something in the racks here, where in some instances it be called sealing. You know, Obuya just escaped for that rack there, and he seemed to sort of lean into the rack and to deny a contest from Zetech. Some referees are calling it, some are not calling it, but it looked like some sealing there.
Yeah, it's really a grey area, if you ask me. The rack areas are really hard to referee and to interpret, but consistency is what you require from ref to ref, and players will be wise to know which ref refs how and use that to your advantage.
It's a fair point. As you see a line break here by Daystar.
Yeah, that was a Daystar by Clinton Amkwachi. Pumped his leg through that gap. Clinton Amkwachi just sets up Daystar Falcons for their first try. in this encounter. As you can see there, pumping and pumping. Try line stretches and scores. Clinton Amkwachi, a strong ball carrier.
That's really good control there by Amkwachi. Didn't panic when he got tackled just before the line. Had the presence of mind there to stretch out. Still keeping control of the ball and score the try.
Yeah, Daystar Falcons, in their first match of this tournament, they lost 26-5 to Strathmore Leos. And then when they met Menengai Oilers, they got a hiding. That one ending 31-5. And they are aiming and gunning for their first win here against Zetech Oaks, who similarly have lost all their games, the first 2 games.
Just some teams like to play out of their 22. Sometimes it can be risky. It's a motivation for defense. If you're just defending a team and you're sort of 20 meters out of the try line, don't you just put pressure there?
Yeah, you're literally able to choose what to do at that point as a defense. You have options because territory works for you. There's no pressure on you when you're defending 75 meters from your try line. All honors and all work is on the attacking team. The risk is all on the attacking team.
Look, I do know that it works. You know, if you're good skill, you can spread the ball from one end to the other. Good ball carriers can take that risk. But in most cases, in this case, it has happened. You know, you lose possession,
you turn it over, and immediately you transition to defending. That's what we see here. Daystar Falcons with a strong carry there from Arnold Agonda. Ball in hand there is Nathan Sindoli. Just a pass not going to hand, but referee was playing advantage for an infringement there. I think it was an offside.
And those are just some little things. Teams like Daystar, you know, Zetech. It's a sports club. Sometimes it may sound unfair to them, but that could have been a simple pass from Sindoli there. He just kept the ball to hand. Could have been a try. It looked like an overlap. But the pass didn't go to hand. Lucky for them, they had a penalty. But you'd expect that within an overlap, especially in sevens, it's just a fixed end pass.
Yeah, it's I guess at the end of the day, it's easier to coach.
It is easy for us to just sit watching from the bench here. Maybe that's why some of the players are kicking the ball here to the commentary bench.
Yeah, just an easy walk in there by Daystar Falcons, getting another 5-pointer. Eddie Wambubu showing and going, damming, stepping off his left foot, and the try line was just open for him to put it down.
So tactically, like what you say, maybe receiving this kickoff, Zetech should rethink playing out of their 22. Should they consider something else? Not sure that kicking could be an option, or is it kick and chase? Or is it just maybe being a bit more deliberate about going wide, striking the ball a bit more in terms of those passes? Some of the passes are a bit late, but as you see that try there from Wambubu.
Yeah, not successful with the conversion. Scores remain Daystar 12, Zetech 0. And yeah, you're right, Oscar, they should rethink how to exit. And not necessarily, if you do not have the skills to back yourself in those pressure moments when you have ball in your territory, then you can elect for other options. And Zetech here just putting themselves under pressure. This time round, they get the rub.
Yeah, that looks like Obuya, I think, lost his footing there. Hard on deck. You know, there's nothing wrong in playing this. It's just that the passes are just a bit, and the right just a bit slow, so it's easy for the defense just to shepherd you to the end, you know, and then defend here. Oh,
yeah.
He stepped out. Yeah, he did step out.
Yeah, he stepped out.
That wasn't good.
Stepped out. Just ran short of space there on the touchline.
There, just taking on his man, Brandon Deco, at the edge there.
Thank you.
To be fair to them, they did get out of this, the 22, with the passing.
Line out. Step out here fast.
Yeah, at least something to show in their for their attacking prowess here. Zetech not had a lot of ball to work with, but they do have the right territory if they can just target to turn over this line out. Crisp line out over the top from Daystar. Wambubu steps in and creates space for his center out, who has a winger to help him outside there, but he doesn't need him. He puts the afterburners, and Aldo Nagonda gets tries an offload as he was tackled. Eddie Mbugu just guilty of knocking it on.
I think it was off his foot. I don't think he knocked on, just that he overkicked that.
Very true, very true. He overkicked it and put it down tight the try box. Going into the half-time, referee calls it for a break. Daystar leading 12, Zetech 0.
Kidogo tu dakika moja. Side gani? Huku niko. Acha nikae nyuma kidogo. Ready?
So Daystar Falcons kicking us off for the second half of this match, the last round of fixtures and also last games for both teams as they're looking for their first wins of this second leg of the National 7 Circuit, SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Daystar, of course, doing so well in the first half, leading 12-0. Eddie Wambugu identifies the space behind the defense, kicks and goes. It's one of the weapons he has in his arsenal, but knocks it on just short of the try line.
Knock on first, right here.
Well, Daystar coach Caleb Osire there will not be happy. This weekend doesn't have Patrick Odom. We do know Patrick Odom makes a difference in any team, let alone Daystar.
Yeah, and what it does also, of course, is you know, when your talisman is off, everyone has to step up to the plate. Everyone has to come up and shoulder the responsibilities, and that really helps develop other players and shares the responsibility all around the 17 players.
Yeah, that's always the case. Patrick is out, gives another player an opportunity to come in here, as we see Mbugu just getting off to the bench. Subs from Zetech as well, Anderson Odor coming in.
Okay, ready, gents? Let's come up on the other side.
Yeah, very urgent matters for Zetech to address here. 5-meter defensive scrum.
Sit. Just hold.
They need a very stable one. No pressure balls here.
Ball is out.
They do so with time to think of what to do. Carries it back into traffic.
Tackler, roll away fast. Upper.
Yeah, penalized there for not rolling away. That was Nathan Sindoli. But Zetech not using the ball well, spilling it and turning it over to Daystar. Very dangerous territory here. Again, both teams just guilty of so many errors, handling errors, especially in contact.
Yeah, I'm sure Daystar happy to be here. This is the wrong area to play for Zetech. Scrum putting for Zetech here by Anderson Glory. Want his team to leave this area and perhaps play more rugby upfield.
Set.
Yes, not exiting, still in their 22, absorbing all the pressure, scoreboard pressure too on their end, not putting anything, still trailing. Zetech's main agenda for this tournament is to ensure that they finish the top 12 and earn themselves a right to participate in the next leg of the National 7 circuit. That will be the Christie Sevens, the 16th to 17th of August.
That's really good back pressure there for Daystar.
Straightening and going right at the center of the Zetech box defense, and slippery character there, goes all the way. Sindoli goes all the way to score another try for Daystar Falcons after a very good carry by Tony Ogoma for the Daystar Falcons.
Sindoli just at the moment, just before that, he's like to miss the pass, didn't get it, but didn't go forward. He says didn't go forward to play, but he came back again in support, kept going, and show and go there by Sindoli. I think Daystar using their power here. Zetech, they're not going to turn over. Zetech again went to play to the 22. Then Zetech just in a very ferocious ruck context there. Eventually got the ball and Sindoli went to the try as he substituted.
Yeah, Sindoli, after doing his good job, takes a break, and on comes number 13, Elvis Sunday. Zetech Hawks, of course, just doing all the hard work, but in the wrong territory, so that whenever they spill ball, whenever they turn over possession, they get punished by Daystar. They just need to work on that.
Gilbert Odhiambo here with a good step here for Zetech. Good carry there by Gilbert. Anderson comes to the rack, clear and sends it out now. Maybe this is better play here from Zetech. Oh, the pass just doesn't go to hand. Gilbert has to gather again here. Offload, yes, it's on the offload. And interplay again, pass, yes, keeping the ball alive here. There's a decent man, give the pass, yes, he goes.
Good vision.
Looks like there's a cross-cover tackle here. Coming in, another
good
offload.
Support play.
Jump over the player. Oh, she scored the one, no, it goes straight to the man when he got to the corner. He had the space on the outside. Oh, no.
Yeah.
He butchers that one.
Gets held up.
He had the space on the outside.
Gets held up.
The corner. Oh.
Yeah, after such a wonderful spurt of, attacking phase here, offloading at the right moments, support all the way.
Elijah, he had the presence of mind to do a hurdle jump there, that last tackle attempt. But sort of...
Yeah, that is one score that
awareness,
will
just
rule.
could have gone to the corner and scored the turn. Fantastic sevens of rugby from Zetech. They do have the ball.
Hold it, make it better.
Yeah, they get held up in sevens. That's not a goal line drop. It's a 5 meter for the attacking team, and it seems they get it right and score this time round.
Anderson, with all of his 55 kilos, does steps and goes there, and eventually scores the try. This is an outcome of some good offensive rugby from Zetech, and eventually they get a try from it.
And they started right in their own 22, just identifying that they needed to keep the ball alive and deny Daystar any contest, any areas to contest the ball. Went all the way to score that try.
Remember, the last time they conceded was because they tried to get for Racket at 22. Daystar with the power play there on the rack, good confrontation and they get a turnover and scored. And this time, Zetech choose then to offload, and very good support lines here from the support players from Zetech.
Very high kickoff.
And well taken as well.
Well taken, yeah, by Daystar, and they are able to consolidate that, but they got held up and turned over. Zetech doing the right thing, turned it over immediately. That's also the other danger of waiting too long to come down after you've been hoisted to receive that ball. It gives the opportunity to the defense.
Zetech as well, aware they lost the kickoff, but didn't lose the man, kept him up there, and now they have another chance to go, even though the time is up. Should they have the last say on this one?
Yeah, it won't make much of a difference in terms of the outcome. Still be a loss, but they would want to go out on a high for after this day one, and a good grabber kick there.
Oh, I missed the ball again.
Advantage over.
Off to the races, but just gets caught there. Halfway of the pitch here, Dennis Wambugu again goes to his boot. He has used that around 4 times in this match. And in this instance, it just turns over possession to Zetech, who wants to finish on a strong, on a high here.
Elijah just need to keep it alive here, and the opportunity comes in. There he goes, come around the corner. Just didn't go to hand. And this, our referee says, what is it? It's a knock-on by Daystar.
Yeah, I wonder what the referee saw there. A knock-on by Zetech.
Yes, Zetech. Wilson Otieno was waiting for the try line there. But the referee calls them back.
It's your ball, blue ball.
Wilson Otieno was raring to go there, but yeah, referee calls it back for a knock-on, and I think unless Daystar wants to sharpen their attacking skills, they should be able to secure this one and kick it outside.
Caleb Osire want to watch that. I think he wants his team to just get this out and
yeah. Tony Ogoma just kicks it out, and that brings to a halt this game between Daystar and Zetech. Daystar getting their first win, 17. Zetech still winless at 7 points.
Marathon.
Daystar Falcons 17.
Get ourselves ready for this Pool C encounter, where Catholic Monks are taking on Kisumu RFC. This is their last round of fixtures for this day one of the Prinsloo Sevens. Catholic Monks losing the first match they played against KCB Rugby, but they did give a good account of themselves in that match. Almost a slippery slope for KCB Rugby. They are then proceeding to draw, the first draw of the day, when they went up against Nondescripts, 22-all in that one.
Remember last year Catholic Monks did beat Nondescripts basically in the quarterfinals of the Christie Sevens. So they are a decent side, Monks.
Indeed they are. The other side, Kisumu, is the first turning up for this match, for the National Sevens circuit. And I think they're just working and trying to ensure that they get their paces well, even as they look to host Dallas Sevens, which will be the ultimate round, last round of the National Sevens circuit. That ball received but ushered out, and Kisumu Rugby just not keen on keeping the ball within the field of play, losing that to Monks. Good line out there by Catholic Monks. Carry, strong carry, and looking to now exit from that rack and attack on the left side of the pitch. Dennis Mulinge back to a very fantastic game during that draw that they had against Nondescripts. Good retention in that rack. Again, swinging the ball from one side to the other. Kisumu just aligning themselves, jogging into their structure there on the defense, and that is a seatbelt tackle. Advantage played by the referee for that tackle. Monks being patient here, just going through the paces, looking to offload in tackle just to make a difference in this phase of attack. Again, another offload that is knocked on by Mulinge. Brings to a halt the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, Monks maybe a bit guilty they are not utilizing their possession. they did have some what looks like an overlap. I think the ball carrier just coming across there. Maybe they supposedly could have switched back on for a switch or asked for the ball early.
I think after sustained possession, they ran out of ideas in the face of a very well-structured Kisumu backline defense.
Allow you to go across, or that's what we call shepherding. Just go to the end, and then once you get there, you run out.
What has been happening to Monks? They have all the possession, but not really. Tackling without ball there. Referee calls a stop to the game.
Yeah, again, referee just communicating there that the defender was coming in, tackle ball carrier, and then support runner just moved him from. It was his own, I think it was his own teammate. I think they tipped over his own teammate.
I thought so. I'm not seeing any infringement there. But the referee is very clear and adamant on that call.
Yeah, I think he tipped over his own teammate, not aware.
That knee seems to be a...
Don't be too good to judge, Elijah. There could be some holy water on that knee. There he goes.
That's very interesting. Reminds me of the days of the water bucket and the sponge. And that was all you had for medic.
Those were the days, Elijah. But to be fair to the medical teams, they have really improved over the years.
Yeah.
Players do get injured. Some serious injuries, but with some good medical care, they get back and play.
Yes, a good line-out throw there from Kisumu, getting some feel of the ball, trying to set up their first proper attack here from the set piece, and goes into contact there. Brian Kipchirchir goes to deck, but that rack is contested heavily.
Very good contest there by the Monks.
And they get penalized for playing ball on the ground. Takes off there, Catholic Monks, Wambani Osundwa. The base of it deciding which side to attack to comes to the open play here, open side of the pitch. Swings it all out to Brian Nyamboki. Steps in, steps again. No runners. He gets apprehended. Referee plays a high tackle advantage.
I want to do something interesting here, Elijah, that during racks, many of the Monks players are doing pick and, sort of like a pick and go off racks before they send the ball out. So there's a rack here. The Monks player should just pass this one out, the pick and go.
Very right.
It seems to be something that they're using.
Yes.
Maybe it works for them. Another rack here. Will they pick and go, or will they pass it this time? The pick and go again.
You're very right. Elijah, spot on, and they score. Felix Okumu at the end of that pick and go 3 times in a row. And as long as it's bearing fruit, they will employ it again and again.
Elijah, we did say the different styles of play here. And Monks educating all of us that pick and go is also an option in sevens rugby.
To good effect.
And perhaps the good try there for Monks, just using what they're strong at.
Yeah. Felix Okumu's try not converted there. Scores remain 5-0 to Catholic University. Kisumu not giving any pressure to Monks' defense. No, Catholic Monks identifying the gap behind the defense and having a 5-meter.
There was a fantastic kick there by Brian Nyamboki. Catholic Monks looked up, so Kisumu had left a pocket of space to their left there. Kisumu, they've just got to try and send the ball deep there on the 5-meter line out, and then put pressure on the line out, and then get the line out and try time.
Wow, double jeopardy there for Kisumu RFC, not covering the space and then losing their own line out.
Elijah, I remain a good student of sevens rugby or rugby in general. And I think I've just learned something here from Catholic Monks, that you do get a pick and go, square try on the kick-off, kick deep, and then play also line-out defense. Remember, line-out defense is also a strategy.
Yeah, it is.
teams play on the line of attack, but line of defense is for strategy. And Monks there.
And very sharp teams utilize that. Create pressure on that line out on your 5. You will either skew that throw or it will get turned over.
Elijah, that tactics for Catholic Monks, I just call them 10 points from one try to the next.
Yeah, Kisumu have a lot of work to do here as they try and employ the grabber kick, if only just to get into Catholic's territory. A good chase there, a good follow-up, and they need to close this one out. A good jackal there, first man in. Very nice jackal there, but they have still to get this ball out to the supporting players as soon as possible. They have numbers out to burn. Yeah, put it up. That required faster hands.
That's real good tackle there by Victor Mpere from Monks. But Kisumu keep the ball alive. And that looks like a try there from Kisumu. Good line break here from Brian Kipchirchir. And it's a try by Brian Kipchirchir.
Finally, Kisumu get onto the scoreboard. And that last pass, the referee almost blew his whistle. He looked to the assistant referee for some help. It looked flat, it looked forward, it looked here and there.
That is as flat as it gets.
Indeed.
And what's interesting there as well, there was a really good shot there by Victor Mupere from Catholic Monks. But Kisumu still kept the ball.
Yes.
Getting tackled is part of rugby. And then good interplay there from Kisumu for Kipchirchir to score there. And all of a sudden,
scoreline is just 10-5 going into the halftime break. Kisumu RFC ready to kick us off for the second half of their final games, going up against Catholic Monks. Catholic Monks holding a slender lead 10-5. The score by Kisumu right at the end of the first half. They spill over that ball even as they went to retain it. Mulinge at the end of it and puncturing through the Kisumu defense. Strong carry there is apprehended and Kisumu just trying to reorganize their defense.
Elijah, Kisumu give them the same treatment in the rack there, but the referee says there's no release on the tackle.
Yeah, Wambani just ran into a brick wall there. Slips out of the tackle there. What was the tackler thinking? Just complete that tackle and cost them another 5-pointer here. Went into the tackle, didn't complete it, and Victor Mupere just goes in for Catholic Monks' third try of the game.
Good job there by Felix Omondi. Just did a fend there. And then the super committed the super, and I think the cover defense. And then Mupere came through support play again. And when you say when you keep the ball alive and you run the correct line, it's really difficult for the defensive team then to come and get the tackle. And even if you get the tackle, they're all offside if you then get the rack and they play quickly from there. So there's a good mix of rugby here from Catholic Monks. They're mixing the pick and go. Elijah, they're actually doing pick and go, but also they're being keeping the ball alive.
Yeah, playing heads-up rugby, and Kisumu guilty of not completing the tackle there.
Elijah, this is another deep kick-off here by Brian Nyamboki. Does he go deep? He does. But this time they they do a better
They
fielding.
cover that, yeah. The tackler didn't roll away.
Yeah.
Referee penalizes them for that.
So the juggler was okay, but his teammate hadn't.
Yeah. After turning over that ball, going off to their right here, Kisumu just jogging into the defensive structure here, one-on-one, but Mulinge tries to create some space. A missed tackle there, off he goes. What a missed tackle. Wambani Osundwa steps and keeps his opponent planted on both feet, then steps out and goes and scores a try.
I like that some teams play and stick to their plan, don't change, don't adjust, don't have about seems similar. But Catholic Monks here, as you see that try, and then a few switches as well here, and I think he's working against Kisumu.
Yeah, that was just defensive indiscipline there from Kisumu. They were one-on-one, everyone makes his tackle, but again also the inside defender didn't communicate to the winger that I have him inside, so don't worry about the space outside. That's how he got cleaned out.
Yeah, you'll expect that make a tackle at the edge there. The catch-up defender, as you say, Elijah, needs to give his last man confidence.
Yes.
That the inside is covered.
Because you could see he was worried of the attacker stepping in. Nonetheless, they fumbled their restart there. Catholic Monks just kicking it out straight.
In his attack, the defense was still there. He still had some work to do.
Yeah.
To go around the defender.
Yeah.
So let's give some credit there as well.
He had to try it out. Limping out is Isaac Kubasu, just walking off on the other side of the pitch.
Yeah, some cramps there as we get to the last games of the day. Oh, Kisumu just...
Yeah, that pass not going to hand. It was way in front of Wayne Lanogwa. Wayne Lanogwa knocks it on. Just when Kisumu just needed a break, just have some spell of possession that they can work with as the game.
Outcome of Kisumu not having played the tournament before, as opposed to Monks who perhaps have already participated in the tournament and they've improved. Have they not? Is this showing?
I believe it is showing. Monks, of course, even having the pre-season sevens that they attended, Kisumu will bank that this could be their second or first tournament that they are participating in.
Yeah, I'm told they did play the Division 2
in Mombasa
last weekend.
Yes.
But Division 1 is a different level altogether.
Yeah, and the gulf is showing. I mean, when you look at the score lines that have been on them this day, the biggest score so far is against Kisumu RFC by KCB, 48-0. And that shows the gulf of depth between them, coming from Division 2 and coming here.
Yeah, make no mistake, there's a lesson learned. We know play, sometimes the score may not look pretty, but you get better for that. And I'm sure by the time we get to Gala, this team will be in much better shape.
Absolutely, and also hosting it and being at home, the 13th player, you know, as we say it, Kisumu should give a better show for that one. They retain possession there under pressure in that rack. They swing it out wide to their speed star here, Brian Kipchirchir, who scored their try early on, their only try. But he knocks it on under the attentions of the defenders, Mulinge right in the middle of that.
I think Mulinge was very clever there. I don't think it was a complete release there by Mulinge. He held on and Kipchirchir was trying to push the ball back, and that sort of looked like a knock-on, but I would argue Kipchirchir kept a finger in there, that ball.
Yeah, you know, there are always one or two players in your teams who have specialized in the dark arts, and the referee and the assistant referee can't. Only the TMO can save the day. In this case, there's no TMO, and Kisumu get out worse of that. Mulinge there, just attracting Kipchirchir, the winger, the Kisumu RFC winger, to himself, creating space for his winger, but the cover defense was on him. Again, Catholic Monks just guilty of overplaying there, running out of options, getting caught.
Just going across there, Elijah.
Yeah.
But they're still mixing it up here, Elijah. I mean, they're still playing heads-up rugby and offloading. It's not sticking, the passes are not sticking, but they're mixing it up. we saw earlier the first try, they were doing pick and go, and that was sort of sure because it's close quarters. They did do some offload rugby, and Osumba there scored as well. I think Ompere as well scored off a nice offload. And I think Brian Nyamboki, they were just guilty of going across and perhaps looking a bit confusing his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it so difficult to plan how to defend against them if they mix up their attacking weapons. As Zephanes Boaga comes in the last minute here, just to close off this game for Catholic Monks. Kisumu with ball in hand. Will they seal it off with a try? But that is a messy scrum, and Catholic Monks penalized for shoving up. Should always shove at a horizontal body position at all times. Attempting a dummy switch there, didn't work. Kipchichiri with ball, tracked very well by Mulinge there, and throws the ball in, it's still live. Kisumu do well to retain that possession, go back to the short side with a support player. Finally, seems like Kipchichiri scores the second try for Kisumu RFC.
That was a good try there, support play by Kipchichiri. He did support that try. Barry Opondo with the show and go there, Barry. And a good pass. Presence of mind and awareness, Barry. What he did there also, he missed Agri Kito. Perhaps maybe having more trust in Kipchichiri, or he saw that Kipchichiri was in a better position. Nonetheless, it was a good decision by Barry.
Yeah, that tends to happen at times. And as spectators, you might say, why did he miss him? But back in the backstage, good for Kisumu, helping them to close strongly in this match. Coming out of the losing end, but Catholic Monks picking their first win, 2010, and they finish the day. Looking forward to the knockouts tomorrow.
I think that was very clever play there by Catholic Monks, realizing that Kisumu are finding out very, very quickly, and then kept the ball tight and doing pick and go, and eventually coming out winners. Next game coming up, this will be interesting. Mwamba versus Impala. Mwamba already have 2 wins. I think they've qualified for the quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken, as I'm joined here by Walter Ongeri. Impala have to win this one. The biggest upset today, seed number 3 coming from Driftwood, losing to Mwamba, who were 16th seed, were they?
Yes.
That's what you get for 7s. You can argue there was no Akesa in Kabras, with a couple of players missing. But Mwamba had a good account of themselves. And in the quarterfinals, Mwamba, they'll be very confident on this one as they take on the Gazelles from Impala.
Yes, they'll be confident, just like the crowd is confident. The revelers have come out in numbers. There you can see the KCB fans. That is Shemo Baigwa, just dancing to the tunes behind the scenes.
I think you mean he looks like Shemo Baigwa.
Yes. Kick-off time here.
Backwards.
That is Impala with possession. Impala on the attack. Quickly shifting the ball back into the midfield. Matoka kicks the grabber, chases. Referee says no infringement there. And that is play on for Mwamba RFC, looking to turn defense into attack. That's a knock-on advantage there. Tackle is completed there. Liakim needs to release. That's an advantage. Long advantage there for Impala. That's a knock-on advantage. Referee pulls play back. That's an infringement there. Well, Impala haven't settled, Mwamba haven't settled either.
Good. Yeah, I think there's an opportunity there for Matoka. He had a man on the outside, chose to kick. To be fair to him, he has scored a try by kicking. I think he should have, if he looked up, he'd have realized there was a sweeper there. And perhaps could have shifted the ball out and then play from there. But they still have an opportunity here, Impala.
Yeah, it's a scrum down there for Gideon Makumi to feed. Gideon Makumi comes round the open side, looping. Gideon Makumi handing the ball to Matoka. Matoka is tackled. Kinyari.
Backwards.
Ball is passed backwards. Gideon Makumi goes a 360 turn. There goes Impala on the attack. Impala, player isolated, ball is lost forward. And a player playing the ball, holding on the ground, is the call by the center referee. Kalista Simiu was isolated there.
I think if he just placed the ball down just under his torso there and got up, I think he'd have had an opportunity. I think the referee would have given an opportunity to play that ball, but instead he tried to release it while Mwamba contesting.
You okay with that? Okay, good. Here.
That is a line-out feed. Mwamba RFC, the penalty kick, getting into touch. Taken 5 meters in. Mwamba looking to score fast, to continue that winning streak. Brand Tugi, it's an advantage, a high tackle advantage. Recycled. Jambo, Eliakim.
Mwamba really took a good width here, but it's really good width from Mwamba and setting the ball, letting the ball do the work. I think that was Matoka was being penalized for that high tackle.
Norman Nandambi goes over for the opening try. It is try time, Mwamba take the lead. That is an important score. The first score of the game, Mwamba kept possession. Asked questions there, Eliakim offloading it to Norman. Norman had a clean pair of heels, and that is the first try of the game.
Norman still had a man on the outside. They're playing 5-5 here in terms of width, Walter, and the passes are really crisp passes. And sometimes that's the difference. If the pass goes right ahead of the man runs into the pass, then it allows the team to go forward and makes life really difficult for the defense. So Mwamba here with some good sevens rugby. And again, when the pass is taken, it makes it very difficult for the defense. Some good sevens rugby there from Mwamba.
That is front foot rugby as you just described it. Nyangige Dahmish and go. Nyangige is quite an interesting customer. And he has a pass, that's a forward pass. Right in front of our angle, our sitting area. You could see that directly.
That looked for, I think, was it to Makia or Makumi?
No, it was sent to Makumi. But speaking about Nyangige is quite a good halfback.
He is a good halfback. I think it was the Kenya setup before. That tackle was fine. I think it was fine, that tackle, right at the pass there.
I think he just landed, or he just exposed the rib area.
He just, as he released it, I think was ready to compete to the defender. The tackle seems fine to me.
That's the risk you run, Oscar. You commit so much, you run so much into the face of the oncoming defender. You run the risk of those tackles that probably most of the time are not finished.
Yes, and when you say sometimes the support play should also look at the running line. There's a line break there from
this one was not late.
That was Nyangige.
Yeah, Nyangige was a good line break. Support play stayed out wide, meaning there were defenders in between, and Mwamba did very well to get in between the sort of the eye line of the of Nyangumi there. So he had to commit all the way to see his teammate. For him to see Makumi, he had to go all the way to the tackle and then release and pass, and that's the risk he got there for. I'm sure if Makumi scored that time, he would have minded that tackle. But I think if some of the support players could have changed their line of support, maybe he wouldn't have had to go that far.
Well, that's a forward pass there, scrum in favor of Mwamba. Jambo feeding. The scrum backpedaling. That's a penalty. Knock on offside.
There's a good scrum there from Impala. They did well there to recover. They themselves have asked for a scrum. Perhaps they feel more confident that they are strong enough to take on Mwamba.
Yes, perhaps that is what they mean, because they've been shoving them at scrum time. So it's a good platform. Have the forwards moving forward and then have the backs not under pressure as they receive this ball. Now that's clean ball. Gideon Makumi going the open side, flinging it out wide to Timothy Makia, who shrugs the first and the arriving defender, and that is lost forward.
Walter, you know, I really have a hard time accepting that the ball can go to the end and then the player loses possession. Makia did very well there to get rid of his first defender. was dealing now with the cover defense. All you need to do perhaps is step back in, but he really pushed the line there to the edge and then lost possession. Now Mwamba have possession here. They're passing very well, Mwamba. As I say that, there's a missed pass there.
It's a commentator's curse. But they do retrieve the possession. Broken pieces here, but Mwamba have to leave off what comes their way. Diala to Ojiambo. Quick customer here. Looks at the last defender, goes round. That is Ojiambo, ladies and gentlemen. Eugene Ojiambo. Try time, Mwamba.
Really good step there. Show and go there by Eugene. Remember, came off the scrum. He did show that the defense was there, but there's no replacement for pace, Walter.
Bit disappointing there. The last man couldn't make that last-ditch tackle.
I think Nyangige there could have stepped up, perhaps put pressure on the Eugene Ojiambo. He waited for him there, and of course, then, by doing that, allowed Eugene to make a decision. Sometimes you can kill that space, they say in defense. If the super can step up, kill the space, it forces a decision from the ball carrier or the person who's broken the line, either to kick or make a decision, whatever the decision, and then perhaps you may get an opportunity. But Nyangige just waited for him at the back there, which allowed him to make it. Then Eugene had the entire field make a decision, and eventually he decided to do a good step and went to the corner. Doesn't matter where you score the try, as long as it's a try.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you score the try. Going high with the restart is Dennis, Derek, and company asked to attack from deep. Counter coming through. Referee had made it very clear, no hands. That is coming in through the side entry. Now that is Impala asked to do the heavy lifting and claw back that deficit.
Yeah, it's not too far, it's just 2 scores. If you can get a try here, they go into the half, perhaps with some hope. As they choose to kick it out for a line out. I'm sure Mwamba will give it everything here with Eliakim trying to put some line on defense, put some pressure on this line out. All they have to do is get the ball, Mwamba. With the buzzer going, I'm sure they're motivated to just get the ball and then kick it out, going to the lead.
There is a good contest in the line out. Nyangige, another flinging pass up. It looks too good to be true, and that is why probably the winger has knocked it on. I can see the frustration in Oscar's face here. Well, that is the halftime. Last-ditch action. Mwamba RFC going into the halftime break 10, Impala 0.
Walter, if you've heard the phrase, you don't know which team will come out, sometimes associated with France rugby. Sometimes, as we say, you don't know which Makia will come to the game. Looked like an easy catch there from Timothy Makia, but they still have 7 minutes to go here, Impala. If Mwamba can score 10 in 7 minutes, perhaps they too can score 10.
Yes, 10 minutes to go. Enough time to actually score more than 3 tries. As we see the fans there. The fans coming out in large numbers, enjoying the SportPesa National 7th Circuit pitchside shenanigans.
A bit cooler than Mombasa, Walter. The fans trying to keep warm here, but it's still fun nonetheless. It's a good setup here by Nakuru Athletic Club. It's always nice to come here to this thing called Suguta Valley.
Yes, they do. This is the home of Nakuru RFC, Suguta Valley, aka the Nakuru Athletics Club. Remember, they are celebrating 100 years of existence, so we are part and parcel of a big party here, Oscar.
Fantastic. We had Jonathan Muwili here earlier telling us why it's called Prinsloo. Give us a little bit of the history and the background of this 7th tournament, where they chose to call it Prinsloo. Remember, Nakuru always had a 10-a-side tournament, not necessarily 7s, and when the 7th series started, they got this one. So, 100 years, no mean feats, Nondies, 103, Nakuru, 100 years today.
Well, a milestone most of us will be wanting to hit, and a successful milestone for Nakuru rugby fraternity. Now, the second half coming your way. David Nyangige with ball in hand. Had a mixed reaction in that first half. David Nyangige had to require medical attention. This second half, Impala have to score fast. That really is the only lifeline that they have.
Yeah, you would expect that, but like I said, Mwamba have like really crispy passes. I'm really impressed with Mwamba here, with how they're moving the ball. I'm not surprised, to be fair, considering who the coach is. But they do take some risk, Mwamba, playing in their own 22. The risk there didn't pay off.
Knock-on.
That knock-on there.
Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward game. And in this instance, you can see Gideon Makumi requiring medical attention. Impala, I mean,
you came to toss.
Mwamba.
Tell him not to talk to me again, please. Yeah. Tell him not to talk to me again.
I'm not sure if the fans can hear that, but the referee is quite strong there, asking Impala to decide who the captain is, Oscar.
I think this is the difference between rugby and the other old-shaped ball. Once the referee establishes a relationship with the captain, there's trust and respect that is established there. And if there's an issue, then the captain can always give the feedback to the referee. I think one of the Impala players there just seems to have given his opinion to the referee. The referee not happy, but he's made his point there. The centre man, and to good effect.
Point and went back to apologize for that finger to the eye. Very good sportsmanship act there. 10-0 in the lead. And of course, Impala now offered an opportunity to try and claw back the deficit. They go down open side. The winger waiting, the winger offloading to Derek. Derek has been warned not to talk to the referee, but not warned not to dive over the try line.
It's a good try by Impala. Remember earlier I talked about Makia going to the edge there and then getting bundled into touch. I think it was Makumi went to the edge there and stepped back in. He did have to toss it back in, but as you see the toss there, there was good support coming in. And Kenyari really aware of that. Was it Makumi, that ball at the edge?
Makumi is still on the pitch. Yes, the conversion is successful from out wide. Matoka getting the extra 2. Impala 1 try away from taking the lead. That is 10 Mwamba, Impala 7.
That try should give them confidence as long as they keep the ball. Impala, that was one occasion when the ball went to the edge. They kept it back, kept it alive. They came back and then they got a scoring opportunity.
Yes, there's something you did raise a few minutes ago, talking about which Makia will probably come to the fore when he is required to come. Which Makia do you want to come out today?
Walter, any coach would want the good side of Makia, or any winger. He's a really good number 14, this Makia. Really talented player when he's on the ball. He does have his moments. It's easy to criticize players when they sometimes make errors, but he does also have his good moments for Impala. Hopefully, those good moments can be now. Unfortunately, they have to go back 10 here. I think Impala in trouble here because there's another person talking to the referee. Yes, he's hard enough, referee. I agree with him. He did warn them to keep it down. But Nyangigi there seems to have given his opinion.
That is Gideon Makumi.
Sorry, Makumi. And now he's been sent to the naughty chair.
Yeah, they've given Mwamba an easy escape from their own half. An easy chance to execute 6v7. Scrum is set. Eugene Fitz going down the blind side, looking to take on Nyangige David. Steps that is taken care of there by the oncoming Nyangige and company. And that looks like a turnover. Tapped quickly. Matoka. Nyangige covers the rack. An easy rack, and the counter rack is successful. Knock on there. Impala not doing so well to take care of.
I think Kenyari there was guilty of not loading that rack. He saw Nyangige then the rack struggling for strength. I know coaches talk about know your player. I think there Derek Kinyari needed to apply some KYB there on his teammates. I think he'd have put some muscle in that run, secure that ball, and then come out and play again. Derek.
Yes, scrum time. You can see Matoka taken and sort of bleeding.
The right contest coming here, I think Derek should have sort of held onto that there.
But they were isolated. They only had one man at the rack, and Mwamba had 3 individuals on their feet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Perhaps Derek should have assisted there. It's good stepping here.
Impala did score fast in second half, Oscar, so they need business this second half. They also need to score next if they are to have a say.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any panic here. I think there are 4 minutes to go. Mwamba seems to be conceding a lot of possession and penalties here. And Mwamba have the opportunity to... I think Impala have the opportunity here to play. Nyangigi just being clever there. There's Makia. I told you, Makia, this is the Makia you want to see. Walter, he's a really good player on the attack. Makia, Timothy. And then he takes his risk. Oh, Makia, no. Oh.
That is a close one.
That is a close one.
That is the Makia you don't want inside the Makia you just wanted. And your picture there, full flight. Timothy, Makia, did he place it down? Did he walk over? No,
oh, he did score it. Let's be fair
simultaneous.
Let's be fair to Makia, he did score here.
He pushed it so close to the line.
I rate him highly, Timothy, when it comes to attack. Impala leading here, 14 points to 10. Just under 3 minutes to go. Matoka with the conversions. I think it was Makumi who did Matoka. Let's see where Impala will go here. Will they go deep and perhaps put pressure on Mwamba when they're playing deep, or will they come short here?
Well, they'll need to go deep so that they can be able to defend. And that is exactly what they
choose to
do.
go deep.
Let's look at the bounce.
The ball goes all the way dead, unfortunately. They should have angled it at least towards the touchline.
Yes, that's a free kick in favor of Mwamba. Mwamba now looking to score next. Eugene Ujiambo taps quickly. Impala have to go 10. Steve Sikuta passing it outside to the number 16 on the back.
That should be a turnover. That should be a turnover. Yeah, that should be a turnover. Yes, he did. Because it was a support tackler. Oh no, he didn't take it to the mark. Nyangige. I don't know why he's complaining about Nyangige. He seems to have complained about his kickoff as well. I don't think he should complain about this one. He has a penalty. Just needs to take his time and be patient in Nyangige. Remember, the referee has already warned them. And penalized Makumi. Just needs to be patient here. Nyangige was ahead of the mark. Slightly ahead. They choose to go for the line out. Remember, they got their last line out.
They choose to go for that line out because it's 1 minute left. They are in the lead, so they'll probably walk for 2 weeks to get to the line out position.
Yeah, perhaps not exactly 14 days, Walter, but maybe 14 seconds. They're taking the time in Impala as they should. But I'm sure there'll be a lot of line of defense here from Mwamba. It goes over the throw, overthrow. Mwamba have this one. Remember, Mwamba, I think, have qualified for the quarterfinals. They don't have to decide to win this one. But I think a win they'll be one to secure their win here. You never know. Because Kabras already have 2 wins. If Impala has a win here.
The idea is to actually top the pool.
Correct.
And it must be part of the conversations within the Mwamba hierarchy or the coaching unit that they need to win this for them to, show the fact that that win against Kabras is something that will count.
Yes, of course, but they've done well, Mwamba, to be fair to them. They've done really well, Mwamba. Just something else in the racks here, what I did mention earlier to Elijah. Players seem to be sealing. That's going forward. And it's over. Impala win this one. Kabras beats, I beg your pardon, Mwamba beats Kabras. And then Impala beats Mwamba.
That means it's mathematics in that pool.
Yes, I think Impala need to have won one more game because Mwamba has won 2 games.
Yes.
And I'm not sure whether Impala did win the 2 games. I think we'll just check the numbers there. But one thing to note here, Walter, is that teams do improve as the series goes on. You will see some improvement from these teams even into the second day, the second tournament, and the third tournament. And I'm not surprised that Mwamba played very well in the second tournament. But the fact that they went on to beat Kabras, that's a little bit of a surprise. But of course, a pleasant surprise. And then in the end here, losing the last game to Impala, they too also improving as well. And then here now we have the home team taking on the series defending champions, Kenya Harlequins.
Yes, Kenya Harlequins coming up against the homeboys. That is Nakuru RFC in their brand new kit, proudly sponsored by Smart. Hawa ni Wanyore Smart, Oscar.
Wanyore Smart kabisa.
Haya basi, Javan Otieno with ball in hand, looking to kick us off. Receiving is none other than the Kenya Harlequin side. That's a high kickoff. It meets the required 10 meters.
Bring him down!
The required 10 meters. It's a scrum in favor of Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins with the early possession. The Wild, Lucky. Lucky, Wainaina, Risho beats one, but has to square it out with Chris. Chris has to release, does so, going down the blind, insisting on that blind side. Kenya Harlequins strong on the attack, quickly recycled. Queens, remember, need to win this for them to top the pool. Yan Rembel Boya. And that is a line-out feed in favor of the Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins, as I was saying, need to win this. Nakuru also need to win this for them to top their pools and hope sides in the cup quarters. And as such, this is a very, very important game. Remember, this is the last session of the afternoon. Match day 1, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Prinsloo 7th. Queens battling it out. Yan Lucky steps back against the green. Taps, goes.
I think that tackle. That was a good tackle. I think it was okay, that tackle. I think it was okay right at the kick.
Yes, it was a good tackle.
I think it was Felix there did a good solid tackle there on Dewald. It was a good idea for Dewald to step back in, but he should have perhaps done the kick earlier. Good tackle there, solid tackle.
Big man going low on a very diminutive figure of the wild human.
Yeah, that was a good tackle there by Felix about excellent execution of the tackle there.
Steady, police.
Queens, Lucky. Wainaina shows, but he's well apprehended there by Cyprian Ombaso. Cyprian has to roll away.
I think they lost the advantage there, so the referee has to call this one. Yeah.
Yes, and the referee says no clear release. Risho quickly taps. Paul Musami goes, and that is try time. Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins call fast. Paul Musami emerging from that dust, rubble with the ball. Kenya Harlequins 5, Nakuru 0.
That was really quick thinking there by Kenya Harlequins. Quick tap there on the penalty, not giving Nakuru time to get back. We've seen teams doing this when there's a penalty and Musami just punches over there for a try. Still had an extra man on the outside, but I think he was confident there. Went low and hard and gives Kenya Harlequins the lead here.
Well, Kenya Harlequins in the lead. The attempted conversion is unsuccessful. Lucky missing that. Kenya Harlequins last weekend didn't really do what they did in terms of what they wanted to do in Mombasa, that is winning the Driftwood Sevens.
They did have some mistakes. As you see that kick-off mistake there by Dewald. And that was the difference last week. They look a bit urgent in this tournament. They're not playing too badly. Just a couple of decisions there that they're making. But
it's a big hurry.
Sorry, Walter, but I think they have an opportunity here. They're leading the home team. They are leading the home team.
Yes, Nakuru have to do something about this, Chris. Passes it out wide to the wing. And well apprehended into touch there. Kenya Harlequins defense
They're playing quickly again. Yeah, they play quickly. I think they've recognized that they have to play quickly, Kenya Harlequins. And they're playing the right at the territorial player. I thought they would have kept that in hand. Mutami chooses to kick to the corner. But I think here, Harlequins seem to recognize that they want to play quickly and put the home team under pressure. And the fans are quiet.
Well, the fans are quiet because they're anticipating something from the home side. However, they have to do whatever they need to do quickly so that, they can up the spirits, the crowd. The crowd feeds off what is happening on the pitch.
Yes, they do. And Kenya Harlequins are playing really hard press rugby. I'm really impressed with how much pressure they are putting. Maybe that's a strategy. Walter, score against the home team, keep the crowd quiet, allows you to continue playing against solid line speed there from Queens.
Yes, that could be a ploy, take your opportunities, but also most importantly, make sure that the line speed is up on the defense, on the attacks faces.
No, they have an overlap here, Nakuru, if they get the pass goes slightly behind, and again, Queens are up there. Good lined up defense there, line speed defense there, and again, they get a turnover. This is really good defense rugby. This is sevens rugby without the ball. It's very easy to play with the ball, but when you don't have the ball, there's also some rugby being played when you don't have the ball. And Kenya Harlequins have displayed that here very well here. Some good line speed defense. Twice, you've seen that line speed defense from, I think it was Albert Alela. Twice pressing hard.
That is Ramadan Masete.
Is it?
Yeah, that is Ramadan Masete on the wing.
Oh, it's Ramadan Masete, yes, I beg your pardon. And he's got to the turnover there.
Don't hold the hand on the hooker. Don't hold the hand on the hooker.
The crowd definitely awaits Nakuru RFC to strike. However, Kenya Harlequins have ideas of their own. Just looking for Nakuru to execute from deep. Cyprian Rombaso will be feeding that scrum. That is an early hook there by Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins need to drop the ball and make 10 meters. Quick tap. Nakuru, Wilson Makete, Cyprian. Beg your pardon, that is Chris Ojuang giving it to his gasman on the outside, who eventually passes it to Chris. A loop around. Cyprian goes, passes and goes, bundled into the ground. Nakuru looking for big contact on the outside channels. Kenya Harlequins defending and of course counterattacking for their lives. Big tackles there. You can see bodies lying all over. The intent.
I did mention that Kenya Harlequins here playing defensive rugby without the ball. This is a real good show of display of rugby here for viewers. If you're always watching rugby, especially where the ball is, I think this is a good example to watch rugby.
Felix there taken, tackled, bundled into the ground.
Good defense here by Kenya Harlequins. They don't have the ball, but they're not panicking. They don't have the ball, but they are playing really hard here. Mutsami there on the rack, and they continue with the defense even when they seem to be running out of numbers. really good defense. I'm impressed with the Kenya Harlequins defense.
Yes, Kenya Harlequins defending very, very strongly there, as the clear images show that as we head into halftime. The halftime scores: Kenya Harlequins 5, Nakuru RFC 0. The evening draws closer. The day is drawing closer to its conclusion. Match day 1 of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Prinsloo 7's second half of the Kenya Harlequins versus Nakuru RFC game. And the halftime score being Kenya Harlequins with a slim 5-point difference, 5-0. The current scoreline. Kenya Harlequins will be kicking us off in the second half, and we'll be keen to see if that intensity in the first half, the line speed, the tackles, and of course the defense, as Kenya Harlequins have been doing that in the first half, will continue in the second half.
Yeah, that was again another huge shot there by Queens. You have to be a bit patient here because there's an overlap. That Chris. Just loses his footing there, and Harlequins are quickly on the ball there by Dual Kuma. Yes. Again, Harlequins convert defense here to the opportunity. That's what they've been doing since the first half.
Yes.
And again, they play quickly. Walter, this is the script that Harlequins have used from the first half.
Try time.
Put speed, line speed on the defense, from the defense, and then play quickly when you get a penalty.
Yes, definitely that is Kenya Harlequins, and that is none other than number 23 on the back. That is Franklin Mukaisi, number 22 on the back for the Kenya Harlequins side, scoring and celebrating. Kenya Harlequins have been very, very strong. They've denied Nakuru an opportunity to play, whether it's rack time, whether it's scrum time, whether it's open play. It's been a very, very hard task for Nakuru RFC to play here.
Now, this is some tactical 7th rugby here, Walter. They're kicking off, they don't have the ball, but they're working really, really hard. Remember the primary need for you once you don't have possession is to get the ball back. That's the primary goal. Oh, it's a poor landing.
It's an extremely poor landing.
Unfortunate landing there. It's unfortunate landing. I think the medics will get it very quickly. He doesn't have to move. It's a good contest with the ball there. But they played good contest.
Dave Moura
just landed badly.
Yeah.
But it's a fair contest in my view. I know the referee is consulting with his assistant. I think just unfortunate moment there. I don't think it was intentional from the Nakuru player.
We do have the replay, and in a few probably we'll be having that just to see that last action there as Dave Moura gets
a Queen's player in a realistic position to catch the ball, a Green player not in a realistic position to catch the ball. I am telling you the facts of what I have in mind. I am telling you the facts of my no, from my end. We saw something different. I am seeing something. I don't have the number, otherwise I'd given out a yellow card. So I'm just going to give a penalty.
He's getting agitated. Just listen to the referee. I think there's a good contest there from the ball. As the referee is trying to explain there, the Nakuru player was trying to be defensive. I'm feeling guilty. I think just a penalty is enough. I agree with the referee there. I agree with the officials. I think both were going to contest. It's an unfortunate fall. To be fair, Walter, these players are conditioned.
If you can hear the referee saying, I just missed the number. If I had the number, I would have given a yellow card. Well, it's very thin lines. The landing there would have easily earned a red card for that Nakuru player.
What we say when it's dangerous for the opponent or dangerous for the tackling player, whatever the player, the case, then of course the reaction to the referee is more punitive.
Yes, it is punitive. Kenya Harlequins looking to turn that opportunity into some 5 points, and that is lucky. Looking to feed the scrum.
Yeah, it's only a penalty. The threshold there was just a penalty. Again, Diwal just gets it from the blind side. Felix tries to get him on, but it's a try from. Yeah, it is a try.
Yes, having waited, try time, Kenya Harlequins. That is a deadly, deadly strike there by Kenya Harlequins. Lucky Dewald, he goes over, created a 1v1 on the outside and executed it well there. You can see Joel Mboya just diving, just trying to get the ankles of Lucky, but Lucky toying with them and eventually grounding the ball. That is Nakuru trailing now with a 3-try deficit. Current scores, Kenya Harlequins 15, Nakuru 0.
But I don't mean to overburden our viewers here with what I'm calling some nice tactical play here, clever rugby, 7th here from Kenya Harlequins. Diwal did look up here and noticed that there's no one in the blind side and just quickly use the space there. And they're scoring tries simply by using just some smartness here as far as rugby is concerned. As you see, line break here by Nakuru.
Banyore have to do something, and if that thing has to be done, it has to be done now. 3 minutes, 14 seconds on the clock. 3 converted tries would earn Nakuru something out of this. The first things first, Chris has a job on the outside. Javan Otieno, Javan steps back in. Javan is quick. Javan is fast. Javan is tricky to handle. That is a try for Nakuru.
Walter, last weekend I was very, very impressed by Christian Ntuang. And if I'm not mistaken, he didn't make part of the team for the tournament. Christian has made very well last week. And he did one of that try. And you see the conversion here. Game on. 7 points. Nakuru. And the claw back. The scores here, Nakuru. As you see a replay of that try.
Yes, Nakuru scoring their first try, looking to score next again, hoping to get the second, having gotten the first. A high hanging wristed there, tapped backwards. What you'd expect Felix with his height to do or to be able to do. He's successful at that, and the ball is fashioned back. Referee tells Kenya Harlequins to release. Nakuru, Felix tackled. They need a scrum off. They get a scrum off. Cyprian Mbaso passes the ball to Chris Ojuang. Chris will be needed to carry his side forward. Kenya Harlequins know the threat he poses. Nakuru back the open side. Victor Matiko. Felix is needed to run. Oh, that is Javan once again against Dewald. This time round accepting and taking the tackle. That's a high tackle there. That's a dangerous tackle there. That could easily be a dangerous tackle, and that's a penalty try if the referees see fit. But what an attack there by Nakuru RFC, who definitely had to score next. 1 minute, 13 seconds on the clock remains. However, Javan Otieno in some dire strains there.
Okay, Walter, this is a very interesting moment here with our just about momentum that 15 seconds to go. What happens here, the contact with the head, the threshold here, if there's no mitigation, this could be a red card. If there's contact with the head and the referee or the officials think that was dangerous, there is a bit of reaction there. Looks a bit theatric from the Nakuru player. If the contact with the head referee says the threshold, there's no mitigation, that could be a red card. But I think it's just a penalty. Yes, it's just a penalty, because I was concerned there that because the player was falling down. That's the mitigation. The player was falling down. As the tackle was coming across, the player was falling down, because if that was a penalty try, Walter, it meant at least a yellow card, and it could have been 14, 15 of the minute to go. But Nakuru still have...
I still think that should have been a penalty try. You can try and convince me that much you can, but it was just a few meters away from the try line, so that meant that was a try scoring opportunity that they didn't take.
I do agree.
They've now passed it forward.
No, they still have a penalty. Still have a penalty.
But the time is also running away, so...
Yeah, they still have a penalty. If they score this now, they don't have to convert. Just have to score and then go back to the kickoff. Let's score quickly here. The crowd is pumping up. Yes, Felix Scott goes to the try line. Just need to score there. 20 seconds to score this try. Offside. Offside advantage.
Do they take the 3 and then come back for...
Oh, yes, that's a good question, Walter. That's a good question. The clock needs to stop here. The clock needs to stop. This clock needs to stop, I think, because they do have at least 15 seconds, Nakuru. And the clock here needs to stop, because the referee is having a word here. He's issuing a yellow card.
What would be the decision here?
I think that clock is at least 15, 17 seconds for Nakuru.
Okay. Number 20 have to take you off for throwing the ball outside.
So I think we had that from the referee's mic there, that it's a penalty here.
You can't throw the ball outside nevertheless.
Number 20, Mr. Albert Alela being asked to leave. I think Nakuru had 20 seconds here on the clock. I hope the timekeeper here is conscious. There was at least 15 seconds by my count. They could have pulled a scrum, so the clock is on. That means time goes, even if they score, the buzzer goes. I would have asked them perhaps to scratch that one. You know what, teams call scrums on the penalties, but on this one I would have asked Nakuru to perhaps take a quick tap and score before the buzzer goes, because I'm suspecting here, if it's time on, oh, there goes the buzzer. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Some awareness here that will be required by Nakuru. It's a half penalty. They do score the try, Walter, but unfortunately because the buzzer had gone, they can't get a kick-off. Unfortunately, they scored the try after the buzzer, unless the referee says that this clock is a time for kick-off. I doubt that, Walter. I did say there was at least 50 seconds. That penalty, in my view, Nakuru should have scratched back over the time before the buzzer goes. Then they would have an opportunity to do a kick-off. But unfortunately, just that tactical awareness. They are complaining here, but I think they should have made the decision earlier to perhaps take a penalty.
Yes, they should have taken a penalty. Done and dusted with that one. A successful hand there for the Kenya Harlequins, who top that pool. Time now, ladies and gentlemen, for the Menengai Oilers. Another local side looking to take on Strathmore finalists from the Driftwood Sevens. I'll be joined by Toeli for the next 14 minutes of nothing but sevens rugby.
Thank you, Walter. As we get to the business end of this event, look forward to great action.
Strathmore will be playing their final match of the day, and they'll be taking on the Menengai Oilers. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is an interesting fixture. It happened last weekend in Mombasa, and we had Strathmore coming on top. Another opportunity, another day. Kicking us off, the Strathmore receiving with Menengai Oilers. Schofield, Arnold Muita kicking off. Kipchichi receiving. Oilers Required to attack fast. John Okoth to Alvin Havoli. Havoli takes contact. Swung back, Philip Okeo to Kipchirchir. Steps, but Strathmore take him. Referee says no hands. Philip Okeo swings it back. That is Moura. Philip to John Okoth. Philip now marshalling the midfield for the Oilers. Fortunaturo to Kipchirchir with Abukuse on the outside. Abukuse has nothing on his mind. Trying to shrug off Brian Wendo's attempted tackle there. And that is try time. Menengai Oilers.
Yeah, Menengai Oilers enjoying a huge support here. These home grounds belong to the Nakuru RFC, but in that split of game, they just had enough in their attempts to go end to end, coast to coast, and what they did was just a lot of probing on both on the Strathmore Leos defense, and finally when it got to the speedman Abukuse, Strathmore Leos had no answers for that. A good show from Oilers, setting the pace early on, having the momentum. And this one is not yet over, of course. Strathmore have a lot to say in this one.
It has just started, of course. Strathmore have a lot to say. Strathmore, no stranger when it comes to taking on the Menengai Oilers. Menengai Oilers this time round knocked the ball on. Alvin Havoli went for the high wristed. There's a 50-50 chance there between.
Did you pick anything but in the hair?
Strathmore Leos and the Menengai Oilers. The two big men, Shemokola and Alvin, laboring back to their feet. That's a knock on in the air there by Alvin. And that is a scrum feed for the Strathmore Leos. Remember, the Leos are defending this title, the Prinsloo Sevens. And they'll be looking to set the mark early on match day one, albeit late in the afternoon. But these are early days in terms of the competition.
Yeah, top of the table clash here. Straight shootout. Whoever wins this one goes to the top. And you will think it will be a better draw for them come tomorrow, the Quarter Cup final pairing.
Yes, it's all about the Cup quarter-final pairings. Schofield to Elton Amalemba. Elton dances with Alvin. Elton goes back, looks for space, doesn't get any, comes back down the blind once again. Elton being the menace. Amalemba, referee says the players have to release. Oilers. Barnabas swings it out wide to awaiting Shemokola. Shemokola takes the ball in two hands, runs into the on-coming defensive line. The Menengai Oilers referee is playing an advantage, an offside advantage, and he will be pulling play back there. Dennis Abukuse, the suspect, the culprit, caught offside, and play will be pulled back for a penalty to the Strathmore Leos.
Leos trying to respond here with a try of their own, an attacking prowess from them, trying to keep the ball alive, taking cognizance of the fact that the referee was playing advantage, but Oilers just being streetwise there, getting themselves back into the game and cutting out that advantage play, so giving them an opportunity to reset here. Strathmore, of course, have the ball in hand.
Strathmore Leos looking to score. Victor Mola dancing into traffic. Brian comes back. Elton dealing with Daniel Kipchirchir, shrugging him off. Oilers strong on defense. Barnabas, and looks like an intercept there. Gabi should recycle the ball for the Strathmore Leos. Arnold to Barnabas. Barnabas loses the ball forward. That is a very, very good defensive run there by Menengai Oilers. They've thwarted the Strathmore Leos, who looked for all money that they had an opportunity to score at least a responding try, having gone down.
Yeah, Oilers remaining on their feet, not getting caught up in the set pieces, which and actually they have been sharp enough to observe that Strathmore are trying to keep the ball alive at all times, and they are creeping into the defense line and the attacking lines of the Strathmore Leos, which forces Strathmore Leos to play really close and not utilizing the spaces out there.
There you have it, Fortuna Turo and company fighting for every blade of grass. Alvin Cavoli swings it to John to Abukuse. Abukuse now in the midfield, just cropping up everywhere. Abukuse, the man Oilers go to whenever they need somebody to stand up. Oilers, John Okoth steps back. Strathmore Leos strong on defense. Nijo and company, that's a turnover. Referee allows a quick tap there. Barnabas knows very well that his wingman in the name of Victor Mola is quite dependable. Arnold Muita passing it to Gabi. Gabi comes back against the defensive line. Oilers, everybody working so hard. Long busting defensive effort. Mwendo now decides to go to the boot. Everyone up. That means there is space on the backside of the Menengai Oilers. Victor Mola kicks the ball, chases, and could have grounded. Time for the referee to get some assistance from his assistant referee, and that means it is a knock-on. That's a knock-on.
Yeah, Victor Mola just busting his lungs, chasing after that one. And it was not a bad decision by Arnold to kick the ball through, because they had been pinned down in their 22 in their half for the longest time in this half, and they had to change tact a little bit there. And at the very least, they get territorial advantage and get to apply pressure on Oilers in this defense. Oilers' defense has been quite good in between these referee whistles, but they will be tested here. What will be their options once game resumes? Strathmore really have been good with trying and ensuring that their racks are quite fast, trying to keep the ball moving, and I'm just quite impressed by how Oilers have been able to put their foot down and not have any line breaks accruing from whatever Strathmore Leos are doing.
In the background there, you can see Division 2 live 7th rugby action. That is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, Prinsloo 7th Division 2 category. Beautiful faces all coming out. The weather being fantastic. Well, it's a chilly evening, but what do you expect from the Great Rift?
Yeah, just the plains here receiving a lot of wind, starting out, ending the way it began in the morning, a little bit chilly, but for the players, everything to play for here as we go to the break. Oilers leading 7 to Strathmore Leos 0.
Well, it has been a cagey affair, in fairness. Menengai Oilers have been very strong on defense. They've had a glimpse of the attacking line. They've defended well, they've attacked well. Leos have labored, they've had the possession, however, they've not been able to crack this Menengai Oilers defense. And this is a step up from last week. I mean, looking at how Oilers have been able to defend this first half.
Yeah, I mean, Oilers looking at what happened last weekend, they licked in a lot of points. Their defense was not this solid. But what Strathmore have is that they have a lot of gas in their tank. They are very fit, and they play literally to the last whistle. For me, that's what I'll be looking out for. If I was Oilers, I would be concerned about now match fitness. Are they able to sustain their defensive lines all the way until the 14th minute? That's where the challenge comes in.
So, of course, we do have the live standings of the National 7th Circuit, Prinsloo 7th, SportPesa National 7th Circuit, second leg This is Pool A. Kenya Harlequins having beaten Nakuru in that last game. Top of the pool, 34. Goal. The point difference is 34 for Kenya Harlequins. Coming in second, Nakuru RFC with 7 points. Mombasa Sports Club and Stallions will be playing in the Challenge Trophy come match day 2. The second pool sees the Menengai Oilers taking on Strathmore, currently tied at 6 up top. We have the Daystar Falcons and the Zetech Oaks who've already finished their match day 1 action, and they have already booked themselves a Challenge Trophy quarterfinal berth in the second day. Pool C, KCB, Catholic Monks have played 2-3 games each. There will be a few games coming your way, so keep an eye on these live actions, and you can grab all this on the tonifyapp.com/live. That is the live stream for the results as they come out of the Suguta Valley.
Yeah, Oilers kicking us off for the second half. They got penalized there. That set play affording Strathmore an opportunity to get out of their territory with a line-out throw right at the halfway point of this pitch. And they will just look to continuance from where they were in the first half. They had enjoyed quite a bit of possession, just never getting to convert that into points. A hint of knock-on there, but referee said it went back. However, the resultant pass was a pressure one, and it traveled forward.
Yes, the ball was received there under pressure. Barnabas Owuor had to rise up and tap it backwards, but the ball went forwards in that attempted tap backwards. Strathmore haven't taken their chances when they've been presented. The Menengai Oilers strongly on defense. This is a very, very good defensive effort. Similar to that, we have seen Kenya Harlequins just previously in the last game did quite a job on Nakuru RFC in terms of the defense. They do say defense wins you titles, and of course sorting out your defense on match day 1 would offer you the best platform going on to match day 2.
Very true, Walter, and the Oilers very aware of that, even as they try there to have their own attack. Very nice offloading there in contact. Oilers quick to the races here, just ensuring that their ball is secured enough. They look to spread it out wide. Moura with a long miss cut-out pass. Out he goes, he steps out of that tackle, and the cross-cover defense is not there. Savoli with a strong carry there, just going through the paces and 10 meters short. Okoth with an offload, and they end up walking to the try line. End-to-end stuff here, spreading Strathmore until they run short of numbers.
A beautiful try scored there by the Menengai Oilers. Patience with ball in hand. The replay there showing John Okoth just delaying that pass a little bit, a millisecond there, and having Strathmore committing to that tackle. It meant Daniel Kipchirchir had a clear path to the try line. That is the second try for the Menengai Oilers as we await the conversion. Dennis Abu Kuse looking for the extra 2 points, not getting the extra 2 points. Oilers 12, Strathmore 0. We have 2 more games to go on match day 1. Twelly, this venue, we do have a village set up. Looking around the pitch, the beautiful pitchside boards that are currently marketing the sponsors and everyone. You see the big screen on the far end. What do you have to say about this organization in terms of the quality?
Walter, it's a huge step up from what we had last year, and it shows also in the attendance. One of the best attended events is normally the Prinsloo Sevens, but in these years being also another thing that the fans look forward to.
Yes, of course, the fans, the revelers, the match day sponsors, the bosses, the fans. Those are the every reason we are here. That is try time, Strathmore, Wafula, Samuel going over for Leo's fast as Kipchirchir urges his counterparts to keep up with the pace of the game. Maybe having defended so much, it really takes a toll eventually. You can't defend the whole 40 minutes.
Yeah, Strathmore really, speaking about their fitness, they will keep going all the way to the last minute. And Oilers must be aware of that, even as they try to retain the lead in this game. However, another thing also is that Strathmore are one of the best attacking teams in the circuit. And so Oilers always had to know that there are defensive duties coming up throughout the game. Strathmore, of course, now pinning Oilers in their own 22.
Well, you can say they've pinned them, but this is the most dangerous part of the game, where you probably think you've pinned them, but then there's one line break and something happens and you lose it. So you can see there they've kicked the ball down pitch. Arnold Muita getting isolated, didn't have the luxury of coming round or running back the open side, and had to kick the ball into touch. Oilers looking to execute their line-out move. Ball there, and an opportunity arises for Strathmore, who are lucky enough to have possession as we speak. Forced to play from deep in their own half. They needed to release. Player is tackled in the goal line area. That is around 5 meters. Now, here's an opportunity, 1 minute 33 seconds out, for the Menengai Oilers to actually put the last nail on the coffin.
Yeah, going by what we've seen in this match so far, Oilers, if they score here, it's pretty much game over for Strathmore, because Oilers have been very strong in defense. And Strathmore really haven't made the best of impressions when it comes to their attacking opportunities. Therefore, this is something that Strathmore have to defend with all that they have. Look to turn over this particular scrum down, apply pressure on it, because if the ball goes out wide...
It's Dennis chewing gum.
Yes, very interesting. Very interesting. Very risky thing to do.
From that act of chewing, who knows? Samson had locks on his hair. Maybe Abukuse had just bundling his way over the try line. Comes out and he's like, yo, this is me. You expect this from me. Bill Nedogeta.
Yeah, Moura opting to take the ball to the right there. His pace, once he picked the ball off the scrum, just ensured that both his opposing number 9 and the flyer were made to be on a standstill. And that created space out wide. Belda Ogita, very strong ball carrier. Any day on one-on-one, he is bound to get the better of you. As we say, so time runs out for Strathmore. One of the few losses that they will get in this circuit, and it has been dished out in day 1, the Prinsloo Sevens. You can see here.
Yes, Oilers have done the job. It was a tall order coming into this one, but the Menengai Oilers have finally cracked that loss. A very narrow victory, if we might add. Menengai Oilers 17, Strathmore 7. Coming up next, we have another mouth-watering encounter, Battle of the Lions. Red Lion taking on KCB. KCB looking the business, looking the money team, looking like they've come here for nothing but the overall trophy. Our center referee for this one will be Victor Oduor from the Kenya Rugby Referees Association, doubling up as the Rift Valley Development Officer for the Kenya Rugby Union. Ladies and gentlemen, the weather changes here, but most importantly, I hope you have yourselves something warm, or you're probably enjoying your Tusker wherever you are. Welcome on board. This is the penultimate match of match day 1. This is KCB looking to kick us off against Nondies. Manuel Opondo standing over the ball. There it is, kickoff time. Manuel Opondo looking from the kickoff. He's none other than Floyd Wabure. Try time, KCB.
what happened there, what happened there. Kick-off try, and Nondies players just gesticulating there to the referee that there was something amiss. But there was nothing about how Floyd finished. There was nothing amiss about how Floyd was there, pouncing on the inside ball, inside pass, and finishing really open try line there. Chiasi with the attempt on the conversion.
Open try line inside. KCB miss the conversion. That is KCB 5, Nondies 0. Daniel Okito lifted high. Ronnie Omondi to Hillary. Hillary to Charles Odhiambo. Charles Odhiambo looking to shrug off the attempted tackle by Samuel Asati. Samuel Asati making his return from the Simbas camp, has been part of that Rugby World Cup qualifier attempt by the Kenya Simbas. Nondies stay strong. Ryan Odwa jumping on the outside channels. Martin Tomaso, Hillary realizing that he has space to run into, but passing it backwards, losing possession. Floyd Wabwire accelerates. A battle between Floyd and the ball now, and the bounce, but the bounce beats Floyd. He beat the whole pitch, but he couldn't beat the bounce.
No, the rugby ball always has the final say when it comes to the bouncing one. And in this case, nothing favors Floyd there. Floyd really needed some bit of patience, but he could feel the Nondies players tracking him and breathing down his neck, and he just spilled that one with just the try line beckoning, granting Nondies an opportunity to exit courtesy of this scrum down. They still have to work for it though, not this one. Nondies are good in stabilizing the scrum and getting a proper exit from that scrum down.
Yes, Nondies are an old-fashioned side. They are 103 years old today. They are older than Nakuru Athletics Club. So most importantly, they do know what to do, where, when, and how, as Hillary Kizito carries the ball forward. KCB counteract coming through. Juma Tomaso and Ronnie. Ronnie shifting it to Fred Shisia. Fred loses it forward. An advantage play there for KCB. Vincent Onyala looking to fashion an opportunity, a chance for KCB, and Floyd Wabwire strikes once again. Try time, KCB.
Yeah, Floyd Wabwire at the end of that, scoring 2 tries for KCB. Remember, he was the top try scorer in the first leg. He just continues to biding his time, delaying the pass, knowing that Floyd is fast enough, releasing it at the right time. Nondies really having it rough, finding it rough here in the first half of this group encounter to determine the placements for tomorrow's quarter-final pairing.
Well, kick-off time. Toili, is it fair to say that this is Floyd Wabwire's world? We only live in it.
Absolutely. So far, that's how it is panning out to be. There is nothing he does wrong, including running across the whole pitch, straightening, and then going to score in one of the tough games, a final, to say the least.
Yes, he did that against Strathmore in the Coast edition last weekend. Samuel Asati just weaving his way through the middle part of the pitch. Bob Mohati. Well, you wouldn't blame him. It's the third game of the day. The lungs are battling. I mean, he exposed onto their defensive line. So, I mean, that is a mistake on Bob Mohati's side, because you need to make contact with the person you intend to pass the ball to. So that those are those one-on-one coaching skills that
he didn't look as he passed it. Another move there from Asati. Nadami run came in Opondo, and this training ground move panning out well for Chiasi, who goes right at the center of those posts. Nondies not laying a finger on any of the KCB attackers in this one.
Yes, they couldn't lay a finger on any of the attackers, but looking at the replay, what really does this is just a simple switch, and every KCB player is literally skipping. Every other time they have the ball, they are skipping. So what Nondies is doing is they are also watching. Nondies are caught. I mean, that was a simple switch. There was a defensive cover that was coming across. All Nondies needed to do was just make the tackle, but they couldn't. They're caught ball watching. They're also probably mesmerized by the the skills.
Yeah, Opondo did everything to be a proper decoy runner there and open the gap for Shiasi to walk back into. And KCB recover that kickoff, and they are off, securing ball and playing fantastic brand of rugby here. Nondies just struggling to do anything to stop them, and they go right back from kickoff all the way to scoring their 4th try. Really hot rugby here from KCB.
Well, it is a beautiful try there by KCB. Manuel Opondo passing to Samuel Asati, looping round, coming round for his own pass and receiving the gift, which is a 5-pointer. Manuel Opondo, the confidence in the young man, he oozes a lot of class and quite dependable there for the KCB side.
Yeah, I mean, he has an eye for space. If you look at his body frame, he has to utilize space a lot more than what others will do. And he's done that to great effect, combining with Asati and ensuring that they get another try. Mistake there on the kickoff, going straight out, turning over possession to Nondies, a much needed possession, you will say. Nondies have barely had any ins on this game. Rack contested, Olukusi applying himself thoroughly in that rack and turning over possession to KCB. If just Wabwire now looking and turning over the afterburners, and he's gone all the way for his 3rd try. And Nondies are just really shell-shocked here, literally turning possession over and going all the way to score his 3rd hat-trick try. Floyd Wabwire.
Floyd Wabwire with yet another 5-pointer. Floyd lifted up his eyes, he saw Hillary Baraza on the outside. And what did he do? Went round Hillary, clean pair of heels. I mean, the man is at the peak of his powers. And you can see there in your picture, Nondies slept off. And that was an easy conversion coming after Floyd Wabwire scored that center post try. The halftime scores: KCB 33, Nondies 0. Trailing a first half of 33 points. A very strong performance there from KCB. Now, what KCB are doing is the one man who was on defensive duty on the far side just before they got that break. And you know, they're fighting for every scrap. Where do you fight for possession in the 7th game? It's at the breakdown, it's at the restart, it's at the line-out time. They will go over your defenders. You try going for that kickoff, kicking 10. They will go up Vincent Onyala's side. And I mean, to me, the bar has been set. This is basically the best 7th team we have. And the league standings, the SportPesa National 7th league standings do not lie.
Absolutely, Walter. And Nondies running a risk of running themselves out of contention for the quarterfinal pairing. Remember, they drew with Catholic Monks 22-all. And this kind of scoreline at 33-0 at halftime will work against them when it comes to who finishes second in this pool. Therefore, KCB, the Green Lions, not doing Nondies any favors in keeping them in contention for the main cup quarterfinals. Contesting everything, pushing in the, shoving in the scrums, contesting the racks, turning over ball. Nondies have all to do just to survive and get themselves into the quarterfinals.
Well, KCB getting the scraps of that. Festus Madi, Shiasi being chased down by Museti Nyanya. But that is a clean way to the try line for KCB. Scoring fast in the second half.
Everything going wrong from Nondies. Just had an opportunity there to retain possession. But once they tapped it, that was it. It went into the hands of Shiasi, picking up the scraps from that aerial battle. And he takes all the 60 meters to score his first try in this game. I mean, KCB. Shiasi takes a rest. So does Emmanuel Opondo, even as Sikutua converts the 2 points from out in the 15-meter channel. Asati also goes to the bench as the KCB technical bench brings in the changes. In comes Tyson Maina, Brian Wahinya, and Kipruto also coming into the mix. Wahinya with a restart there, goes all the 10 meters, and Nondies just fumbling that one. Referee penalizes them for an offside play there. Is he reaching out into his pocket for a card? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And if just to make things worse, Nondies go down to 6 men.
Well, if the problem wasn't small, it becomes a mountain. It's now time for KCB to pound Nondies' father. Well, 6v7, a scrum down, and with the lethal execution that this KCB team seems to have, this is going to be a tough one. Jenkins comes out, Brian Wahinya. Sikutwa with Sunday on the outside. That is a threat on the outside channels, but opting to go back in and passing that ball to Daniel Okito, who was on hand to receive it and says thank you, but kicks the ball back. Nondies not keeping possession. Should have kept possession. One man down. Tyson Maina as well brought into the picture there. A good tackle on the man, passing backwards, meeting Wahinya to Sunday. Sunday looking for the outside. Tackle is complete. Nondies staying strong. 6v7, remember, but there is a hint of an overlap there. Elvis Olukusi running with the ball in 2 hands. Should have an offload, should have somebody on the outside, and that is Jenkins Kipruto, and easy does it. Try time, KCB.
Yes, Olukusi almost made hard work of that try, but he had to first of all contend with that tackler. But at the end of it all, 6v7, you're already almost 40-0 down when you're full complement of 7. Things can only get worse for Nondies here as you look at Olukusi there, offloading to Kipruto, just coming in, fresh pair of legs, puts down the 5-pointer. The conversion to come from Wahinya.
Conversion doesn't meet the mark.
Scores remain 45-0. 45-0.
45-0, and you have 3 minutes to go. So this scoreline could be anything. It could be the biggest scoreline we've had today. I remember we did have
Kisumu, KCB dishing out the other bigger score, 48-0 against Kisumu.
So let's just say this tournament is about KCB dishing out scorelines. They're about to beat their previous scoreline.
Yes.
3 minutes to go.
3 minutes to go. You'll bet on them getting another score here.
I would bet on them, but I wouldn't bet on them scoring 3 tries. I also don't think Nondies look in the right frame of mind to at least get some points on the scoreboard. So it's all really to play for, and with the changes that have been made by the technical team of KCB, it's time now to see what the forwards who've come in are able to do at scrum time.
I remember the first game that they played against the Monks. I remember KCB just started with a whole different lineup, and I think that was the last time they experimented on that. They have started with their strongest lineup ever since, and that has led to the big score lines we had initially of 48-0 and now 45-0 here, with the bench coming in to just ensuring that they close strongly. Nondies have not had a sniff into this game. They have not been able to string anything that can threaten KCB's defense, and it will be a tough outing for them if they go out this way and miss out on the quarterfinal slot because of this big scoreline in this game.
Yes, it is an issue here, and Nondies are looking to change that scoreline. That 0 doesn't look good on them. However, KCB pinning them down. Nondies have to really work hard to get that 5-pointer. And KCB, rightfully, as you said to Eli, this time around, they are not experimenting with starting, I mean, I wouldn't say fringe players, but they are looking at starting with their strongest and then complementing it with the bench play. So this is a good opportunity for the guys coming off the bench to show what they're made of. The likes of Tyson Maina, who didn't play last weekend. We had Brian Wahinya, who's also coming back. Still early days. still early days for the ones who've come in, but a strong suggestion is that they look like they'll be continuing the job done by the ones who were in Mombasa last weekend.
Yeah, going by the results in day one, that is clear that they have actually upped the ante in terms of what they're scoring in this day one of Prinsloo Sevens compared to what they did in the Driftwood. This is a much polished, still looking to see what they can take home, what learnings they can take home from this. This has been one tough outing. Let's not kid each other. It's been a really rough game for them. And the hooter just sounds there. And that may just save them from getting the biggest scoreline if KCB ought to kick it out. And they don't. They still want to go one better than the scoreline they had against Kisumu earlier on. Still playing, still looking for more points, still looking to bury Nondies out of the quarterfinals.
This is all about a statement of intent. I mean, for banter purposes, they'll be telling them that we did get quite a big number on you guys. However, the referee awards a penalty to Nondies. Nondies offered an opportunity to at least get 5 points on the scoreboard. That's a knock-on. However, the referee, it's not really a lifeline, it's just a gleam, a very small chance that they could at least get some points on the scoreboard.
On board to increase their tally for points scored, but if they let KCB score another try, it just goes to hurt their chances even more.
KCB are looking for 50. That's a kick behind the defensive line, a tiring defensive line. Sunday hoping for the bounce not going into his bread basket. Ryan Odwa looking to bring back the spoils. This game might just continue until tomorrow to early. Nobody wants to. I mean, KCB want 50, Nondies want at least 5. So
yes. So
everyone, unless there is broken play, sort of maybe a knock-on, and now you see KCB have counteract, and that is try time KCB.
And we have officially we have the biggest score of this tournament.
Half a century and an extra 2
to come. I mean, where do Nondies go from here? Tough day in the office for them for sure. We'll wait for the final quarterfinals pairing, but I think they're out of it. And Monks will just find themselves in their first quarterfinals of the day. Of
7 games, including the ladies. We have quite a number. We've gone over the 50 mark, so we've beaten KCB in terms of the games we've done today. But we've come down to the last game of the day, Lurambi Derby. Kabras taking on Masinda Muliro in a pole decider. This one should be an interesting one. We've lost light, yes, but we have everything to play for. This is the final game as we draw towards the final minutes, final seconds of match day 1 of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Many thanks for making it to the live stream today. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this, joining us, keeping us company, letting us know your feedback, and also telling us who you support and what you think about the local 7 series. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are giving you a challenge. Tell us, having watched the games today, courtesy of Live Eye, where, what, who do you think will be the champion come?
Sugar is really a sport of bother in this pool. They lost a match, there is a drawn match. This is one of those pools that really we have to wait all the way to the last so that we can know what is what in terms of the quarterfinal pairings. This one is gonna go all the way down to the wire, and all teams basically playing for a slot in the quarterfinals.
Yes, they are playing for a slot in the quarterfinals. That is Kabras Sugar with ball in hand. Mutua Brian. Solano swings it out wide to Ambeta. Weak tackle there. And Ambeta bundled over. Try time, Kabras. Well, opening try goes to Lamek Ambeta, who takes the lead. And make sure that they are fast over the try line, ladies and gentlemen. Solano to Mbetsa there, number 11, Masinda Muliro not making the tackle and allowing that opportunity to go to Kabras, would duly take it and miss the conversion. Kabras Sugar 5, Masinda Muliro 0. Now, the live standings as the games get to the final minutes, we do have an undecided pool, that is Pool D. Currently Mwamba stand up top with 7 points. Impala come in second with 6. Kabras and Masinda Muliro are looking to battle it out to make that last opportunity for them for that top of the pool, or coming in second. That is Kabras Sugar coming in third in their pool. They need a big result here. They need a lot of points on the scoreboard. And most importantly, they need a win. That is how the Pool D stands. Mwamba RFC, Impala, Kabras Sugar, and Masinda Muliro. Pool C, KCB coming in top, scoring 107 points on match day 1. Catholic Monks coming in second. They've made it to the cup quarters. Coming in third, Nondies, and Kisumu RFC finishing that pool with that 4th place standing. Now KCB and Catholic Monks proceed as Nondies and Kisumu drop to the Challenge Trophy quarterfinal on match day 2. Group B, Menengai Oilers complete that pool with top honors in terms of the standings. Coming in second are the Strathmore, Falcons coming in third, and the Zetech Oaks coming in 4th. Pool A, Kenya Harlequins in the lead, 9 points. Nakuru RFC coming in second, Mombasa Sports Club coming in third, and the Stallions coming in 4th. So our quarterfinalists are very clear: Kenya Harlequins, Nakuru RFC, Menengai Oilers, Strathmore, KCB, Catholic Monks, and finally Pool D, yet to be decided. The winner here would definitely punch a ticket into the cup quarters.
Yeah, if Kabras needed any clarity, then there they have it. Nothing short of a win will put them into the quarterfinals. That loss earlier on today, a shocking loss, is what has put them in this position. And Masinda Muliro not looking to make things easier for
have all the work to do, but Kabras Sugar here have a healthy point difference, that is 17.
Yes.
Matches they are third. Yeah. They could as well.
The win points differential is not an issue for them. Every other team is at minus except for Mwamba, who their goal difference is at 0. So any win of any kind, Kabras Sugar should.
That means that they can only make the second spot. So they have 3 points.
Yes. The team at risk, of course, now being Impala RFC.
Yes, Impala are praying wherever they are. The coaches are hoping, the players are also hoping that something happens. And looking at this pool though, even if Masinda Muliro were to win to 6, they'll be tied with Impala. Impala have a minus 15, Masinda Muliro have a minus 2, so they are healthy. So I mean, it's a win for any. So yeah, any of the sides here win, they proceed to the cup quarters.
Yes, whoever emerges winner here, it's Impala who will be on the losing side of the pairings. So Impala really, they might just pray for a draw.
Well,
I think a draw will put them into a draw will confirm their position as the runners up in this pool. So all they can do is hope for that.
Well, hope is the word. Masinda Muliro there staying strong on defense, and now looking to ask questions about the defensive capabilities of the Sugarmen. Veron Kaburu comes round looking to hit the mark. Passes not hitting the mark. Isolated. Roy Maruti going for the counter run. Coming in from the side. Roy Maruti offloading it to Lameka Beta. Lameka Beta has clear ground ahead. Supporting is Jackson Skater and company, just making sure that they drive Mbetsa to the try line. That is try time, Kabras.
Yeah, Mbetsa love really diving. And this is a second dive we see from him today as he scores a very crucial try for Kabras to give some daylight between them and their neighbors, Masinda Muliro University. That was a quick thought there, tap and go before Masinda Muliro could set up their defense. Then an offload to Ambetsa, who has sufficient pace, more than enough pace. Kabras stretching their lead to 10-0. Masinde Muliro, running out of time to put themselves in contention here. Not all is lost for them. They still have it if they can just get themselves a try before the halftime score, before the halftime hooter here.
Yes, a try before the halftime hooter would do the trick. But nonetheless, it has to be a battle for you to score against Kabras. Strong carry there. Went, came back, went again.
Yeah, definitely coming out better from that physical attrition there. But Kabras just roping the ball carrier back into contact. Just labored passes, but getting to hand there, and a lot of work being done here by Donald Italia, the wing. Nice switch there, offloading contact. Masinde Muliro just getting into Kabras space here, and a shoot up there, guilty of shooting up and opening the channels back there for number 8, Moses Bulemi, to go through and score Must's try before the halftime. That's what the doctor ordered, Walter.
Yes, that is exactly what the doctor ordered. A try just right before the halftime break. They needed that one, Masinde Muliro, and most importantly, they needed to score closer to the H so that the conversion is successful. Speaking of the conversion, it goes astray. The halftime score is Masinde Muliro 5, Kabras Sugar 10. There is everything to play for in this game, Toeli. Masinde Muliro have given a very good account of themselves. They've not gone down without a fight. It's still balanced. Kabras had 2 tries and they were comfortable a few minutes ago. But now, as most have scored, it means that Kabras either have to score or risk not making the cup quarters.
Indeed, and the pressure now starts telling. You saw that when the ball went to deck there, William Mwangi, I think, was the player that was guilty of shooting up, and once he shot up, the gap was wide open for Bulemi to go through. Again, not ruling out what we spoke about earlier, the draw. Masinde Muliro not making it easy for themselves. They got closer to the posts but still missed the conversion, and therefore just keeping this match more tightly balanced.
Second half.
Yeah, Desmond Kirwa coming in for Masinde Muliro as they make the changes here to kick us off for the second half. Final game of day 1. Winner here goes into the quarterfinals. A draw will not help all the pools today. Not successful in that kickoff, not going 10. Gifting Kabras with the ball right off start of the second half. Siketi just weighing his options and chooses to go down to the left. Straightens and goes into contact. Retains ball. Ball is passed out to the left. Looking to go all the way to the 15-meter channel. The other side, Mwangi with a good offload there. Tackle Kabras solid in retaining possession, opening up the pitch, going from east to west, and this should be a good try there, built up by face play, swinging the ball from left to right, using the full pitch, and Kabras making it safer for themselves with another 5-pointer.
Yes, Jackson also going over for that try. The third try, just a simple, easy pass on the outside, committed pass, 2v1. And Jackson also diving over for that third try for the Sugarmen. It should be important for Kabras to score fast, and that is a very good opportunity taken. Gives them a bit of leeway as we head to the last couple of minutes, but 5:24 to go. It's still a lot of time in sevens rugby.
Yeah, still in it, Masinde Muliro. That try, just a proper advertisement for how a ball moves faster than a man. That ball going through hands there. There is no way that Masinde Muliro are going to run and catch up. Waiting for this, for Brian Mutua on your screen there, the bottom right, to get some medical attention and a strapping on his left elbow. He's a serious workhorse, part of the Dream Sevens team in from Driftwood last weekend. He's not going to sit out when his team is on the line here. Must ensure that they finish strongly and get themselves into the quarterfinals. Masinde Muliro just trying to mix it up here, going for the grabber kick into the spaces behind Kabras' defense, but not successful in that one. It goes into touch and it's Kabras' ball.
The player who had not retreated back on side, he had an impact on the, he's the one who tackled the player who was...
Yeah, that player was offside.
Okay, explain.
The referee says no, there was sufficient. There was no interference there from the player offside. Therefore, the ref plays it on. Always good to hear those conversations between the center referee and the assistant referee. Gives you an idea of what the decision-making process looks like. Best out wide, but just comes back into traffic and enjoys the physical contests. Always comes into traffic. Collins Ngoko. Quick tap and go there by Veron Kaburu. Evades one player, there is an overlap, but that was a hospital pass at best. Still recovered there by Donald Litali. Steps back in. Masinde Muliro enjoying the contact areas, even with space out wide. Not making good use of that. Kabras nonetheless just doing the hard work of ensuring that there is no space for Masinde Muliro to operate in. And ball play comes to a halt there with a knock-on. Such a hard pass.
Yes, such a hard pass. Some vicious tackling there by Kabras Sugar, not allowing Masinde Muliro an advancement into their own half. Big tackle there, Brian Mutua allowing the player to touch the ball. A legal tackle.
Very legal.
All he wanted was the man, not the ball, so he went for the man. Successfully completed the tackle. Now time for Kabras to set another attacking platform through the scrum. Osore comes down the blind with Jackson skating on the outside. Osore, a diminutive figure. Counter coming through. The ball was held for a minute there. Mutua with one person on the outside. 1, 2, 3. But Humphrey loses the ball forward. That is Asiligwa with that knock-on. That is an opportunity still according to opportunity for a kickoff and then score again, and that means it's lights out for
I mean, Masinde Muliro not out of this one by any chance. Difference is just 10 points, and game of sevens, 2 minutes is sufficient, more than sufficient to make up for that difference. As Masinde Muliro just look to take the ball out wide, steps back in, gets apprehended. Donald Litali has been busy in this game, not enjoying the support that he would have wished for.
Kabras Sugar looking to just control the pace of the game now. They know very well that it's several minutes to, not really several minutes, it's 1 minute to half time, to full time. and by slowing down the game, it offers
them really desperate here now.
Yes, they are desperate because they want possession. They have an opportunity. If they did score, they could quickly set themselves up for a restart, and the game will continue, and it will be an opportunity. So it's not yet done until it's done. As Solano runs back the grain, comes back, beats his own attack. Shifted there, Osore beats the first defense tackle attempt. And there's Brian Mutua who shows it goes. And this surely is the last nail on the coffin. Try time. Kabras.
Yeah, Masinde Muliro running out of time, running out of defenders. They had been stretched out wide, and really the inside man was too far off to make ground and cover that ground and get to Brian Mutua, who dummies and goes in and scores.
Tell you what, that try was just a classic two-time show, and that is what has created that opportunity. I mean, the first one solved the damage, the second one themselves up in readiness for day 2, which is the business end. Remember, this is the final game of match day 1, but don't you go away. We'll be having a show coming your way, a rugby show known as the Hard Tackles, in a couple of minutes after we are done with the actual play, the action on the pitch. It is Kabras. Yes, that is Hard Tackles and Rada Safi Nigi. All these brought to you. Karisana trying. Kabras saved last.
Yeah, they made heavy weather with this pool, but scraping through and getting through to the quarterfinals.
Yes, they've done so well in the second half. Actually, it has been the second half that has handed them this level of comfortability as we head towards the final whistle. Just awaiting the conversion. I'm not sure the referee has enough time left on his clock, and that should be the full-time whistle. Ladies and gentlemen, full-time scores: Kabras Sugar 25, Masinde Muliro 5. It has been a very, very entertaining match day 1. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming through. Our live stream has been on air for the last couple of hours. It has been a very, very strong effort from the technical side of this production team. Many thanks to the fans who've joined in. Thank you so much to the sponsor, SportPesa. Thank you so much to the fans. And most importantly, thank you so much to the players who've entertained us for the last hour, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours of nothing but sevens rugby. You can see the players there on the pitch reacting to what has been a very, very tiresome day 1 and bracing themselves for impact on match day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a trio of your commentary team. My name is Walter Orangi. I was joined by Toeli and Oscar Osir. The trio of that team have been hard on bringing to you the game as it has been unfolding right here at the Nakuru Athletics Club. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been match day 1. We'll be having the highlights of the games today, and then we'll be having the Hard Tackles and Rada Safi Nigi coming your way. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it a date once again on match day 2. This is Live Eye coming to you live, courtesy of SportPesa.
From county 001 to county number 32, we are in Las Vegas, baby, and this is where Hard Tackle has brought us for the second edition of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit, where Prinsloo will be going down. Kama kawa, kama dawa. My name is Ochieng Steven, na 14 bora, 14 supu. Siko peke yangu, niko na mtu wangu wa power.
Mambo vipi, it's your girl CJ. Na wase, tumerudi manze. Sema good time, sema fun, sema rugby, and Hard Tackle starts now.
And joining us now is the Kenya Rugby Union Director of Rugby and the Pathways Manager, Mr. Paul Odera, who's done it all. Coached the Kenya Under-20, coached the Kenya Simbas, been there, played everything. Polo.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One leg down, 5 to come in the National 7th Circuit. Just let me take you back, things you were supposed to talk about from Driftwood.
Yes.
From your POV, how was it and what was your highlight?
The highlight for me was the skill levels of the players to try and create space, because I think one of the biggest things we've struggled with in Kenya when we watch our Shujaa side is that sometimes we don't take advantage of the space. So that to me was one of the highlights to see from last week, that players actually, there's an intention. The second thing is that we're trying to play quicker, and sometimes that's a good thing, because if you notice when the Morans went and played in Mauritius, Madagascar just kept playing at pace. As we started playing set piece to set piece, and sometimes you need to be able to vary your plan. So I was happy to see that teams were trying to play at pace.
So the whole point of this circuit probably is to act as a feeder to our national teams, just from the Kenya Rugby Union and from you as the Director of Rugby. What are the plans you have with this whole circuit in this 2025 season?
Actually, it's more important than a feeder, because this is what we're basing selection for Shujaa in. As we said, yes, there's already a team that the coach has chosen, and then they've already been chosen, but they've got to come and prove that they're good enough to keep those contracts. So it's also an opportunity for young players or for new players to show what they can do. So really here we're looking at setting a process where we can have parameters and criteria so that there's equity in selection. And if you're still good enough to maintain your place, that's fine. But if you're not good enough to maintain your place, then that's a conversation we can have in future. So as long as you're in Kenya and you're not injured, or you're not on international duty, then you should put your hand up for selection by playing in the circuit.
We are in Nakuru. What are you expecting to see in Prinsloo Sevens in the 17th edition?
Well, one is there was a conference between the coaches and referees. So hopefully there can be a lot better understanding between what the referees are looking for and what the coaches are coaching. Because really what we want is that the referees do justice to what the coaches have done. So if we can get more entertainment, the fans are happier. Once the fans are happier, it means there's more money for Nakuru at the gate. So that's good. So what I'm expecting is to see a bit more understanding there. And then of course I expect to see players putting their hands up to be on the dream team. Let's see if those who were on the dream team last week can retain their place in the dream team, or will we have new people coming through? So that's what we can. I'm looking forward to at Prinsloo.
All right, just a good point you've raised there. The dream team. Can you tell us any information about who leads this thing and how the selection criteria that goes into looking at who makes the dream team?
So the selection criteria was released by Kevin Wambua, the head coach Bling, and then all first division coaches are selectors. So you choose your 7, but you can't choose a player from your own team. And then that list is submitted, and then we match that with some of the data we have. So that's how we come up with the dream team.
Just as someone who's been there, playing the local circuit, playing the national teams, I just want you to give a message to the players who are playing here now. This is their time now. Most of them are hoping to represent the country again. Just talk to them and tell them what you expect of them, how they should conduct themselves.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this will be our first draw.
Carrying into their
and that is...
Well, my message to them would be, you've got to do the hard work off the pitch.
So they'll be in charge of picking the first ball that is for Pool A.
if it's your sprints,
They'll
if
be
it's your
deciding
passing, if it's your kicking, if you do those little extras, if you do 2% every day,
into pool A.
you know, that's 10% over 5 days. If you do that over 2 weeks, that's 20%. So you'll find that if you do those little bit, those extras on your own, it will pay off, because that is what I did when I was their age and playing in this particular circuit. This is Paul Odera and you're watching Hard Tackle.
Of course, after round 1, Prinsloo marks the second outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit, and the pools vile ziliannouncewa, Nakuru, who are the hosts, wako in Pool A alongside Kenya Harlequins, Stallions na Mombasa Sports Club. In Pool B, tukona Strathmore, Menengai Oilers, Daystar Falcons, Zetech Oaks. Pool C, tukona KCB Rugby, Nondescripts, Catholic Monks and Kisumu RFC. In Pool D, tukona Kabras, Impala na Mwamba. Of course, Leo's coming as the defending champions, but KCB are on a roll. Wameintroduce their squad depth, wameleta Asati, wameleta Wahinya back from the Rugby Africa Cup that took place in Uganda. Na tena wanakam kushow that they are the team to beat. Wacha tuone. Who do you think will win the Prinsloo 2025 Sevens? Tuambie hapo in the comment section, tuone itakuwaje.
And the good thing about Prinsloo Sevens ni madem tuko represented. Na kwa pooling, Pool A, Impala, Harlequins, Meru Ladies, Kisii Polytechnic. Na Pool B tuko na Mwamba, Northern Suburbs, NYS Ladies na Nakuru. Tuli link up na Mwamba Ladies Rugby wakiwa pale zoezi. Acha tucheki vile wanajipanga.
Dungwa pale. Ni try mtu wangu. Wapi mtu. Naona umeshika nasikia hapa mtu wangu. So ladies and gentlemen, kwa leo tuna mambo mengi. Tushawapatia tu a brief breakdown of how Prinsloo, the pools zinakaa, na mmesikia madem pia wanasemaje. So in this episode, tuko na a special feature talking to the one and only Lavin Asego, arguably Kenya's greatest fly half. Atuli catch up na yeye in an exclusive. Atuambie vile management inamtake through. If you don't know, he's recently taken over as the Mwamba 7's coach. Now this is what he has to say. From us to you, Hard Tackle, nasema go ahead.
Welcome to the new edition of Rada Safi Nigi. Rada Safi Nigi is all about good vibes powered by SportPesa.
Rada Safi Nigi.
Ini Rada Safi Nigi. Kata simu, tupo site. County 001, tuko in the house, tuko in the area na mazejo. Na tumekama hapa hivi kujua, ukishika over 420 million Kenya shillings ya mega jackpot ya SportPesa, utafanya nini nayo kaka?
Naweza jenga nayo nyumba, ni kufungue biashara kama ya manguo hivi, yaongoza watoto.
Okay, mimi nikishinda mimi bro, mimi nitanunua ploti, ujengea wazazi wangu.
Alafu pia bro mzee, unajua tuishi once bro. Hata mwili lazima upige pole kidogo na mabesi ya nini.
Shikilia. Haya, ukashinda hii pesa 420 million Kenya shillings. Utafanyia nini?
Nitanunua my island.
Wapi?
Wasini.
Najenga nyumba kubwa na nanunua gari, alafu mambo mengine nafanya miradi yangu, yani mimi kutoka kwa ajiriwa mimi. Spendi tu hata kama kwenda Amerika naenda huko nikaenjoy maisha yangu vizuri. Sijawahi kupanda ndege, nitapanda nayo hiyo niende Amerika huko na nini. Kula bata vizuri.
Mimi ni fan wa SportPesa. Nachezanga sana mega jackpot. Hapo msee ni kupumua kwanza. Nitulie hivi kwanza, akili irudi vizuri. Ndo sasa nipangie mikakati vizuri sasa.
With 420 million, I'm going to buy a plot somewhere. Start constructing immediately. I think I'm tired of paying rent.
Nitajua jinsi ya kuboresha maisha yangu ili nisiwahi sota. Nione kama naweza fungua biashara hivi.
Wadau, this could be you bana. As we said, Rada Safi Nigi is all about good vibes, and it is happening now.
All eyes on us.
Good vibes are inshallah. Hey, inaweza mbaya. SportPesa is doing the best actually.
I'm here for the vibes, and the vibes should be here for me.
Vibe iko top notch. See your vibe iko top notch mazee.
Driftwood 7 leo imebamba bana, imeweza kinoma.
Tunahitajia support kwa players especially na pia ku bring up the game, to up the game. So the more the merrier.
Asanteni sana for sponsoring, and I like to see what you have in store for us.
Prinsloo para Nakuru, so tukama kesho tumalizie Shukenax.
Prinsloo 7 we are there. Nakuru Sport Athletics Club,
Yes.
We will be there. Nakuru, we are coming. Dumezabo.
Straight from Mombasa County, this is Rada Safi Nigi, Rada Safi na SportPesa. We out.
Rada Safi
Nigi,
Rada Safi
na SportPesa.